We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living? Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great. Do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great. Dive the great. Downhill the great. Nikos the great. Rock the great. View the great. Sense the great. Calm the great. Do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, Calm the great. Do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big, or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort, or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great. We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone, or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something, or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go, or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great, all kinds of great. Run the great, dive the great, downhill the great, Nikos the great, rock the great, view the great, sense the great, calm the great, do something great.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Thessaloniki. A warm welcome from the region of Central Macedonia. And I would like to start with Mr. Kefalas, who is the Vice Governor of the rural economy of the region of Central Macedonia. So I really would like to welcome you and welcome our guests. Mr. Kefalas.
Kalimera. Dear participants of this Congress, on behalf of the Governor of the region of Central Macedonia, Mr. Apostolou Tzitsikostas, it's a great pleasure to welcome you in Thessaloniki, the capital of the region of Central Macedonia, the homeland of Alexander the Great and the great philosopher Aristotle. We are the region of the Mount Olympus, the Mount of the Gods, and the Mount of the Holy Mount Athos, which are the two emblematic points of our region. We would like to thank you, ERIAFF Network, EIT Food, and the co-organizers for the organization of this Congress in Thessaloniki. Our region, the region of Central Macedonia, is a full member of ERIAFF and participates actively in the steering committee of the network. Moreover, the involvement of the region in the high-tech farming international partnership under S3 Agri-Food platform was significant. I wish you a pleasant stay in our city and a productive and fruitful participation and involvement in the matters of this Congress. Thank you.
Okay. The first session is co-organized by both Central Macedonia, the region of Central Macedonia, and EIT Food. That's why I would like to ask Ms. Elvira Domingo to come and join us. Ms. Elvira is an innovation and business developer expert with over 15 years in international experience in large corporates, in the development of new products, transforming and the innovation. She holds a master's degree in food science and technology, and she's an expertise in EIT Food, especially in risk programs, and she's a program manager in EIT Food. Is dedicated to build a strong portfolio that delivers sustainable growth and strength the innovation of ecosystem across. Mrs. Elvira, you're more than welcome to join us and help us introduce our guests.
Thank you. Oops. Good morning. Thank you very much for the ERIAFF organizers for allowing us to be here today and also giving us the opportunity of presenting EIT Food and the activities that we are developing. I would like to run a small presentation on what EIT Food is. Does any of you know about EIT Food and the activities? A few hands are there. Oh, that's good. I like that. Good. So this will be easy for you then. EIT Food was born back in 2018 as a community, knowledge innovation community, as we call them, as part of a wider community, the EIT community, which is conformed by, in total, 8 communities. What we have in common is that we are all addressing major important societal challenges, that we are all training the future generation of entrepreneurs and talents, and that we are powering scale-ups and startups to develop and bring to market products and services, innovative products and services. And at the end of the day, what we are allowing is for the products and services to not stay at the universities or research centers and get to the market, get to the industry, and serves to the citizens and consumers. Of course, in the EIT Foods, in the food sector, we do have our own challenges. We don't have to forget that by 2050, we will be 10 billion people on the planet, and we do need to feed them in the best possible way. At the moment, we have 2 billion people overweight in the world, while 800 million of people go hungry to bed. So the nutritional habits are very much distorted, and this is a major challenge to address. We also have environmental challenges. We don't have to forget that agriculture is consuming a big part of the fresh water withdrawals, but also that we are, liking or not, producing or contributing to the production of greenhouse emissions. And every day we are throwing away 30% of the food that we produce. Of this 30%, 50% happens at our own homes. So again, a big challenge to address. And last but not least, the entrepreneurial challenges around the agri-food sector. Most of the startups that start with their idea don't succeed in the final process of becoming a company, a profitable company. Next to that, the farming families are having 60% on average lower income than non-farming families. So, as you can imagine, and as I was saying, major challenges that really need to be addressed. What is our vision? I don't like to be a negative, and I don't want to stay on the challenges. Again, our vision is to develop a world where everybody can access food that is in which they can trust, that is fair and sustainable and healthier than what we have at the moment. And of course, again, I'm not a negative. I do like to focus on the opportunities. What are the opportunities? Towards achieving a healthier and more sustainable food system, there are business cases opportunities. By diversifying the protein system that we are using, there is a business case. By addressing the food waste 30% of challenge, there is also a business case. But also by developing healthier habits consumption and introducing regenerative agriculture, there is a business case. I was in an event last week, and we had the great chance of having Al Gore speaking about the biggest opportunities in the future, and he was mentioning regenerative agriculture as one of them. And I was just listening to our keynote speaker before, and he was saying about the transformation of the agriculture and the technological opportunities behind that. So again, there are opportunities. What is the role? How EIT Food is unlocking these opportunities? First, our role is linking all the stakeholders across the value chain. What we want is for the students to develop their own ideas and to bring those ideas into pilots. And those pilots do not stay at the universities or the research desks, but to get to the industry and to the market, to be real products and services that reach consumers and citizens. In the agri-food sector, we can never forget about the consumers, and engaging them in the co-creation process to satisfy not only the current, but also the future demands is absolutely key. How are we doing that? We have built up a community of corporates, small, medium companies as well, but also universities across the whole Europe, research centers, and startups, innovative and disruptive startups that are bringing solutions to the industry and the market. And how? Again, we are focusing across 6 focus areas, from agriculture to aquaculture, but also taking into account digital traceability. Of course, digitalization and consumer centricity are transversal to everything that we do, and we are focusing on 3 main missions that we are developing towards 2030, which are fully transparent and fair and resilient food supply chain. As we all know, and with the current crisis, this has recovered a wide importance. Healthier lives from the food system and a net zero food system. Again, interlinking and connecting the different stakeholders, it's essential to achieve these 3 missions. And I cannot forget about the countries that are being called by the European Scoreboard as modest to moderate innovators. In those countries, we are doing even a stronger focus. And here we are sharing the good practices that we are developing across the EIT Food activities. We are widening the participation of different stakeholders into our programs, innovation, education, public engagement activities. And of course, we are very much willing to support the collaboration with the smart specialization strategies through the RIS3 programs and with the structural European investment funds. In EIT Food, at the moment, we have 5 offices based across Europe. But of course, in order to reach these 22 countries that are called modest to moderate innovators, we have established alliances and cooperation with different organizations in each country. Here in Greece, we have the lucky to have as partners Industry Disruptors and the Agricultural University of Athens. And these hubs, these organizations are key to not only attract stakeholders and widening the participation in EIT Food activities from citizens, from students, from startups as well, but they are key connectors with the policymakers, with the managing authorities on the regions, and they are unlocking as well investment opportunities in the country. So we are allowing for regional stakeholders in Greece to widen their participation, to cross-learning, and to enlarge and scale up their businesses across the whole Europe. What do we do in action? How this theory is transformed into activities? We are developing a wide portfolio of activities, and here you can only see a few of them. I will encourage you to go into the website and really have a look, because there are plenty of them for every public, from students to farmers, but also startups, food professionals. Every type of target has a room or has a place in EIT Food activities. In education, we have professional development programs. We have summer schools for students, internships for Greek participants, for example, to go abroad, but also specific programs for public representatives that I will talk to you about in a minute. We have innovation programs, and there will be new calls coming soon in which, and they are open to all types of stakeholders. So Greek stakeholders, corporates, SMEs can also participate. Public engagement, we are developing a lot of co-creation activities with consumers, but also gathering the feedback from researchers all across Europe to develop new projects on innovation. And I have to say that we have a strong focus on entrepreneurship at every stage of the business development, from very early stage only concept ideas to very well-developed startups that can be part of our Rising Food Star Association and take part in our innovation programs together with other major stakeholders. We have, as you can see, the EVA program, specific programs for gender, for women, leadership development and startup development, but also Team Up that is dedicated to researchers to bring business developers into the team, and regenerative agriculture program that we are establishing across Europe to help farmers actually transition to a more sustainable agriculture practices. And let me just mention about the Test Farms program, because here we are matching farmers with startups that are developing new technologies so that they can test their solution and the farmers can implement without the risk and new technologies within their lands. But let's go a bit into the public representatives programs. We have the Policy Council and again, we are very lucky to have one of the organizers, Ioannis Spandos, as part of these council members. And here, we are having their feedback as policymakers in their countries, but to develop, of course, our portfolio of programs. We are working with them on the synergies with the structural European investment funds, but also across the risk strategies and the smart specialization strategies that we want to develop and get connection across the countries. We have the Executive Academy. This is a capacity building academy that helps public representatives to develop their network, but also to gather learnings from industry players all across Europe so they can develop better practices and collaborate between different countries and regions to, again, develop better, more healthier and sustainable policies. And the Research Innovation Network, that is, again, also a capacity building program. And here we are connecting research groups with public, from public funded institutions with public representatives so that they can see and commercialize their infrastructure at the universities or research centers in a most efficient way. And last but not least, I just have to tell you that in a couple of days we have a Future of Food conference, which will be focused this year on innovation and the decarbonization in the agri-food sector. I am encouraging you all to participate and have a look online. And yeah, that's it for today. But please let's create the Future of Food together. We do have today plenty of opportunities to work across the regions, and I would like for these 3 days or 2 days to be the great opportunity of all. The great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Domenico. I think you have all the stakeholders here, and I hope this is going to be very fruitful for you. We have a video message, and unfortunately, Ms. Betty Alexandropoulou couldn't be with us, so we have a small video message from her. Mrs. Betty Alexandropoulou is the Executive Director and member of the Board of Enterprise Greece. So I think we are ready to see her video message.
Dear Vice Governor of Central Macedonia, dear organizers from the European Institute of Innovation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here with you today at the ERIAFF conference, and particularly this session, which is organized by EIT Food. I would have liked to be there with you in person. Instead, I'm connecting via video from New York, from the Summer Fancy Food Trade Show here, a theme and sector which is closely related to that of this conference. The agri-food sector has been one of the most important ones in Greece. It has grown significantly over the last decade, with Greek food and agricultural exports reaching record highs year after year. In fact, the agri-food currently accounts for 1/3 of total exports from Greece, and agriculture overall contributes 4.1% of Greece's GDP. In a nutshell, this agri-food sector in Greece has enormous potential. However, to capture this full potential, there are 2 pillars that the sector needs to focus its attention. These are production and commercialization. In terms of production, the sector must proactively address demand and steer attention towards scaling up accordingly. We need to see what the market needs. For example, with the ever-growing demand for healthy foods and worldwide recognition of health benefits of the Mediterranean diet, this is one area on which to build momentum. On the same note, although the success of Greek food exports has drawn increasing foreign investment in Greek food production in the last few years, the fact is that Greek agriculture is still characterized by small farms and low capital investment. Of course, small and niche producers are important. The successes that Greek food and beverage producers have achieved in the last few years, growing exports, rising consumer recognition, international awards, are a testament to the quality and entrepreneurship of Greece's agri-food sector. However, at this point, the needle needs to move further along. To increase trade and secure reliable distribution channels in international markets, it is necessary to increase production capacity. To do so, technology and innovation can play an important part. Improving efficient and sustainable land use, but also upgrading production and packaging facilities can both help producers enlarge their footprint. We're already seeing exciting trends in agrotech emerging worldwide, from the use of artificial intelligence to vertical farming and hydroponics, among others. This then brings us to the second important pillar, which I mentioned previously, commercialization. Achieving larger scale is not enough. It also needs to be coupled with effective marketing and branding efforts for a successful export presence. On the one hand, we need development of innovative new apps in the agri-food sector, and on the other, we need programs that can train and support new producers to use these new technologies. Homogeneous branding, funding, training programs, networking, and matchmaking events to help startups launch through collaborative agreements and partnerships are imperative. At Enterprise Greece, We provide a number of such programs to support producers in all aspects of business so as to help them become successful exporters. We support businesses to open new markets and build a strong international profile. Still, apart from the programs that we may provide, we need increased connections and synergies that can be built between the private sector, universities, research institutes, and technology associations. Global food challenges need both science and technology. Overall, agrotech is part of the future. Last year, for example, we saw almost 10% of new startups focused on the agri-food sector. To seize the opportunities that the future holds while also meeting the demands of sustainability, it is imperative that the Greek agri-food industry increasingly leverages innovation and technology in its production, cultivation, and distribution methods. While at the same time, it is important that we focus on branding and trading our products and conquering new markets internationally. Let's all work closer together to accelerate change in this dynamic food innovation community. Thank you and good luck with the rest of this conference.
And I'm just going to pick one of his words and say that, we have all the digitalization in the agri-food sector, and this is the first discussion panel, what it's all about. And first of all, it's the importance of the digitalization in agriculture. That's why you have 6 important people with us, and they are going to discuss with us this importance. And first of all, I would like to ask Mr. George Profitiliottis, who is the foresight expert of the UNESCO Chair on Future Research in Greece, which is hosted by Fourth Praxi, which is a formed national contact point of aid. Mr. Profitiliottis, you can sit with us. Thank you. I also like to ask Mr. Ioannis Chaniotakis, thank you, who is the Senior Director of Agricultural Sector Operations Development at Piraeus Bank. Thank you. I would also ask Mr. Vasilis Spiriotis. Mr. Vasilis Spiriotis is the head of the EU-funded project for New Republic. Thank you, Mr. Spiriotis. I would like to ask Athanasios Gertsis, who is a professor at Perotis College at the American Farm School of Thessaloniki. Welcome, Mr. Gertsis. Mr. Ioannis Koufoudakis, which is the Executive Director of Concnitera. And finally, I would like to ask Mr. Konstantinos Votis. Konstantinos Votis is a researcher in Information Technologies Institute, CERT, here in Thessaloniki. Thank you all. I think it's easier. And I'll pick from what Elvira just said, how important the education is, especially for aid food. That's why I don't want to start with, the proper order we have, but we'll start with, let's say, the basic and the fundamental of education. That's why I would like to start with Mr. Gertsis, if it's okay with you, because I think education is probably the most important one. And I would like to ask you, given the range of available digital technologies, what do you recommend for Greek farmers with limited land availability? Because as we know, the terrace of Greece is completely different.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you all thank you in advance for your attention. Thank you especially those who came from abroad. And I wish you all to have a good time in the great city of Thessaloniki. Yes, I'm a teacher also, but allow me to speak with my other 2, let's say, properties. I'm a researcher and I'm a farmer. So when I usually give an answer, unfortunately, my farmer's point of view weighs a lot, because finally we have to answer this kind of questions considering who is the audience. In this case, the audience, my audience, is primarily the students. However, those students will be the next generation of business, farmers, etc. Another big and important audience is the farmers. So all these digital tools, I call technologies tools, I prefer to call them tools, we should remember to whom we address them. So the farmers in Greece are a little bit different, not too much, from some other countries. In what sense? The average farmland in Greece is about 6.4 hectares. It's a surprisingly low number, but you need to consider that this is an average of field crops, which can be 64 acres as an average, and also vegetable and fruit production. I just came from Helsinki and I was listening from an Erasmus program that there were 7 countries. The numbers of average farms are 10 times more that number. However, that's not a limitation in my point of view. So, which are these technologies we focus, emphasize in the school I'm teaching, Perotis College in the American Farm School, which is maybe the smallest university in the world, but maybe it's the most innovative small university in the world. We are the first school which provides a bachelor degree in precision agriculture. That's my main domain, the big umbrella of precision agriculture, which is a management strategy. I'm calling your attention on the official definition of precision agriculture, which was established in July 2019 in the European Precision Agriculture Conference. So when you talk about precision agriculture, there is one official definition. Because if you ask 10 people about what is precision agriculture, still they can give you 20 different definitions. So, technologies used are those who are simple, effective, and cheap. What are these technologies or tools that we promote? Technologies like drones, not the small drones only, the drones that are used to make maps, to make... we are focusing on something that will revolutionize the agricultural sustainability in the next few years. It's called spraying drones. It's the big drones that we can use and spray fields. Not only spray, and not only pesticides. You know, another important tool to make sustainability in agriculture, again, since 2019, seems like this is a symbolic year, 2019, when the European Union changed the legislation for fertilization, considering along with synthetically produced fertilizers, the new biostimulants. That's a revolution. These products can make a difference. So with a drone, you can spray a lot of things. Not only spray, you can spread fertilizers. You can do air seeding. You can do a lot of other things. It's unbelievable the progress that has been done in this technology, which, again, I focus. Again, why? Because it's simple, it's very efficient, it's cheap. It's getting cheaper. Technology has an advantage. The older it gets, the better it gets, and the cheaper it gets. I say a joke to my students, it's like me. The older I get, the more mature and hopefully better I become, and the cheaper I become because I'm still paid the same salary 15 years now. So they remember that analog. And also, let's remember something. Most of us, when you think about digitalization agriculture, first thing that comes to our mind is something that is in the form of a mobile phone or a tablet, etc. You have to remember that all these are hardware. So it's a combination of software and hardware. And there is a parallel development, both in hardware and software. Software works faster because it becomes more efficient and cheaper. I don't know if I take longer time, but I will focus on these two.
I have to stop you now, huh?
You better stop me, Vicky. I can talk for ages.
And the thing is, I'm really familiar with Perotis College because I'm coming from the American Farm School. That's why I forgot to make, the proper introduction to Mr. Gates and give him some time to introduce Perotis College and the American Farm School. But this is something I really want from the other guests as well, just a small feedback from where they're coming from. So you've got no idea where they are. So I will start with Mr. Profitilliotis. So he can always just give us a small feedback.
Yes. Based on what I heard before and on my background and the line of business I'm in, I totally agree that precision agriculture is one of the major trends.
Okay, just give us a background from where you're coming from,
Yeah.
and then...
we can see that from projects that we have done as a strategic foresight department of Praxis Network of the Foundation for Research and Technology, Hellas. And recently, we had a project that began around 2020, and we are still running it for 3 years. And one of the major focus points is the future of agri-food. So I'm going to speak about that today, but based on this background, I'm very pleased to be among these other panelists that seem to be experts in their fields, and I'm willing to learn a lot from them.
Okay, Mr. Haniotakis, I know you're coming from a bank, so...
Yeah. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this interesting event. Piraeus Bank has early recognized the importance of agri-food sector in Greece as an important pillar for the development of the national economy. This is the reason why we try to support financially the sector. At the same time, the bank strongly supports sustainable banking and responsible banking as we prioritize the sustainable growth of national economy. Within this framework, the bank supports the modernization of the primary sector through actions that promote innovation and sustainable development. Smart farming is one of these cases that work as a fundamental tool in the transformation of the agri-food sector, not only the primary sector, but also the whole food chain. We try to observe all the developments and take initiatives such as the promotion of the benefits through an advertising campaign during the last 12 months, so that the users, the farmers, will be familiar with them. In addition, we try to facilitate testing of such services. So we offered 5,000 farmers the opportunity to use them free of charge. We chose the ERIAFF application, which was the most commercially ready to be used. And we try to support smart farming infrastructure and services development by financing the investment plan of New Republic, which is the market leader of the Greek market.
Thank you, Mr. Haniotakis. And because you mentioned GNSS and you're using GNSS, so I'm going to just move forward to Mr. Vasilis Piriotis and how GNSS and its services contribute to the digitalization, what Mr. Haniotakis said.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to present ESNs and all the different aspects that New Republic has to offer to the Greek and not only international market. As already said, I'm Vasilis Piriotis. I come from an olive oil producing family. I originally come from Creta. My parents produce olive oil, so for the last, I cannot even remember, 20 years I have been producing olive oil. I have been cooperating with producers, with cooperatives, with producer organization, and what we have learned during my adolescence, but even later on, was the importance of giving tools to the producers so as to facilitate their everyday job. This is why back in 2015 I decided to cooperate with New Republic and ERIAFF, this is a group of companies, because they are the most important, let's say, companies that work in the Greek territory. New Republic is a pioneering information and technology company which designs and develop information system and services in order to lead to the cutting edge of technological evolutions. It was created to meet the needs of organizations and businesses in the Greek and international market regarding the management of information through the development of specialized information systems and the provision of integrated services. I have to say that New Republic was founded back in 2003. It nowadays holds two ultra-modern buildings in Piraeus, in Greece, and it hosts a data center with high caliber, through which we can provide cloud services to every single organization, but also to the public administration. One more thing that I would like to say is that New Republic, as far as the company that I'm representing here today, is that it provides, as already mentioned, it provides services that modernize and digitize the public administration. Since 2006 and for almost 15 years now, it was the developer of an information system for OPEKP. This is the public, this is a payment and control agency for guidance and guarantee community aid, and both for Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 of European Union. And also New Republic has developed a complex and demanding information system to the Ministry of Rural Development. I don't know if you want me to explain more things about the ESNs or later on.
I think we have to give a chance to the others to talk and then come back to you, if it's okay.
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Gates, I didn't give you the time to explain. I know Perotis College. You said it's small, but it's not that small.
It is small, Vicky. It's the smallest university of the world. I won't take further on that. I've been working in that college since the beginning of this college. Recently, we established also a master program, and I'm chair of the Sustainable Agriculture and Management. Let me tell you something humorous. My official name is Athanasios. Nobody calls me like that, not even my mother. In Greece, we go by nickname. So my nickname is Sakis. Those who work in the area of precision agriculture digitalization are well aware of an acronym. It's called Agricultural Knowledge Innovation or Information Systems, the well-known AKIS. But there is something wrong on that. You know what? It's not sustainable. So you add the S in front of it, and you make it Sustainable Agricultural Knowledge Innovation System, and that's my nickname.
Or Sakis.
That's my nickname. This is symbolic. I know I'm joking, but I hope you realize what is behind this. Sustainable has to be in everything we do. But remember, I think the lady put it, sustainability has two aspects. Environmental sustainability, to keep this environment safe for the next generation, but we have to, it has any production system, in order to be sustainable, from a farmer's point of view, it has to be profitable. If it's not profitable, I'm sorry to say that sustainability will not go ahead. Thank you.
And we'll move on to Mr. Ioannis Koufoudakis. Just a small background from where you're coming from.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me here to this conference. I am the executive manager of Cognitera. Cognitera comes from the Latin cognitive, and we would like to say that the new era is the cognitive agricultural era, not precision agriculture, smart farming, but cognitive, because we are talking about a lot of data. As far as my background is concerned, I work for 25 years now in the software houses, and the last 10 of them in software houses that has to do with service providers in the agricultural sector.
Okay. And last but not least, Mr. Konstantinos Votis. He's the researcher from CERT, so...
Yes, thank you for the invitation. Good morning. I'm Konstantinos Votis. I'm coming from CERT. It's another nickname. It's a Center for Research and Technology Hellas. It's one of the biggest research centers in Greece, and we are happy because we are very successful, and we have 5 institutes. I'm coming from the Information Technology Institute. I'm a researcher there and director of Visual Analytics Lab. But we are happy because there is a strong interdisciplinarity in our institute, in our center, as there are 5 institutes. So there is the ITI, as I mentioned, that I'm coming from there, but also there are other institutes. There is the ENAV, the Applied Biosciences. There is the IBO, which is related with agro-food and agro-technology, but of course other institutes like transport and energy-related institutes. So I'm happy because we have seen that, especially for the digital technologies, it's something that is being applied in smart farming, agriculture, and food industry. And there are different technologies that we're applying and we're supporting in order to be sure that we will follow this digital transformation.
I'll ask you something. I'll start with you. You're a researcher, and here we can see, different stakeholders. We can see, real economy, but how happy are you with the collaboration between, the research, your institution, and the real economy players in promoting applied research in digital technologies? I think we have a gap there.
Hopefully, yes. And this is something that we're trying to do during the last years in our research center. Because it's not only research, I mean, we have, of course, basic research, and we're trying to apply research technologies to different areas like this one. But of course, we are focusing to applied research, and we're happy because we have a close collaboration with many private companies, but of course other organizations, not only in Greece, but also in Europe and in other countries. And we've seen that we're happy because we can see that our results, our research results, can now be applied to the industry, to the SMEs, to the different organizations that they need to use digital technologies. They need to use digital transformation. So now we are applying artificial intelligence, UAVs, Internet of Things, and it's not only research. We have results that are being applied also in the region of Central Macedonia. We applying, and together with the ENAV Institute, we are using, and we offered actually blockchain technologies in order to support farmers for the rice production. So we're using blockchain technologies. There is also infrastructure from that has been offered and has been funded by the region of Central Macedonia. So we have also infrastructure that is being offered to the regional ecosystem, but also in Greece. And it seems that now we can see how these technologies can be offered and can be actually understandable to the other actors in an understandable format, because it's always difficult sometimes when we're presenting technologies. You need to make it in understandable format in order to be sure that the other parties can understand. So there is collaboration with real economy players. This is our focus. There are also companies, spin-off companies that have been set up in our center in order to be sure that it's not only research, but also applied research that can be used by different technologies and by different actors. And we have also different solutions that are being offered to companies like Samsung, for example. So we have contracts with Samsung in order to offering artificial intelligence to them, but of course to the local ecosystem, as with many speakers of the panel, we have close collaboration and we are trying to support what's happening in our area.
So if I understand correctly, you have the collaboration with the region of Central Macedonia just to, let's say, expand your activities and place it to the other stakeholders.
Yes, we have a very close collaboration and we're happy with that. And this is what we're trying. There are different technologies that we're trying to be offered, to be applied in the different stakeholders that are located here. Of course, there is funding that is coming from the region, but also from the government and European funding. And this is how we are trying to, as we know very well, these different programs, we are collaborating with real economy players that are in Greece, but also in Europe, in order to support them and try to offer, try to apply our research and solutions to them through these funding programs.
And you're happy with that? You have the regions here, you don't need anything else? This is an opportunity.
Always you need something, but I think that we are very successful and we are trying a lot. We tried all of these years in order to be sure that our results can be finally used in this ecosystem. Because CERF was mainly, it was very famous in Europe, in other countries, but not in Greece. Now I think that in Greece, through this established collaboration, they know very well what is CERF and how we are supporting these research results that we are implementing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Votis.
Thank you.
And you mentioned again and again the financial instruments. So I have to go back to Mr. Chaniotakis again. Sorry for that, but I think it's probably the basic for creating smart farming. So do you think that a smart farming user could have a better access to your bank and other, let's say, financial instruments you can offer them?
I think if we observe a smart farming user, we realize that to the eyes of a bank or a financing institution, there are certain things that are positive. One is that he uses technology and he wants to improve his agricultural holding. The second is that he is able, through these tools, to lower his cost of production because he has a better use of inputs. The third is that he is able to improve his production because he has a better use of natural resources, such as irrigation water. And he may avoid the effects of extreme weather events because he gets early notifications and he is able to have the time to react. Finally, he can prove that his production is environmental friendly. So this is important for certifying his agricultural holding as a sustainable one and his products as environmental friendly. So overall, he has a better choice, a chance to persuade the bank that he is able to lower risks of production, to increase his productivity efficiency, to improve the attractiveness and competitiveness of his products, to increase his income. All these elements make him make him have a better credit worth profile. And finally, this profile open access to a bank financing, as well as better financing terms than another farmer.
And again, I have to go to Mr. Ioannis Koufoudakis. I think that it wasn't you, Elvira. I think it was Mrs. Alexandropoulou that mentioned the imports and the export, how important they are. And I have to ask you about the digital aspect of the import-export. And do you think that digital technology is enough to reserve the either to negative agricultural trade import-export balance?
Digital technology is not a panacea. It's naive to believe that when we apply digital technology, we solve our problems. In the past, our country had a positive trade balance in some very important agricultural products with much worse technological infrastructure. So of course, I agree that the trade balance is a major issue, but the solution to this problem, according to my opinion, must be sought elsewhere. The problems faced by the agricultural sector are very important and must be faced and addressed gradually in order for us to have a better course in the future. Clearly, the role of the digital modernization is very important in almost all the sectors, but it's almost every time complementary. The effects of digital technology are more clear and with significant imprint where we have well-established structures and procedures. The organization and the general degree of cooperation in the entities that operate in the agricultural sector in Greece are in a low level, in a low degree of integration. So among these parties, the farmers, the producers, the traders, the researchers, and the service providers, it's not very high. And that's, according to my opinion, it's the starting point. We need to create the conditions for synergies among these parties in order to, as a first step for the next transition to the technological era.
So I'll keep the word synergies, collaborations as the next part.
Of course.
Thank you. And I have to come back to Mr. Profitiliotis, if it's okay with you. I know that you have done a lot of research, UNESCO has done a lot of research, and you said that there were a lot of, let's say, you said wildcards. You used the terminology of wildcards. These are events that have been defined as high perceived impact and low perceived profitability events. What kind of unexpected future events might be important for us, for the agri-food sector? Have you already tried to allocate those events? Can you just share with us?
Yes. So as I said before, we are in the business of the future. And what I would like to take out of this presentation, at least from me today, is that there is a great need to be proactive. And we need to step a little bit out of the current reactive state of the art in how we manage the agri-food system from end to end, right? Now, during the course of our research in the future of agri-food, especially for Greece as contractors to the region of Central Macedonia, we managed to identify several signals which are, let's say, small indicators of phenomena, of events, or other, let's say, significant developments that might play a role in the future. Because the future is something that you cannot predict and you cannot foresee. You cannot empirically investigate, but you can find its roots in the present. So we try to investigate how the future might unfold, how alternative futures might unfold, by trying to find the roots of these issues in the present, and these are called emerging issues. These are convergent signals of developments and phenomena in the present that might lead to something important in the future. These are coming both from the side of consumption and from the side of production. So we see a turn of consumers to food as a means for, let's say, for pleasure and as a means for escaping from reality. This is something that appeared during COVID. This might not be something that had been expected before, because it seems to be like a counter movement to the other movements that have been established in the past, like sustainable food and ethical consumption and healthy consumption. We saw during the COVID era a rise in the demand for comfort food, but also at the same time a concern about alternative proteins and about precision nutrition. These might seem to be facets that contradict each other, but this is how the future unfolds. That's why you always need to be looking out for alternative future developments, and in order to be able to proactively, let's say, fortify the food system from end to end, you need to take into consideration wildcard events. And there are two kinds of wildcard events that I would like you to keep in mind from my contribution to this panel. The first one is a negative one. So wildcard events can either be positive ones or negative ones. High perceived importance but low perceived probability event that could negatively impact the food system, the agri-food system right now, could be a collapse of pollinators that could disrupt the food system in the place of production. This is something that has been reported many times in the past. This is something that scientists have been following for many decades, but it's still a serious issue. A collapse of pollinators may damage a lot of the crops that are currently producing a lot of the food that people around the world are consuming. Now, a positive wildcard event on the other side would be let's say, artificial synthesis of proteins. This is something that might seem unexpected, but there are some startups around the world that are trying to synthesize proteins directly using biochemical methods without resolving at all to any living organisms. So if we want to be proactive and act in the present in order to fortify our food system and build resilience into our food systems, we need to take into consideration alternative options on how the future might unfold and keep an open mind in order to capitalize, let's say, on opportunities as they emerge in the present.
I'll keep the positive scenario. And I'll go back to the digital, let's say, era. And ask again, finally, again, Athanasios Gertsis. We have different cultivations here in Greece, and I would like to ask you, I mean, in your experience, would you say that those different cultivations exhibit varying degrees of digital technology uptake? Or is it the same?
No. The word variability is the key word in precision agriculture. So there is variability in there. And Vicky, since you are in animal science, that brings me in mind something very important. We're talking about crop production. We're talking about digital systems. Let's not forget that 70% of the crops are not produced to feed people, are produced to feed animals. And there are tremendous digital developments in the livestock production systems. Probably you are aware of all of this from robotics, etc. Since I said the word robotics, I forget to mention that in my previous answer. So robotics and drones are, in my opinion, the two elements that they will reshape the agriculture. I'm speaking off text, so I don't remember what was the question actually, and I have to pick up. So, yes, there are quite different approaches. Field crops, let's concentrate on crop production systems. Field crops require different applications. Vegetables and especially tree production require different application. There are a lot of common digital concepts which are applied to all systems, across all systems. It is simply the degree of efficiency that is different, the degree of digitalization efficiency that is applicable to each system. I will take the opportunity to mention something that we should not forget. The upcoming Common Agricultural Policy, only God knows when it's going to start. We are going from delay to delay. Is concentrated on few keywords: simplification, digitalization, and precision agriculture. This is the core of the new developments. And European Union has promised something to the farmers, and not only farmers, to researchers and teachers, to provide free access to information. That's very important. Free platforms, or the farmers can use. So these are the elements of the digitalization I will focus more. Why they offer them free? Because we, the taxpayers, have already paid for that. Let's not forget that one as well. So there is a momentum of providing a lot of these platforms, applications, etc. Now, they provide the software part, of course, not the hardware, but the Common Agricultural Policy heavily finances, I don't want to use the word subsidizes, the purchase by farmers of equipment related to the sustainability, to the cost efficiency, etc. And all these are something that we should consider. This is the future. And I want to close with another humorous statement. In the United States, when the farmers demonstrate, again, I act like a farmer, they have a banner there. The banner states, no farmers, no food, no future. Unfortunately, the European farmers demonstrate with different banners, blue, red, yellow, I don't know, political like, and they forget that only all of the people here mention we need synergies across horizontally and vertical synergies. Digitalization is not a panacea, it's another tool. And that reminds me how digitalization was 40 years ago when I was a student. There was not much of it. But the production of decision support systems, simulation modeling, etc., and I'm sorry to say that, it was much better and more developed than these systems are now. We have developed excellent decision support systems, crop simulation, you call them, for crops which were excellent without having all this technology available nowadays. Weather data are provided by weather stations. No, that's not right. Right now, I can take you to a free online software application that the meteorological satellites provide better, more accurate, and more detailed weather data. Let's update ourselves on what is going on technologies. I'm teaching precision agriculture for 20 years. I'm teaching 3 classes, 2 in the bachelor program and 1 in the master program. And I'm sorry to say that every semester I have to change the material of my courses because the development, the technology lifetime for some of these technologies is between 4 and 8 months. Thanks.
Thank you, but a lot of things and a lot of data, I will say, because you mentioned a lot of measurements, a lot of data, but This is a question I would like to probably ask the people who are dealing with data. I think.
Let me make a point here. Remember what happens in the computers when you feed them with input data. If you feed them with garbage, the result will be garbage. Let's be careful with this big data. Who is analyzing, how they're analyzing, and how much of this big data are reliable data. That's a big issue.
But still, this data is a lot. This data belongs to the farmers mainly, and the people who own, the different farmers. So this is a question for, I guess, both Mr. Koufoudakis and Mr. Pigiotis. You're probably the most experts in that. A lot of data, a lot of it is personal, quite important, and also there is the EU Code of Conduct for agricultural data sharing as well. I really need your feedback and your thoughts about, this data collection. And I'll ask with, I don't know, Mr. Koufoudakis, you started with the data. You said how important it is, so I will start with you.
I will not start with the kind of data, if it's rubbish or not. Of course, if you collect rubbish, you produce rubbish. According to my opinion, is the data protection. We need to face this issue and try to address it if we would like to provide correct services to the farmers. Cognitera recently undertook the implementation of EAC's platform for the collection and processing of information needed in order for the EU to distribute the financial aids to the eligible farmers. EACs are basically integrated, I think, subsidies administration and control system. It's actually a registry of agricultural land parcels with a lot of information regarding the cultivation techniques, fertilization, irrigation, and private owners' data. Right now, for the first time this year, the EACS platform is hosted to the governmental cloud, G-Cloud. That's according to my opinion, a major breakthrough that the Greek government did this year. We are talking about 6 terabytes of data, more than 6.5 million parcels, 2 million documents, and so on. And all this data, after some degree of processing, are publicly available from now on from the G-Cloud and for free for everybody. That's the main difference between having data hosted in a private cloud versus having data hosted in a governmental infrastructure. And that is the ideal role, according to my opinion, of the governmental infrastructure, which can work as a provider of data through well-defined and published to the interested parties web APIs. What I mentioned before, and it's according to my opinion very important, is that we need to ensure that these data cannot be tampered, alternated or changed, or even if so, we have to have a full traceability and auditability about these changes. This can only be ensured if the data are hosted under the watchful eyes of governmental institutions like G-Cloud. Of course, governmental organizations are portrayed as bureaucratic, and they have strict procedures that enforce some strict law regulation about the modification or accessing this data. But in the case of data integrity and security, this can be seen as an advantage. On the other hand, of course, we have the needs of the end user, the farmer, which has new needs. The farmer needs new technologies and so on. And that's the point where the collaboration and the synergies between private sector and governmental sector can take place.
Thank you. And I guess this is your turn, Mr. Vigiotis, for your input.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yanis, for pointing out this change that we also welcomed. And this is a change that we would like also to support through the years to come. Because back in 2018, it was New Republic that developed a smart farming system called ERIAFF, addressed to every single producer, no matter what the size of his land was, no matter if he was a part of an organization, of a producer organization, if he was a part of agricultural cooperative. What the producer wanted, what the farmer and the agricultural advisor wanted was to have access to data. This is something that also this is something that has always been in the table of dialogue for every stakeholder in the agricultural and not only sector. Because, you know, farmers keep on exchanging data not only among themselves, but also towards their cooperative, towards the buyer, towards the one that would come to do the controls so as to get financial aid from the government. But the only problematic, let's say, is that there was not such a how to call it that, there was not a regulatory system so as to define who owns this kind of data. This is where EU Code of Conduct came to begin this discussion. It was an initiative that started by COPA and COGECA. We are ERIAFF and is part of COPA and COGECA. Let me just put a single parenthesis in this. Yes, ERIAFF is a company that belongs to the group of New Republic. It is consisted of 71 agricultural cooperatives all over Greece, not only in the plant sector, but also in the animal sector, in the animal production. More than 150,000 farmers belong to this cooperation. But also, this is why, I close the bracket. This is why we wanted to participate in this dialogue. We wanted to say, okay, we've got this data. We want to improve our production. How we can do that? Because I take the seeds from a seller, and I want to know if the seeds that he provides me are of good quality, because the one that buys my production wants this kind of production of these specific characteristics. And each and every single stakeholder in this dialogue wanted to have access to data. But the thing is, no one was ready to give away this kind of data. And we said, okay, let's sit down in a table and see who finally owns this data. What the result of this discussion that ended up after quite two years was the signing of EU Code of Conduct that describes that the owner of the data is the one who originally produces the data. So the producer, if he sells a product to a company, he's the originator of the data. The company can have access to this kind of data, but if the company wants to make, let's say, a promotion activity, this cannot be done without the permittance of the producer. What is important is that in the contracts that are signed during this whole procedure, describe very clearly that the owner of the data is the originator. So what we have understood from this dialogue is that in the framework of ESSENS, I'll take you back to that, which is the smart farming solution that we offer here in Greece, but not only in Greece, because we have already activities in Spain, in Portugal, in Poland, in Cyprus, and many other European countries, is that let's gather the data. Let's be clear that the data belong to the producer, and let's see what we can provide him. And what we can provide him is smart farming advices. Smart farming advices as far as irrigation, as far as pest management, but also as smart farming advices as far as fertilization is concerned. And this is done through the agro-meteorological stations that are spread all over Greece. This is the smart farming infrastructure. We want to call it like that, that it is not only IT station, but it is sensors as well installed in the fields. And these sensors give us fruitful information as far as what is really happening in the field. But this kind of data is combined with satellite images. Satellite images that are free because of the Copernicus initiative. We combine the satellite images with the data that we have from the field. But all this, of course, would not be important and would not be profitable for the farmer if it weren't the advisor, the agricultural advisor, who is at the fields and knows the specifics and the characteristic of the specific area. This is one of the third of the four dimensions that we have in the ESSENS smart farming system, because we believe that we cannot talk about digitization, we cannot talk about smart farming if we cannot have producer, we cannot have advisor agronomist, if we don't have satellite images, if we don't have stations. These are all the aspects that we need to take into account so as to provide this kind of smart farming systems, advices. And the advices that we have provided through the last 5 years have given us specific results as far as decreases in the production cost. We have noticed around 20% decrease in irrigation, 25% around. It depends on the crop and it depends on the cultivation, but 25% as far as fertilization cost, and 35% less pest management cost. These are costs that we have, these are the results that we recently announced and we shared with the public community.
So we have the tool, so we have the Code of Conduct for Agricultural Data Sharing. It's available for all the regions, so they can always share and make it public to the farmers as well. The farmers really need to know that the data belong to them. So probably this is for the regions to inform the farmers for that. And I know that Mr. Votis also have it itself data also, and the management of different data, and you also have different disciplinaries from different sectors. And I've got no idea how this interdisciplinarity is going to be successful for the implementation of digital farming. Is it something that you at CERT implement?
Yes, correct. Actually, we cannot discuss about smart farming or agriculture 4.0 if we don't have in this interdisciplinarity. So that means that we're collaborating with geologists, with biologists, with producers, with farmers. In this ecosystem, we need all the players, the key players, that can come to us and try to translate them, all the technological parameters that, in a simple word, in order to be understandable. And something that it's really important is also to discuss also the social consequences, ethics, and everything that has happened in order to be sure that no one were afraid about the technology, about the data, about where we are storing the data, as it was mentioned. And it's very critical to understand that for years in the agriculture sector, it has been, I mean, agriculture has been approached as something that's done on the intuition and wisdom of the, between the generation inside the family. However, there are different, everything has changed now, the climate change, the urbanization, and there was a strong impact. So this is the reason that now they came to us, so they asked for technology. So it's not the opposite, where the technology or the IT people, they moved to a sector and were looking how the technology could be applied there. Now, the farmers, the producers are coming to us, they are discussing their problems, what they would like to do with their production. And it's good because it was mentioned about the rubbish of the data. However, I think that the technology that exists today can solve this problem. There are IoT, there are robotics, there are UAVs, so there are satellites. So I think that the data that are being stored, of course, can be of a high quality, and all the data, I think, can be used in order to support the different technologies and this digital transformation.
Well, thank you so much. And I think I have to close this panel discussion because it was too long for the others, and move on to the smart farming innovation in agriculture with our next guest. I want to really thank you all for your input. You have all the regions here, so maybe they are available for you for any answers later on if you want. Thank you so much. And I have to move to the next panel discussion, which has to do with the smart farming innovation in agriculture. So I have again to ask Mr. Giorgos Kefalas, the Vice Governor of Rural Economy of Region of Central Macedonia, to be with us. I also like to ask Mr. Ilias Kalfas, the Senior Researcher of the American Farm School of Thessaloniki. Also, Mr. Fotis Hatzipapadopoulos, who is the, thank you, BOD advisor of the Smart Agri Hub. Vasilis Polychronos, which is the CTO of Geosense. Vangelis Vasiliadis, the CEO of Agrostis. And Dimitris Kouvas, CEO of Sciendact. Thank you all for joining us. And I guess this is going to be slightly more technical. You're okay? So I'll start with Mr. Kefalas, and then I'll move on to the more, let's say, technical discussion. And I would like to ask you about, your thoughts and ideas on how regional authorities can promote the adoption of digital technology in the agri-food sector.
Okay. In the case of our region, the region of Central Macedonia, in the context of the RIS strategy that we follow and the forthcoming regional operational program, which is the main foundation program that we have, and we try to gain from the European financial resources, in any case. For the actions related to the adoption of digital technology in the agri-food sector, first of all, we enhance the collaboration with the research institutes. We listened before Mr. Gertzes from the American Farm School, for example. We try to push the participation of all of our services in digital innovation hubs. We try to enforce the digitalization and the reinforcement in new technologies and innovative production processes on the agri-food value chain with the creation of new clusters or with empowerment of already existing clusters with specialization, evaluation, coordination, with focus in the creation of larger clusters and to create, let's say, mass strategy to pass all this in the rural society. We try to enhance their connection for the remote and in general the rural areas, the creation of innovation nodes, living labs, digital creation workshops, and so on. We have some actions for digital transformation of local product value chains, the introduction of IST tools, digitalization and new applications for the farming sector. I would like to say that in general in our region we are pioneers compared to the average level of what is going on in our country, and we have as a score, let's say, from the financial resources that we have available for the rural activities development, as a score compared to the national level, we finance by 3 times more the establishment of such activities compared to the national level.
Thank you so much. But can I ask the rest of the panel just a small interruption? I know that Mr. Kefalas wants to leave the panel for a while because he has another,
let's say, rural diplomacy.
Okay.
We have some delegates from Kosovo.
So if it's okay with the rest of the panel, before I move on to you and you can make your introductions, if it's okay, so I can always give another question to Mr. Kefalas, so he can always move on, if it's okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I won't keep you that much. And
Don't worry.
I can always hear about, let's say, triple, quadruple helix, and I really want someone to give me, like, let's say, in practice, what's going on. How in practice can we promote the rural development in your region, in the region of Central Macedonia? But I want something, the triple helix as an example, not in theory anymore.
I think in the next session, we have one presentation for one case that is working here in our region. We have for one of the farming products of our, which is very important for the local rural economy, rice. We have we try to develop one application for the rice value chain, and there are participating 3 rice cooperatives, the 3 major cooperatives of the rice growers, of the rice farmers, one research center, CERT, that was presented before, and the rural authority service of our region. You are going to see a presentation of this example in the Today section for projects and good practices. Also, there is one more example in the area of Goumenis Akilkis concerning the wine, the grapes and wines production in this area, and how we utilize the digital technology, let's say, intervention, because we very common listen, let's say, the strategy from the farm to fork. Here is from the farm to the wine glass approach, okay. This application combines technologies at the vineyard level, and it combines digital technologies because we take advantage of all the information provided from the meteorological stations established by our region there for real-time management, because the community, the local community there, and I mean the farmers, the vineyards owners and the local wineries can take advantage of the digital technology in real time in order to improve their, or to protect from the climate change their production. I think that this is one of the best examples there. We have the American Farm School, the local farming community, the region of Central Macedonia, and who else is there involved? Yes, I think that I forget somebody. And the wineries, exactly.
And I think the whole idea of the triple helix is, the idea to come from the farmers, I guess. I don't know if this is the whole case for the whole 3 examples you mentioned, or is it only working for the last one?
No, I think this is the last one. But I think that these 2 examples, speaking for the local farmers in Goumenis and for the rice growers, I think it's let's say, leading examples to understand what we're trying to do.
And I think Mr. Kalfas is working with you, so he can always elaborate and always expand, his...
He's a very good partner in this...
this example you gave. So if it's okay with you,
maybe he can present more specifically what we are doing there.
Okay, Mr. Kalfas, I don't know if it's okay with you to just expand on the question I made to Mr. Kefalas and give us more details about that. And then we can always move on and introduce ourselves, because I own to the farmers too.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Ilias Kalfas, and I'm an agronomist at the Strategic Project Management Office of the American Farm School. Thanks, Vice Governor, for the pass. We've been working in the Goumenis area for about 4 years now. These people have met with what we call digital agriculture, or digitalization of farming, a couple of years ago, and they were surprisingly good. They are better than expected. These people have taken initiatives by themselves just from knowing that there were high levels of relative humidity. They defoliated around the grape cluster, and they saved their produce in a very difficult year, such as 2019 was. Again, they came up with demands. The demands were bottom-up, and they described the real problem of the real economy, and they sought for answers. looking for researchers and local government for help. What they want to do is they want to make a reliable farming, having all the knowledge they could possibly have, and they want also to make sure that all this will be transparent and fully traceable, and through this traceability chain they are building, they can communicate all the demands of legislation regarding the product and all the extra information that is not, let's say, obligatory, but it's an added value. So we have built a small digital ecosystem there that could now host, has a capacity to host up to 2,000 sensors or 2,000 connected devices, because we are not only talking about sensors, we can talk also about activators. I mean, it's a two-way procedure. It's not only that you receive information, you can also command action. This is the future step we are already planning to do. For now, they have a very robust information system that can host all, of course, the information about climatic conditions or local conditions, soil conditions, whatever it's of the interest of each participant. But they also can interconnect and ally this environmental measurements with the vineyard phenology, the phenological stages, so they can also, let's say, time schedule all operation and all works in a micro scale, because they may be in an area, but not all the fields are facing the same environmental conditions. They also want to assure full traceability. And what is really pioneering, at least for Greek reality, is that the whole value chain wanted to collaborate on this. I mean, we have the farmers, we have the wineries, we have the scientists, we have all these people that can make this added value happen. And in all this, we have the full support of region of Central Macedonia, and all local and regional stakeholders are into it. We have started it this year, and we are pretty optimistic that it will go very well. So far, the results are very encouraging and give us all this power. We want to continue it for this.
Okay, so I'll just keep that it was a triple helix example, let's say, working in practice. But this is something that came, you know, from the farmers themselves. That's right. So I'll move on to the other panelists, if it's okay with you. I mean, Mr. Kefalagiou, you can always... Thank you so much. Back, don't worry. So I'll move on to Mr. Fotis Hadjipapadopoulos. And I know you have experience in different competence centers. I just want a small introduction from you, what you're doing and what is your competence center about, and what is your experience up to date with different competence centers in our sector, in digital farming. What are your expectations? What are the contributions in practice in promoting what we say digital transformation? I know that we all say, you know, digital hubs, competence centers, but we really want your input on that because you're working on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this panel. Good morning to everybody. I'm Fotis Hadjipapadopoulos. Some things about my background. I'm an electrical engineer. However, I devoted my discipline for the last decade trying to improve the efficiency of agriculture. So 10 years ago, I co-founded a venture for smart farming. It was one of the first in Europe, and right now is one of the most successful and largest one in Southern Europe. However, this year I decided to move in new endeavors. So I joined Center, which is a company that revolutionizes the grain management procedure and supply chain post-harvest. So we use technology, artificial intelligence for that purpose. And I also, very recently, started to lead a new effort, which is a new competence center, which is a spin-off of Agriculture University of Athens. It has also 12 industry players as shareholders, 12 companies that cover many aspects of the agri-food chain, technological companies, companies related to agri-food inputs, and companies also of the supply chain and by circular economy. So we have created a quite broad skill set and know-how from many players of the agri-food market, and our goal is to try to make a meaningful impact on the digital transformation of the Greek agriculture and also the European agriculture. So Smart Agro Hub has identified some from our experience, some things that we believe that the digital path, the digital agriculture in Greece suffers from, and we are going to try to remedy those things. And our strong points are that we actually bridge the research, the academic research, with real market and industry skills and capacity. And the things, in short, from my experience, my personal experience, that we need to cover are mostly in the field of facilitate the trust, the building of trust of Greek farmers to the digital tools, the new digital tools, and also trying to empower other companies that build those tools, agrotechnological companies or agricultural input companies, to build tools that are more specialized for the Greek agriculture, because many of these tools are have technological know-how that is being imported from other countries, has been developed and researched in other places. And in agriculture, there is a specialty compared to other industries that your technological tools have to be validated and refined locally, with locally accumulate data, with local observations in open fields if there are tools for the efficiency of open field agriculture. So given our capacity with experimental infrastructure, with research groups in the university, and also with market players that have a reach on different sectors of the market, we're going to build mostly business-to-business tools and services that will use all this capacity in order to fill those gaps, to fill the data and the scientific knowledge for building up decision support models that are specialized for Greek agriculture, for Greek crops and varieties, along with all the digital infrastructure that can be used widely all over the spectrum of the market and also be exploited by other agrotechnological companies. That's it.
Thank you so much. And I have to go and talk to the real economy, let's say, players and the people who are creating this farming. So we have with us Vasilis Polychronon from Geosense, Evangelis Vasiliadis from Agrostis, and Dimitris Kouvas from Sciendact. they are both the experts, let's say, and the people who are creating the digital technologies. So the question is the same for all the three of you, but first of all, you have to make a small introduction of where you're coming from. But just keep in mind that we're talking about, let's say, the Greek agritech, and we're talking about the market in Greece. So many companies, and is the Greek market enough to sustain the number of the technological providers, to active in it and sustain in it and survive in it?
Okay,
do we have enough market?
Who goes first? Shall I take the chance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me in this panel. I am Vasilis Polychronos. I'm the Chief Technical Officer of Geosense, also the founder. My background is in economics, and I have a master's degree in GIS. But still, I'm not the type of guy that will work with figures. I find it more joyful to work with screwdrivers and screws. That's why I'm running technically the company. So Geosense is a company that was founded about 20 years ago, and it used to serve the geoinformatics sector, being a major, let's say, vendor selling turnkey solutions to engineers and land surveyors, etc. And since 2010, we had an inspiration, a light in our mind, and they said, okay, drones is the next big thing. It's something that we need to focus on this, because drones are the, let's say, a new tool for engineers, for land surveyors, and starting from there, we found that drones can be applied also in agriculture and inspection, and not only mapping, of course. Okay, so it's agriculture inspection and search and rescue, and various other applications. Through all these years, we have managed to establish, let's say, 4 different sectors. Sector number 1 is, of course, the trading. We are the trading company mainly. So we do distribute for major players in the global market. Our second foot, let's say, is the services. We do some services, but they have to be specialized. We are not working against our customers, but we do services in when the projects are very high demanding, and when the projects are very specialized, they need a lot in order to, let's say, execute them. And usually those projects are coming back to us from our customers. Third foot of Geosense is the academy. We are a certified training center from National Civil Aviation Authority in order to train drone pilots, as we call it. I'd rather say drone operators, because pilot is a very heavy word, but anyway. So we do some specialized training, certified from a Civil Aviation Authority. We are also complied with the EASA regulations, the European Union regulation framework. And we do a lot of training regarding the use of drones in photogrammetry, remote sensing, inspection, filming, of course, agriculture, etc. And number 4 is, and the last one is our R&D department. It's a department that was founded a few years ago, utilizing funds coming from national calls and from European calls. And we focus in, let's say, integrating various payloads to drones, and also to develop new drone solutions regarding everyday users. So, going back to the question, if the market is big enough, okay. I can only, of course, talk about my perspective as a drone, let's say, operator, or as a drone vendor. So no, the answer is clearly no. I mean, we've been under several disruptions all these years. The market was disrupted back in 2015, where we had capital controls, followed by 3 memorandums. Then we had the COVID pandemic, and now we have the war. So if you were asking me, let's say back in 2014, what do you think about the use of drones in agriculture? I would say that in 5 to 7 years from now, which is today, the market would be good enough and well educated too. So today, what's the status? It's strange. There is no let's say, demand for drones to be applied in agriculture. The only exception is the spraying drones. And this is very contradictory because maybe you don't know it, but it's not allowed to use these drones. Most of these systems are against the European regulatory that has to do with air spraying and has to do also with the use of drones and the use of the airspace of these drones. And this is because they are too heavy. So despite that, there is, let's say, a market out there, a small one, but only in drones used for spraying. And that can be explained because it's something that brings very obvious and direct benefits to the farmer. The cost for spraying with a drone is a fraction of the corresponding cost of more traditional ways. So yes, there is a market out there. Even it's, let's say, a gray market, meaning that the end user cannot be sure that he is allowed to use that spraying drone. But anyway, it's there. And the other hand side that we're missing is the crops monitoring and crops, let's say, assessment, which can be done easily with drones. There is no demand there. That's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm getting, at least from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polychronos. I think we have to move to Mr. Vangelis Vasiliadis from Agrostis.
Good day. From me, I would like to first thank the organizers for the invitation to be in this panel. I am Managing Director of Agrostis, which is an IT company, and also co-founder of Agrostis, which is an IT company providing farm management software and business software, business solutions, specifically for the agricultural sector. The company started 10 years ago, 2012, and since 2018, we are part of the one of the largest agri-consultancy business in Greece, Novacert. To be honest and true, we are still operating in, and this is related to your question, how big is the size of the market? We are still operating in a startup mode. The market is not small, in my opinion. It's huge, not huge, but it's big, but it's very shallow, very, very shallow. It means that, let's say we have, for example, 200 or 300 customers. Very few of them have used exactly the same system as, or software system as the other. Every customer wants their own customizations, their own ways of business, their own reports, their own data collected, their own ways of working with their workers, with the spraying, and everybody wants their own customization. So you cannot build a system that covers the needs and the demands of every farming business. You have to build something special for its new customer, and that, of course, is very costly, and that, of course, requires a lot of resources, and it's difficult to cope with. That's my view of the situation. Whether this market can sustain all the agri-tech companies in Greece, I'm not sure. I think it's a matter of how the funding will be organized and channeled to the farmers, because I believe that very few farmers, very few farming businesses can on their own invest in new technologies. They have to be subsidized and funded for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasiliadis. Mr. Kouvas?
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation to be a part of this panel and of this very nice event. My name is Dimitris Kouvas. I'm co-founder of Scientect SA. During the first panel, I heard my friend Sakis to talk about the precision agriculture and this long trip that will go together the last almost 30 years. Probably our company is one of the oldest companies in the area. Our history goes back to 1995 when we established the Science Act. Our headquarters are here in Thessaloniki. During these 25 years, we succeed to expand our activities also outside of the borders, outside of Greece. We are working in almost all the countries in Southeast Balkans, from Albania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, Romania, Cyprus, Greece, of course. During this adventure, we had the luck to have some good cooperations with big Greek companies, mainly big constructors. So we had the opportunity to export our products to the countries even out of the Greece, out of the Europe, like the Central and North America. Talking the precision agriculture, talking the innovation in this area, it is true that it's a very complicated area. The scientists, like Professor Gertsis, my friend Sakis, explain how complicated it is. It is not enough to have the hardware. It is not enough to have the software. It is not enough to have the good scientists. You need the terrain to apply all these very beautiful tools. You need to have the farmers who will be trained to use this stuff, to use these tools, to use these beautiful software tools. And this takes a long time to do reality. Everybody knows that, let's say, to use these methods, smart farming, smart agriculture, precision agriculture, we can use many different words for that, is one way. If someone wants to survive in very, very competitive environment, this is the reality. From the other hand, it's very difficult, and my opinion is we're too far to convince the people, the simple farmers, to be a part of in this game, in this adventure. So, to go back to your question, the answer is not simple. It looks that there is a huge market because, as I told before, it is one way. Everybody, every farmer, sooner or later will use these tools. So the companies involved in this area, we have to do something. We have to work in this area. But when this will happen, and until this happens, can the enterprises which is working in this area survive? Again, very difficult the answer. If I talk for our company, for my company, I can say that if we try to work only in this area, then in 1 or 2 years we have to operate. So we need also to do a lot of different things in order to survive. But from the other hand, as I told before, more and more people, they realize that this is the only method to produce and to earn money, to earn profit from this work. So the people, the market need companies like us, but need professionals. You can say, if you search in the internet, you can find hundreds of companies in our territory in Greece. Which of these companies can support the farmers? Which of these companies has the knowledge to support? And in best scenario, to don't make damage to the users. Very difficult answer. Until now, there is not regulation about that. Who can work, who can suggest who can sell, who can support the farmers. So, my opinion is that yes, there is a big market, but this market needs specialists, like the other markets, like the other segments of the economic activity. I don't know if I replied to your question, but really, I think it's very complicated.
Yeah, thank you. And you raised a few new ones. You said about we have to convince the farmer. Mr. Vassiliadis said that it's a shallow market, and there's a question to Mr. Kalfas. We're talking about, innovation, let's say, facilitator. Is this something that is going to help in this case? What do you think that the role of innovation facilitator could be in order to, let's say, facilitate the transformation?
Yeah, okay. What is an innovation facilitator? It's a part that can understand science and has the means to transfer the utilization of science in the real market, in the real economy. So yes, it always takes an innovation facilitator to make it happen, because the farmer cares about the results. On the other hand, the scientists care about science, but they need to find a common language. It is generally admitted that most of the research remains in some drawers, or at the best case, it can produce some papers in scientific journals. In this case, here we're talking about European sector, farming sector, the digitalization of it. It will take a lot of scientists from different disciplines, like agronomists, first of all, but also engineers, IT people, that will produce solutions, and the solutions should be integrated in their daily routine of farmers. These people come from different worlds. They cannot, even if they try it, it's not certain that they can communicate. It needs someone who can translate the scientific language into daily instructions or simple, let's say, phrases that a farmer can find understandable and also can find useful. Because we have a lot of times the phenomenon that there is a hard work done for something that the farmers don't care. So we need this innovation facilitator to check the scientific world, to check the solutions market, evaluate the solutions, the available solutions, and transfer it to using the best ways to the end users. And yes, this is a kind of useful thing to do in the real market. Don't know.
Thank you. And you also, Mr. Kouva, sorry about that, but you also said that you really need, you don't know who is going to be responsible of, let's say, giving this knowledge to the farmer, who is going to provide this service to the farmer. But this is a question to all three of you, let's say, if you have any farming experts in your companies. Do you have someone to support the end-to-end service, let's say, in your companies? This goes to both three of you because you are the technical providers. I don't know if, again from...
Again from me, okay. Yeah. It's a good question, meaning that, as I said before, our background comes from drones, etc. So we are not agronomists, since we will never be. Our approach in the market is like, if you imagine the field being a hospital, we are the X-ray machine, okay? And then we have the doctors, which are the agronomists. So we can be the doctors, of course. So that's our approach, and what we are really missing when we try to approach the end user is to have what it takes to convince him. We talk very, let's say, technically to him, so he doesn't understand us. From the other hand side, we have the agronomists that they speak the same language with the producers. So that combination would be very useful, and this is something that, number one, we cannot afford it right now as a company, but we would like to have it in a way of, let's say, interaction between agronomists and cooperation and collaboration. That's how we think the market should go. Thank you.
Mr. Vassiliadis?
Yes, yes, we do have agronomists in our company, and they are covering the sales and the customer support. So they need to talk the same language as far as possible to our customers, to farmers. But it's not in our, let's say, business to provide end-to-end services. We're small companies who have to define what our services are, and we develop and market business software systems for agriculture. So we try to partner with other companies for providing end-to-end services. That's why we have partnered with Novacert, who is a leading agricultural consulting firm in the field. Thank you.
Yes, also in our company we have 2 agronomists, but there is a separation line. What I mean, our target is not to offer to the farmer how we have benefit of this instrument from a meteorological station or from a portable instrument. Our agronomists will support the users how to use the instrument, not what to do with the knowledge that we have or with the data that we take from the instruments. It's not our job. It's like the providers of agricultural supplies. All the stores has an agronomist, but the agronomist can consult the farmer what to buy, but not why he must buy and what he must expect, and or if he use something else, he will have the same or better result. So yes, the answer is yes. Absolutely, we have the specialists, not only the agronomists. It's not enough for our job. We have the engineers who are trained to support the users. As I told before, it is a complicated market. It's not so easy. For example, it's not something commercial. The farmer cannot find a meteorological station in the supermarket. So the people who will support him from the installation up to the understanding of the data must be well trained. So the combination of engineers and the agronomists is absolutely necessary, and the last three decades we try to have it in our premises.
Thank you. And a last question that came again from you. I mean, you also said that the market is not that big, and some of you are still working in a startup level. So the question is, how significant is participation in different EU funded projects? It's important for you. What type of support would you expect from European institutions in order to address the European market? This is also for our technical provider, but I think this is something that goes for our competence center as well, the AgriHub competence center. So maybe I'll start this time from you. But I guess this is a common question for all of you.
Okay. It is a tool that it is necessary for a startup company because it is a funding tool. So every funding tool is quite useful. However, there are some dangers, some risks when using such tools. So especially if a company has a strategic plan and has a plan to develop some specific product and services. So these funding tools, because they actually consume resources, they have to be in line with the main strategic plan of the company. And the competence center, it is a company, so we have our our strategic plan for our product and services. And as long as these projects can be in line with our line of business, it is a necessary tool, not only for funding, but also for networking, because especially in our strategic plan, we have to create a community from the academic research that is being preached to the market, and we are going to use the digital tools as a mean also for bridging this gap. So the funded projects at the European level give us also the opportunity to network with other organizations, other research institutes that we also have common orientation regarding the selection of specific technologies, specific tools. We can also utilize experience that have been developed outside of our country in order for this technological experience to be used in our market. So they are useful in those two ways, mostly. Regarding now the size of market that have been the other panelists have mentioned, I believe that there is also the opportunities there, because the available market, it is big. However, the penetration right now of the digitalization is quite small. And as I told you previously, I believe that the limiting factor, the most limiting factor is trust, and not awareness, because right now we're about a decade that we are talking about smart farming. So even the last farmer has heard about it. However, he cannot easily trust something that it is foreign to him, and it seems complicated because it is complicated. So this is the main point that we have to overcome, and I strongly believe that the technological tools alone cannot build trust, because a farmer, every person cannot trust blindly a machine that tells him that he is better to do something in that way that he has been using to do it another way. So you have to have the intermediary supporting person, the professional, the agronomist, the consultant, that he is going to exploit all these tools to provide something that it is quite simple to his customer, to his farmer, that it is more educated advice. Because this is the only way that the farmer can consume the advice. He has to take it from a person, not a machine. So I think that all the market, the agro-technological market, has to mostly focus to equip the professionals with those tools, mostly and primarily, and maybe not directly the farmers.
And again, Mr. Polychronos, how important is EU funding for you?
I think it's definitely very, very important. And as I said before, our R&D department was established utilizing this kind of funds. And but we need more than funding. That's what I'm feeling. I mean that we need more interactions between the funding, between the companies and the institutes. They do the research. We need more focused research. And I have, let's say, a feeling that nationally we could establish some test beds where all the agri-technology companies would deploy their know-how, their equipment, and we do a lot of demonstrations to potential end users, and then we can also integrate our systems with the other companies, so become very, very mature and not only, just talking for myself, flying the drone and giving an X-ray of the field. Okay, it's good to have an X-ray, but how can I use it to take some results in my everyday business? If I could combine these results with Vangelis' system or with Dimitri's systems, then I think the output would be much more bigger, and not only that, it would be more, let's say, attractive to the end user as well. So that's something that I think we're missing in Greece. We desperately need national test beds for all the companies, all the agri-tech companies should go and deploy there and demonstrate and get more mature and, fine-tune their systems. That's my opinion.
Yes. What type of funding from EU institutions? Well, I agree with Fotis, as usually the research and development funding research and technological development funding is quite often a distraction for a company, because you end up not really looking funding for your ideas, but you end up looking ideas for funding. That's a common thing. I would say that this area is not an area of lack of technology. It's an area of lack of adoption of this technology by the end users, the farmers. So what needs to be done, all the funding should be structured in a way that, I don't know, I'm not expert in the field, but they should be structured somehow providing incentives to the farmers, education, networking, direct funding, I don't know, for purchasing these technologies. This is, I think, that needs to be thought of. Yeah, and for the companies, for us, I mean, type of funding would be, yes, marketing, promotion, networking, these kind of activities would be strongly, wanted for funding. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Koupas?
More or less, my friends, Fotis, Vasilis, and Vangelis cover me. I want to add something more. During the first panel, Professor Getsis, my friend Sakis, told that the people in the field need cheap solutions, cheap instruments. They haven't the capitals, they have the money to invest more in order to improve their production. And more especially in these years after the crisis, after the pandemic situation, after the war, in the war. So, how we can give to the farmers cheap solutions, cheap instruments, cheap services? Someone who must develop them. Is there, for example, in our country, the companies who can invest to develop such things? The answer is a big no. There is not. There is not companies that can invest to develop cheap moisture sensor or to improve the software platforms. So, from one hand, we have the market. From the other hand, we have the users. We need the tools. We need the support from the European Union to invest, and to invest via the companies, via the state. I don't know. Maybe use both directions. But yes, we need support to develop new tools, to develop new services, to be closer to the farmers.
Thank you all. And I'll keep, a few things and, facilitating. And I don't think you need maybe proper funding, but you need collaboration, and you need, like you said, test bed and demonstration. So I think this is something for all of you, maybe to discuss and come together. And thank you again very much for your discussion and your input. I think this is your time for your coffee break, and I think we have to do it and come back in 10 minutes' time. I think there are, headphones for translation, but this is going to be after the lunch, if I'm correctly. So it's time for your coffee break. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope your coffee was okay. And I will start with just introducing our next keynote speaker, Mrs. Begonia Perez Villarreal, from ERIAFF Food CLC South Director. And she's going to give us an input on the agri-food sector resilience through crisis. Mrs. Perez, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Good morning, everyone. I'm really sorry that I'm not in person with you today, enjoying this wonderful light that I remember I could experience, I think it was 3 years ago, from the Aegean Sea around you. So, well, next time I will do it, I promise. I'm sure that you have heard what EIT food is and how do we work and things like that, but I only want to give you very brief explanation. If I can show you, okay. I will do it, I think, this way. I think you can hear that. I'm sure Elvira has explained what the EIT Food is doing. I would like only to mention some of the things that, some of the programs that we are doing together with local partners in Greece, some of the programs that we would like to do as well together with new partners in the years to come. EIT Food, what it is? Mainly, what we do is to accelerate innovation. So we are calling ourselves the largest food open innovation community, creating connections. I have heard in the last panel quite a lot of you talking about networking need. That is what we do. Frankly, we invest in projects, in organizations and individuals, and we do matchmaking between within industrial partners, between universities, research and technology organizations, and startups to make our food system stronger and better. That is our aim in EIT Food. We work in this, what we call the knowledge triangle integration. So that means we work in innovation, in education and entrepreneurship, and we put, we try to engage with citizens and put them, as you can see graphically there, in the center, because they are extremely important, especially in our sector. So after saying this few introduction, I would like really to come back to the title of the roundtable, the agri-food sector resilience through crisis. You know that we all have experienced really how during pandemic the agri-food sector demonstrated its resilience. No doubt about it. More or less after this, because we are still coming out of the pandemic, we are facing another issue, obviously, that is affecting globally, because which is more global than the food system, than the food sector. I cannot think on, yeah, the energy one. Yes, that's it. But food is really global. And so everything what happened in a corner of our world is affecting in the other side. So food security issue is the crisis that we are going to face in the next years, for sure. And we are very focused today in agriculture and a sustainable agriculture, by the way. We all know that agriculture is the heart of our food systems, and it will be even more when our population grows. All of us, we have heard this huge data that, for example, by 2050, the agriculture will need to produce 60% more food globally. This is quite an issue, quite a food security issue. But at the same time, we need to produce it in a sustainable way. There is no other way possible. And the reason is because agriculture, forestry, and other types of land uses are responsible for almost what we say 25% of all the greenhouse gas emissions. And due to this deforestation and emissions coming from livestock, from the soil and the nutrient management in the soils. And we know as well at the same time that biodiversity is very, very important for our food, for our global food system. And this is, but at the same time, the food system are really affected by biodiversity loss. And we know that we need to restore the damage that has been done, and we need to prepare as well to the new climate change issues that certainly will come in the future, making our soil more strong, more resilient, to resist, for example, wind and water erosions, and at the same time preserving all the life that is below the ground. So that is to say that we cannot understand agriculture if we are not talking about sustainable agriculture. I know that this ERIAFF conference is an expert on that. And so I would like really to mention that which type of solutions we are encouraging, and we are co-financing through EIT Food to accelerate the transition to this sustainable agriculture. We know that there is not a simple solution, that there is a combination of solutions. And so we have identified five steps that will help in this transition. And we are working in each of these 5 steps. I'm going to mention some of the activities that we do nowadays with partners from Greece. For example, in the first area, what we call it leverage applied research and innovation, taking into consideration as well the regional needs, because although food is global, we have to act locally, and this is very true in the transition to sustainable agriculture. I would like to mention here, for example, the push of the startup community that we are doing through EIT Food. You will have some examples along today in some of the panel discussions. We accelerate deep tech startups, but as well, I would like really to mention here the need to focus as well in female coming into the startup system. We have a program that is called EVA that is running in Greece and is running in your local language, in Greek, that especially is focused on boosting the female startups. And by the way, we have seen on the last 2 years that startups coming from rural environment is 60% of the entrepreneurship activity. So this is, I think, very good news for agriculture in general. So the second area that we work in EIT Food is in providing training and education from farm to fork. Here we have different programs, and with our local hub in Greece, we are having different programs, but I would like to mention one that is called test farms, that for the moment we don't have we don't develop in Greece, but we would like to have a local co-founder that would like to run that with us. It's a very simple program, and it's an initiative that really links startups with farmers that want to test their prototypes in their farms, in their field. There is an obvious advantage for the startups, for the deep tech, but as well for the farmers, because they have access to the newest technology, that they can improve their everyday work, and that can serve as ambassadors, as demonstrators to the rest of the community. This is an activity that we would like very much to put in practice in Greece. So if every one of you are interested in coming together with us and co-finance this activity, we will be very welcome. Third area, implement regenerative practice and nature-based solutions. Regenerative agriculture, what to say, is really in fashion just now. It's really very simple in the way that is promoting practice that are designed to diminish the negative impacts of conventional agriculture and regenerate the soil. This is an area as well that we would like very much to work at the same way that we have begun in Italy, in Spain, in Portugal. We are planning to develop some programs on regenerative agriculture in Greece too. If some of you are interested, please say something to us. Fourth area, increase transparency and traceability. We did EIT Food Trust report 2 years ago, and I think there is worth mentioning two things on that: transparency and trust, from how the trust is seen through the consumers, citizens' eyes. And one thing is that the most trusted group in the food system has been identified by consumers, and is farmers. That is the most trusted group in the food system. But another thing that the consumers said is that they want to have farmers more approachable. Obviously, regarding large farms, they express the need for them to be more transparent and honest, to show what they are doing, to demonstrate the negative impact of the processes in the land, and because a lot of things are being doing, but it's very difficult for the consumer and the citizen to see what is going on in the primary sectors. We think that improving transparency will mean that the consumers will have much more clear in their mind, and they will have a much more informed decisions and will prioritize brands and origins. And that is something that we are contributing, and we would like to contribute much more. And the fifth area that I would like to mention is that we need to encourage cross-sector collaboration. We have heard as well in some of our previous speakers the digital area coming, manufacturing sector is needed, etc. All the people that as well is working in climate change, diminishing the effects of climate change and things like that. An example of that is the water scarcity program that we are running for 2 years now in Greece too, and that is demonstrating how working together in diverse networks and partnerships, sharing knowledge, expertise, and perspective that will ensure the transition as well in this field to sustainable agriculture. And so I would like to ask agricultural companies that would like to try to solve some water problems in their land, in their company, that they will as well express their wishes to do so. We have a super list of local solutions provider. We have heard some today too, and they will like very much to pilot and co-finance demonstration on it. And that was the 5 points that I wanted to mention as the way to transition to a sustainable agriculture, the way that we try to help to reach that. Thank you,
Mrs. Peres, thank you so much for your input. Thank you. So we have to move again to the panel discussion, and I have to ask for Mr. Konstantinos Styliaras, Deputy Head of the Institute of Federation of Industries of Greece. Thank you. Mr. Anagnosis Argyriou, Professor at the Aegean University, Deputy Director of the Institute of Applied Biosciences, again in Serf. Thank you. Mr. Spiridon Mamalis, President of Geotechnical Chamber of Greece. Thank you. And Mr. Konstantinos Matas, Professor of Agricultural Policy, Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. No? Thank you again for joining us. And again, the panel discussion is going to be from what Mrs. Peres just started. And just a small introduction again from you, Mr. Konstantinos Styliaras. And
thank you very much. I'm representing the Federation of Industries of Northern Greece, and specifically the Institute of the Federation of Industries of Northern Greece. The Federation is a business association, an employers association. Most members are from the manufacturing sector. We represent the manufacturing sector, especially from regional Greece, small and medium enterprises of the manufacturing sector. And since 2018, we are also recognized as equal social partner of the Greek government, so we participate in every institutions and other authorities that we can promote the interests of manufacturing members and try to establish collaboration with other sectors as well. The Institute of the Federation is the research arm, we could say, of the Federation, establishing, documenting and proposing policies, drafting policy papers, etc., towards the Greek government, mostly regional authorities, of course, and other EU institutions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Mr. Argyriou?
Thank you also. I'm Anagnosis Argyriou, but most of the people knows my nickname. My nickname is Notis. And I am a professor of the University of the Aegean, the only university in the, let's say, of the Aegean Islands. And there, and also I'm said, I'm also Deputy Director of the Institute of Applied Biosciences, where I'm working mainly as a researcher there. Let's say from one part, I'm trying to train the students and let's say the future stakeholders in different agri-food systems, mainly the food scientists, in order to understand some words very, very important, like sustainability, innovation, profit, in a sense, because this is one of the most aspects that we have to keep in our minds. And of course, biodiversity, because we will discuss also about biodiversity, how this affects food systems. From the other hand, as a researcher in the Institute of Applied Biosciences, I'm trying to apply the so-called multi-omic sciences. That means these fancy words like genomics, proteomics, metabolomics, and so on, to understand food systems in order to give practical tools for the farmers, the companies, and so on, to understand what they are using, how they can improve it, and how they can create food products that are, let's say, can satisfy the needs of the consumers and also the society to an extent, particularly in a period of crisis. So this is mostly the main activities that I'm working on.
Okay, I'm going to go to Mr. Mamalis, but unfortunately I didn't explain to him very well that this session is going to be in English, so it was my mistake, and some of the things that Mr. Mamalis is going to say is going to be in Greek. So there are the translations outside, so everyone, you can always have them and hear to Mr. Mamalis. But again, it was, my mistake, and sorry for that, Mr. Mamalis, for...
Yeah, but as far as I can see that no one has this translate system.
The earphones are just outside in case you want.
I'll try to speak in the official language, but as he said, no one told me that I was going to speak in English. Anyway, so my name is Spiriton Mamalis. I'm the president of Geotechnical Chamber of Greece, and I'm at the same time professor of marketing at International Hellenic University. So in our organization, we try to organize the agricultural sector and to consult the government about environment, agricultural production. At the same time, we need to protect the rights of our members. That's all.
Thank you. And Mr. Matas?
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation and participated in this particular session. I think first I'm going to introduce you that what I'm proud today, because I have seen some of my students that I supervised and I contributed, and this I think is the best outcome, no matter how it comes from now on, and I'm very happy really for this one. And as an educator, let's get as a researcher. As a researcher, I have participated in several EU-funded projects, mainly research projects, and I can mention one that I coordinated, that it was called Foodima, and I think it was determinant for me because it introduced me to agri-food sector, and currently I participate as important partner in a few projects. And one of these, because we discussed before about digitalization, smart, it's about the way that we are facing the changes of the policies. One of the problems is when we finance a research project, in order to document an analysis in policy, it takes a long time. And when it takes a long time, when the results will come, it's too late. We are moving very fast. So we have to develop new approaches to use artificial intelligence and of course cognitive, as you mentioned, in order to face the new challenges, like the challenge that we have, the pandemic, because it's very fast. We don't wait and say, please wait. When we have the results, we can have a new policy. And also I coordinate another one. It's just have started. It's called BioValue, and it's focusing on agro-biodiversity. So this also is an issue, and I think some people, they talk about this one. This is my experience, and also I participate in some research committees and some policy advisory committees. And since we have here a meeting with regions, I participate in the scientific committee of AREPO, that is focused on geographical indicators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matas. But I have to come back to what Mrs. Perez said and about the food security mainly, and which is very high in today's agenda, and it's driven both by long-term climatic and short-term political challenges. We can see it all. Each of you represent a different link in the agri-food sector. I don't know if you could share with us thoughts on how ready are you, your stakeholders, in meeting those two challenges I've mentioned.
Yes, of course. At this point, I would like to point out that when we talk about agri-food production, we don't only speak about agricultural production, but we also speak about manufacturing of food products, which is, for example, in the case of the region of Central Macedonia, is a main manufacturing activity, constituting approximately 25% of the value produced here, and approximately 1/3 of the employment, which has significant social aspects as well. So when just to note something, I don't think that the geopolitical aspect is short-term. It's rather long-term, but we simply, yes, we do not have it high in agenda like the climate, the mitigation of the climate change, which is very high in our priorities for the last 20 years. So we have already policies implemented in this case. We have contributed in the formulation of these policies, and we have we had several pilot activities introduced in our member enterprises, testing the effect of such policies that I think they produce some lessons that were integrated in the EU Green Deal, as well as in the new climate law that was introduced in Greece just last month, and also in the new development law that was introduced last month in Greece, where we have an article exactly for contractual farming, which exactly puts the institutional framework. Some of the previous speakers said that we need to have the institutional framework and the regulatory framework for the collaboration in order to be able to meet these challenges. The most important thing is to try to prepare our organizations as much as we can by explaining some technical aspects and the effect they have in socio-economic terms to the end users, not just the consumer. Nowadays, I think that we have the farm to fork strategy is not just the consumer of the farm, it's the citizen. Because the way we produce, it is not only limited to the consumer of the product, it has an effect to the wider society. This is something we try to integrate in our policy proposals as well. We can elaborate later.
Okay, and Mr. Argyriou, again on the same question.
Yes, okay. So, the things are much more complicated. I think, I will start with what Costa said, but mainly we have to think a little bit what is climate change, what are political, let's say, problems. Are connected, are very, very well connected, because we have to understand that every time when we have destabilization, political destabilization in different countries, most of the causes are based on resources. And food is one of the most important resources that each country and even globally we have to think about. So thinking, let's say, let's go outside the border of each country, we have to think what does it mean. We are going to 10 billion people in this planet. We need to reshape the food systems. We need to collaborate somehow in order to save them. And by this can also stabilize somehow the political instabilities. Most of the crises in the different countries in the recent, the last 10 years, 20 years, was directly or indirectly based on food systems and food food security, food safety, mostly security. And that's quite important, because if you think that what we are going to, just a war between two countries, what does it mean for the European Union, and not only, we have to think about food systems. So in that case, let's say the long-term strategy for the food system should be based also, have also in mind that can be used to stabilize political instability. And that means in most of the cases, what we have to do is to collect data, to apply technology in order to produce somehow more, but also thinking in mind what does it mean producing more for the climate, and what does it mean producing more for the society somehow. So this is not quite easy to do. We need data, we need to valorize it, and most of the things that we have to do is to cooperate among the countries in order to solve the supply chain problems, in order to solve the food systems both locally and globally.
Thank you, Mr. Argyriou. Again, Mr. Mamalis.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to disagree with your view that there is a short political pressure. There is a long discussion in the European Union about the stability between environment and the food production system. Actually, the environmental aspect of food production is in the center of the discussion in the European Union during the last 20 years. Green Deal and farm-to-fork strategy is the result of this discussion. And now the European Union and, of course, Greece is going to implement this farm-to-fork strategy. But at the same time, we need to face the food security problem and the food sovereignty problem. Because in previous years, we have both food sovereignty and food security. But now the instability that the Russian war caused has many implementation on food systems. So I think that European Union and political decision will face many dilemmas. The first dilemma is about the implementation of farm-to-fork strategy, because the farm-to-fork strategy foreseen that we are going to reduce fertilizer and pesticides by 50%. So the food production is going to be lower, more than 10% in the future. In the middle of food crisis, can we reduce the food production? That's the first dilemma. The second dilemma is about the implementation of technology. Are we going to use inputs such as modified seeds in order to produce more in the future? Or we are going to stay at the same level as today? This is the second political dilemma that we are going to face. Also, the implementation of farm-to-fork strategy is going to raise prices. Alongside with the label of CO2, of carbon. So the prices will rise. Until now, until today, the prices has been rising about 15%. So the prices will go further up, more than 30%. Can the people, even in wealthy countries, can afford to pay these food prices? Because this will make some social inequalities. Because the wealthy people will eat local food in high prices, and all the others will pay for the imported foods from other parts of the world in lower prices, but with low quality and low standards. So that's the main political dilemmas that we have to face in the future. And our organization put this in the table of discussion, of political discussion, not only in Greece and the European Union. So I think that we have a long way in order to decide which is the best solution from the environmental point of view and the social point of view. So.
You're preparing your members for that.
Excuse me?
You're preparing your members for that. You're doing a good job for that. Mr. Matas?
Yeah, I think I have to raise some issues that they are not competitive, but maybe it's complementary of what we heard. Suddenly, Europe is facing a crisis, the food crisis. So we start thinking about how to handle it. I think there are two approaches. First, to face it as it is today. How the prices, how they increase, when they increase their prices, somehow the consumers reduce the consumption. We know the economics. Or maybe a little bit shorter. We open 3 more corridors in Ukraine, and we pump some of the wheat to Europe, and we solve, and what's next? The second one, I think, this crisis could offer a great opportunity and impulse to rethink, reframe, and research our approach to agro-food sector. Because usually the inertia does not allow us to look at the root problems. Let's make an example. If you go back 50 years, 100 years, the people of the world, they got fed from around 4,000 edible plants. Some people, they say 7, but 1,000 of plants. And from 50, 30 animals. Can you see today? Can you have a look today? Where we are? Just 90% of the people in our world, they are feeding only with 3 crops: wheat, maize, and rice. That's it. That's what we need. We have to look at it and see what is the problem. We face today the crisis, only the food crisis. The health crisis, you forget that you have heard before. Almost 50% of the people obese. 50% of the people in poverty. 1/3 of the people with nutrient or micronutrient deficiency. So there is a problem. Let's take this chance and this impulse. Let's see the agro-food sector. It's not a business. We are talking before that you are right, of course. Thanasis told farmers are profit maximizers. Everybody is profit maximizer. But it depends how you can see the profit. You resettle the horizon. It can be profit maximizer for this coming year, but not for the next 10 years. not for after 100 years. You have to reset the way that you approach the problems. So we have to look that agri-food sector, it's not something out of the society. The agri-food systems, everything. It's not only the agri-food system. It's everything. It's interlinked. It's one integrity. You know, 10 years ago, maybe 15 years, I was participating in a meeting, and one from North European country told me, no problem for us, the climate change. The South Europe, it will suffer because drought. That's what we try to continue. No, we are one integrity. Thanks.
From what you said, I'm going to just ask you a few more things, if it's okay with you, because you raised, biodiversity issues, but I need something more practical. Are there any examples of indigenous genetic material utilized for the improvement of the resilience of commercial varieties of plants? I mean, it's okay, but I really need something more practical, I guess.
Yeah, okay. There are practical solutions. And we can increase the biodiversity. And there are many European projects. And there are projects that they are plant-oriented, diet. So the people, they have to start to eat beans and lentils. Okay, but there are not such simple and easy solutions. Because you can think even the cucumber that you eat everybody, maybe 20, 30 years, the people, they say, the varieties, how the geneticists, they say, the land races, they are around 500. Today, there are only 10. That's what we use. All the genetic is disappearing. And since you asked me this question, there is a practical message. Once I reverse the logo, farm to fork, I made it fork to farm. The power is to the fork. And the next power is to the food industry, because the food industry and the fork can transmit signals throughout the chain. So we have to change the way that we put our food on our plates. If we change, the food industry will get the message, and I think it's very well organized and can provide the solutions very well, and it can transfer this to farmers. And there are very nutritious products, very nutritious crops that they ignore. The people, in my projects I've heard, I'm not specialist, they say that this banana you can eat just one banana and you can get all the nutrients. But with this variety, you can get only 1/10 of banana and you get the same. The same is with the lentils, the same is with cucumber, the same is with tomato. So we can bring the revolution, we, the individuals, we, the consumers, with support of the science, with support of digitization. I'm not preaching against the modernization, because I have a project in Africa, and in this project, what we try is to gain from indigenous knowledge and combine with modern. This is the future of the world.
Thank you, Mr. Matas. And I'll go, yeah.
In order to protect the environment and to have food security and sovereignty, probably we need to change our food habits. Because, for example, we need 1 liter of water in order to produce 1 calorie. And we need about 13,000 grams of water in order to produce 1 kilo of beef. To produce 1 kilo of lentils, we need less than 1,000 liters. So the water footprint is lower. So if we need to change our habits. Because during the last decade and the last 20 years, we changed globally our food habits and eat more dairy products, more meat, and more red meat. So we spent a lot of resources in order to produce calories, in order to produce food. So if we change our habits, our eating habits,
yeah, but
we are going to have both environment and food, environment protection and food sovereignty.
Before that, I think Notis Argyriou wants to make a...
Of course, because he's a specialist in diet habits.
I want to shape a little bit more the discussion because since we are discussing about diet, you have to put the term sustainable diet. Sustainable diet is a concept that in the last 10 years we're trying to shape a little bit to see which are the diet that gives you all the nutrients you need, the calories you need in a more sustainable way. And of course, diets that are more, let's say, environmental friendly and more, let's say, energy friendly because they are not consuming a lot of energy. This is the concept that we are discussing now. And this is quite important. And then we have to think another aspect. We are discussing about agriculture and we are not faced on the term of aquaculture and fishing and production in the seaside. Because three-fourths of the planet is covered by water, and still we have not exploited, at least in the Mediterranean, a lot this area of production. Yes, Greece is one of the main aquaculture production countries, but this is not enough. We need to see also the biodiversity in the seas, as we have to do to conserve in the inland areas, and we need to join these systems in order to have enough food in a more, let's say, sustainable way. In the term of biodiversity, I have to add another thing because the technological aspect, since I'm a biologist, when we are talking about, let's say, biodiversity, we are not thinking only in the terms of organisms, we are thinking also in the term of genes, because genes are giving the phenotypes and the traits that different kind of varieties have, and we now have the technology in order to mix these genes in a, let's say, in a not so GMO way, and we can give some traits very, very fast. Consider that climate, let's say, climate instability is something that will be, let's say, in the planet the next decades, even centuries, and that means organisms don't have the time to adapt to this kind of variability. We need to guide them somehow in order to give them new traits, or we have to include new species that can be used in our normal diet. So it's a very complex aspect, but we have data and we need to coordinate all this kind of stuff.
And another aspect of food security is to reduce the food waste. I think it's a very big challenge for us to convince people to reduce food waste. But just that.
It's okay, but let me come back to you because he said we need the guidance. So I'm coming to you and said that I guess farmers need advice from professional agronomists, and you are responsible for that one. How ready are your agronomists to offer cutting-edge, customized advice for these kinds of things?
Of course, in order to implement
new challenges.
In order to implement any policy, in order to meet any challenges in the future, you need to have an input of knowledge in the production system. Especially in the food production system, you need this input. And this input comes from the agronomists, special agronomists who give advices to the farmers. From the Second World War until today, agronomists used to give this special advice. Now, it's official, the advisory system that established in Greece in the last 2 years. But I think that our members have the knowledge and they have the skills in order to meet these challenges for the future. And I think that the introduction of AKIS, the knowledge chain system in Greek agriculture, will give them more knowledge in order to transfer knowledge to the food production system. I think that we are ready to meet this challenge.
But I have to go back again, not to the agri-food sector, but again to the things you're doing, because like you said, it's not only the primary production, but again, it's the processing you mentioned. And does the Greek processing sector look further for different supplies? Do you think that the Greek farmers will continue to depend on suppliers, in the future? How do you think, your
of course,
processing sector will evolve?
Just a short comment. I think that we as consumers and as producing enterprises, we are changing. When we walk into the supermarket nowadays, we see a lot of products that were not available like 10 years ago, taking advantage of more nutrient raw materials, etc. And I think that consumers and citizens have more choices than they used to. We are changing, but maybe we need to accelerate the pace of change. Now, coming back to the question on the interconnectedness of the primary sector and the manufacturing enterprises. The notion of manufacturing is to take advantage of the resources that are around the factory, let's say. So, of course, the link will not break. Most of the food enterprises are engaged in the local producers, and we try to promote this by contractual farming, by training the enterprises, take activities of training the farmers and engaging other stakeholders as well, etc. Of course, the limitation of some production systems in the local level makes it necessary to import and have raw materials from other countries as well. This is necessary, especially like for the meat processing industry and the milk and dairy products industry. The local production system, the primary sector, could not produce enough. There are these limitations, but of course we try to diversify the sources so as to be more agile into facing crises like the geopolitical crisis that came up in this year. And also we try to diversify the products that we produce in order to be able to reach a wider audience and more consumers as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And honestly, I have a last question that is being connected not only to you, but to Mr. Argyriou as well. We talked about, for your side, imports and export, and about, blockchain technology. What do you think about that? I know it wasn't, okay. But this is something I want to ask Mr. Argyriou as well. But after your...
Of course, new technologies, blockchain technology, and everything that come up, we have to make it sustainable, which means that we have to keep the current production the capacity to produce at the present and not to be consuming the capacity of the future. So we try to take small steps, integrating new technologies. Of course, it's still like in development stage. We do not have much of an experience in this field. I don't know if some of the rest of the speakers
I
can
have to
answer.
ask Mr. Argyriou, how about your opinion about blockchain technology and how it's creating a climate of trust between, the data owners, the farmers, like we said, and the different technology providers, and of course, the import-export sector.
Yeah, because digital transformation is one of the main, let's say,
Just to connect with the previous one.
trends. Yeah, to connect the trends for the entire agri-food sector. And blockchain technology is a very, very, let's say, good tool to create trust between the consumers and all the value chain. So this is quite important because this kind of technology can, through a system of codification, can guarantee that the data are correct without the possibility to be, let's say, changed. This is quite important because in the long term can create trust, but even this means that you should have a supply chain that is working, and you should have a value chain that can absorb the cost of the blockchain, because blockchain is not something that we can get for free. You have to pay something, and you have to check if this, let's say, money that you have to give to implement the blockchain can give you the added value and the different price that you can absorb the cost. Since we are working some years with the blockchain technologies and how we can create these digital systems for the traceability and authentication of different food in a food value chain, we have done a couple of pilots. One has been already mentioned before about the rice in the area of Halastra. We have also working with in the islands in the University of the Aegean with the let's say the so-called Lemnos wheat variety. And then we have also another system that we are working, we'll try to implement now in the next few years with meat, and how this can affect the traceability and can give an added value to meat products. It looks like it is possible. The only concern is that although we have pilots that can demonstrate the effectiveness and the added value that this system can give, we have to think how much is sustainable. And that means small farms probably cannot do this, but cooperatives and also large companies can do this. From the other point of view, the industry needs this for different kinds of reasons. If you implement a blockchain system, you can easily insert information like the CO2 footprint, the quality of the products, the traceability, and this is something that the consumers at the end need, but also the main, let's say, groceries or supermarkets that the industries are selling their products, because they need, let's say, a certificate that everything works like a Swiss, let's say, clock. And this is quite important, not only for the companies, but also at the end for the consumers. So blockchain can be a tool among others, but it's not, let's say, the panacea to resolve all the problems.
Thank you, Mr. Argyriou. I think that was for this panel discussion. I don't know if Mr. Matter was preparing something else and he wanted to say, but Mr. Mamelis.
I can say that everyone in this panel shares a common thought that knowledge and innovation is the key factor for success. We need to increase the productivity of food chain and resources and the efficiency of inputs. So we need to be innovative. We need to invest on knowledge, and knowledge is an investor, is not a cost, actually. So we need to face it in research as an invest, and as an organization, to sum up, we are ready to provide training to our members, to agronomists for this reason, and to other stakeholders like farmers on food chains. And for this reason, we are ready to cooperate with universities, research centers, and industry. All the stakeholders must cooperate in order to meet the challenge of the next century. Okay.
Thank you all, Mr. Mamelis. I think you had the perfect closure for this panel discussion, and we have to move to the next one. Thank you all so much. So I'll move on to the next panel. And I have to ask again, Mrs. Elvira Domingo again, from the Aid, Food and Program Manager, CLC South. Yep. Mr. Stamatis Angelopoulos. Nope. Mr. Theodoros Tsamourtzis, Managing Director of the Agro-Food Export Cluster. Mrs. Vaya Piteli, the National Contact Point of Horizon Europe. Mr. Ioannis Papadimitriou, Communication Director of IDG C8 Food Hub Greece. And I also have another guest. He's not with us, but he's going to do his input and presentation through Zoom. I have to welcome Mr. Vasilis Stenos, founder and CEO of Solmeia. We can all see you. I mean, I can see you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you all for being here. And just a small introductions from your side, if, again, you said, but I'll go straight to the questions, if it's okay with you, and I can always. So investment in agtech startup is a critical factor in preparing tomorrow's solution to the agricultural sector. Could you share with us your thoughts on the current European mix of grants, loans, private investment in the agri-tech startups and scale-ups? What is your opinion? What are your thoughts?
Thank you. And indeed, there are plenty of opportunities, different type of access to investment across the EU. But the startups do not only need access to investment, they also need access to the network. They also need access to the corporates, to the farmers. They do need, as they have reflected this morning as well, access to test their solutions, to be scaled up, not only on the local level, but also national and at the pan-European level. And at the end of the day, this is what we are doing at EIT Food and all the EU initiatives. We are more and more cooperating and establishing synergies between the European Innovation Council, the European Innovation Funds, the EIT Food investment funds as well, to make sure that these financing tools do not fall on its own, but they do collaborate together, and we support the best solutions across Europe to develop and go further.
Okay. Before I go to Mr. Stenos, I will go to Mr. Theodoros Tsamourtzis, if it's okay with you, a small introduction, and I guess I'm going to have the same question for you as well, if it's okay.
Hi, from me. Thanks for the invitation. I'm Theodoros Tsamourtzis. I'm the Managing Director of Agrotech Export Cluster. It's an initiative of the Exporters Association of Thessaloniki, which is financed by the regional authorities as well. Yes, grants, loans, financing, it is important. I think I can mostly agree with you the fact that there should be somebody that is going to organize and supervise that these things are interconnected and are working in the favor of private companies, which are actually our members. But I think that they have to be a little bit more specific in order to really attract private financing in a way that it's happening around the globe nowadays, especially with agri-food, and where we, at least in Greece, we are left behind on that because there are not enough startups in this field. So yes, I think it is important. Funds and grants should be there to assist, but in a manner that is more applied to private companies and less in order to create projects that they only create project items that do not last. Moreover, and private companies have a difficult access to them, and they cannot really get any profit from that.
So at this point, I would like to ask Mrs. Enos, because he's a startupper, so I mean, his experience on that point, it will be really helpful. I don't know if you would like to introduce us to your company and again, answer the same question.
Lovely. So I hope you all can hear me. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very sorry I cannot participate in this actual event physically. I was very excited in the beginning, but then I realized that our schedule is super busy. My name is Vasilis. I'm an environmental and agricultural engineer, and I'm also the founder of Solmegia. Solmegia is an agri-biotech venture dealing technically with microalgae farming. We're a very proud member of EIT Food CLC South. We were among the fortunate ones that has been gone through a very successful EIT Food Accelerator Network program since last autumn. And right now we're collaborating in a very ambitious and wonderfully designed sort of a project in reference to a scale-up scenario that further illustrates, if not brings into reality, how EIT Food, in collaboration with several different entities and partners throughout Europe, and not only the CLC South, can help us put us in touch with the actual key entities. So answering to your question, that was clear. Due to globalization, we inevitably participate into a sort of a price war among continents, if not also nations. So I slightly disagree with the statement that there is no need for more funding, but of closer collaboration among parties, universities and industry. I of course agree that the sense of strong collaboration and affiliations among different entities with overlapping interests, as very nicely has been expressed. But on the other hand, I feel there is a tremendous need for more funding. So this is due to the necessity of the EU continent and market to evolve, grow, and to improve technologically, and also in production capacity. So we don't need just to be the brightest in our labs or our pilot scale facilities, since these cannot guarantee, let's say, a price competitive end product or offered services. Instead, we need to rely on the fundamentals of economies of scale, and as such, we need to get funded and build bigger infrastructure and facilities to better serve the needs of our current urging moments, instead of just importing, for instance, soy all over the world, but producing not in the EU, for instance. So on a separate note, based on your question about the funding schemes, I observed quite a lot of interest in funding biotech and health tech ventures, research and development funding, such as the Horizon Europe or the Central Bio-Based Europe Joint Undertaking, reasonably saved the open calls towards this direction because of pandemic and not only, which is absolutely respected. But personally speaking, I would perceive it clever enough from an agri-tech perspective to better convey the message that any such of a venture or joint effort between a university, a company, academia, ends up serving a dual-faced problem, which is not only the protein or the food, let's say, like the scarcity of food or natural resources, but also it does it sustainably, same way EIT Food logo is, or slogan, excuse me. So that way, we can, in a slightly twisted way, we can equally truthful express the concept about securing higher funding ratios also for agri-tech startups that can for sure prepare tomorrow solutions to the agricultural sector and serve the humanity way. Hopefully I have covered you.
Although we lost the last part, but I think we're okay with it. I don't know if you would just going to say the last sentence.
Last sentence is that, thank you for asking this again. We need to, let's say, in a slightly twisted way, try to better position our ventures or our, I would say, messages to convey them in a nicer way, stating that we can still get higher funding ratios for agri-tech ventures or joint efforts that can for sure prepare tomorrow solutions to the agricultural sector and serve the humanity in the most honorable way.
Thank you. Again, to Mr. Papadimitriou, how do you think, more or less, the same question, how important is, the investment, again, for different startups and scale-ups? More or less, again, the same question for you.
Okay, thank you a lot for the invitation. My name is John Papadimitriou. I'm Communication Director in Industry Disruptor Game Changers. We are EIT Food Hub in Greece for the last 5 years. Actually, we are a non-profit organization founded in 2012, and what we actually do, we we are trying to enhance the domestic ecosystem. We are actually foster innovative entrepreneurship, not only in Greece, in Europe, but globally. We have a presence in 64 countries across the 5 continents. So, regarding your question now, it is obvious that after the recent war in Ukraine, which triggered all the negative scenarios about the food crisis, European Union's interest in investing in agri-startups has been accelerated. So at this moment, there are many available European funds regarding the agri-food sector and a lot of initiatives. However, we think that the most significant part is that all this funding is provided within an organized framework with clear objectives. I will give you 2 examples. The first one is the Farm Fork European Strategy. As a part of the Green Deal, aims to make food systems fair, healthy, and environmental friendly. Of course, in this process, innovation is instrumental, as it can help a lot to overcome all the barriers and uncover new solutions for the market, new opportunities. Another very successful program, we have Elvira here with us, it's the IT Food. Recently, IT Food, with cooperation with Pigbridge, launched the Food Sparks, which is a new seed fund for European agri-food tech startups. On one hand, this initiative, this launch, confirms that the European Union actually accelerates all the funding to this agri-food sector. On the other hand, shows that the European Union understands that its future depends on the sustainable development of agri-food sector. So, towards this direction, our organization, in cooperation with IT Food and United Nations, what we do, we support the generation of new agri-startups. We help existing startups to scale up, which is very, very important. And we import new solutions, disrupted solutions, at least to the domestic agricultural ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the most, let's say, qualified person to answer again from different projects and grants is Mrs. Vaya Pitelli. I don't know if you can always help us and elaborate about the different projects, as you are the national contact point of Horizon Europe. So.
Yes, nice to see you all. Thank you for the invitation here. Just let me clarify that I'm national contact point in Greece for Horizon Europe and specifically Cluster 6, this thematic area. And the full title of Cluster 6 is Food, Bioeconomy, Natural Resources, Agriculture and Environment. And it has to do with all these aspects which are very strongly interconnected. I had prepared a few slides just to visualize the information that I'm going to share with you, because Horizon Europe is the framework program for research and innovation and runs from 2021 until 2027. And Cluster 6 is part of Pillar 2, which is about global challenges. And here you can see that it is let's say, a small part of the program, but it aims at major impact in this field, mainly with collaborative research projects, but it has to do also with collaboration, not only with researchers and industry and companies, but also with other key actors in the field, for example, farmers, regions, other organizations contributed to these challenges. It funds projects to solve these problems, which are challenges not only for today, but for tomorrow, not only European, but global. Just let me show you a little bit the aims of the program, in particular in Cluster 6. It aims at reducing environmental degradations, halting or even reversing the decline of biodiversity. And there was a very interesting and vivid discussion in the previous panel about biodiversity and challenges to preserve it. Better managing natural resources, of course, ensuring food and water security, but it is also linked with European strategies and policies. And these are the framework, these build the framework for all these goals. A piece of practical information about the next work program. Work programs include the goals and the topics that you can, everybody can submit proposals, but for now we are expecting the next calls, the next framework program to be published possibly by the end of this year. But the thematic areas are more or less, let's say, the same, but on the other hand, they are updated. For example, we expect to have more about the food crisis. Here is something about the policies and strategies. I'm only referring to them. You're all familiar with these policies and strategies, and these build the ground, let's say, for the work program and the goals and the ambitions to be built. I don't know if I should continue with one last thing. There is a new, let's say, type of action, which is a mission, in particular about soil deal for Europe, with a goal to have 75% of soil healthy by 2030. And this is another part of the program. This is an overview of what I represent and of what I can consult or assist anyone with. And I can continue with the next round of the discussion. Thank you.
The next one probably is going to be something, because you described a lot of things about, the future. So I'll start with Mr. Senos, because I can see him here. I mean, a lot of things said, but how do you imagine your company in 10 years' time, and what are the main obstacles in achieving that, let's say, vision?
Very nice question. In 10 years from now, I imagine a company close by, EIT Food, partners who will help us and believe in our vision for a safer, healthier, more sustainable produced way of food. So that way we need to expand, of course, across along Europe to the other continents. We need to also absorb high volumes of CO2. So as I tried to position ourselves before, it's about the narrative. So the way you present the case. It's not only about producing food, but also producing it sustainably. So by fixating certain volumes of CO2, carbon dioxide, through microalgae cultivation, you end up producing premium food and products for different food applications. So EIT Food can help us do the market research and better educate the younger generations and disseminate, of course, although convey the message as to how better it is to embrace the innovatively produced food. So scaling up, thanks to EIT Food again, and keep on using EIT Food, excuse me for that repetition, but I think we owe a lot from them and their work so far.
Thank you. But again, this is a question for you, Mrs. Domingo. I heard that Mrs. Tanos is depending on aid food, so I guess the same question is for you. How do you imagine your institution in 10 years' time? I mean, you have something in mind, but we have to ask aid food as well.
Of course, and I have to say that in this case, the activity they are leading is dependent for now, but it is intended to generate revenues in the future, and it is intended to put new products that are better for the healthier and more sustainable and accessible to the citizens. So yes, but in the future, it will not be that way. How do I see it? I don't see it as a European institution only. I see the European agri-food ecosystem transform, and we can see it in the title of this conversation. With the current agri-food system practices, we cannot solve the future challenges. We do need to transform radically the agri-food system. And as a part of that, what I see is that a wide collaboration and more access to open innovation, working together, startups, corporates, farmers as well, but also higher education institutions. I do see more gender equality, more startups funded and co-funded by women. At the moment, in the Nordic countries, we have 17% of startups funded by women. In the southern eastern countries, we have 16%. So all across Europe, this percentage is really low, and we do need to make it bigger. And not only at the startup side, also at the investment side. Attracting women from the scientific degrees to the investment part is also a major challenge, mainly in the agri-food sector. And we were talking before about agricultural practices. I do see regenerative agriculture practices established at a larger scale. At the moment, we are doing small and medium pilots, but also more trust and access from farmers to digitalization. We have been talking widely today about it. Trust, perception of expensive and high risk on establishing new technologies is there for farmers. Lack of awareness and training is also there. And providing that is one of our key priorities to transform the agri-food system. And Begoña was saying before about the water scarcity as well. Implementing drastic new ways of managing water and water resources is another of our key priorities. And yeah, I cannot forget about bringing or developing a strong label that can identify all the collaborators to a better, healthier and more sustainable agri-food system, to recognize and to be proud of being part of it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll go again to Mr. Tsamoutsis. We're talking about a new established agrotech export cluster. So I don't know if the question, how do you see, the cluster in 10 years' time is the most appropriate, but it's the future.
Yeah. Actually, we are 2 years old only. We are counting for about 20 companies and institutions. In the 10 years' time, I think we need to be at least 100 to 120 members large in order to be a community of exchange of information. We are dealing, our companies are privately companies that they're working, they're being in the primary and the secondary production sectors, and they are facing, as they are exporters, they are facing international competition. So they need to have access to applied research results because they have real-time problems that need to be solved. They need to have access to startups, either in technological startups that will assist them with precision agriculture or improvement of their production methods, things like that, that render them competitive, or access to startups that they manage a different method of producing food. protein-based and things like that, which are really important. And our companies being active in a day-to-day operation, most of the time they don't have real time in focusing and investing in R&D, improving their products. So definitely we need this interaction with startups. We definitely need the IT food to help us promote and render as more competitive as possible our private companies that are members of the cluster. So I think that basically that are the issues that we are going to focus the next years, and we need to have access to that through IT food or private financing to improve the competitiveness of our companies worldwide. Thanks.
So I can see collaborations in this table, and I have to ask Mr. Papadimitriou again. IDGC, and although Ms. Domingo said about aid food, we're really in this perspective from the Greece side of aid food.
Look, I think that the key word in what we are discussing and what are the speakers already mentioned is collaboration. It's synergies in order to change our consuming habits, to increase access in funding, to import innovation in the agri-food sector. Collaboration and synergy is the path. When we started in 2012, we have a vision to support startups in a Greek ecosystem that back then it didn't exist. 10 years ago, in the beginning of the financial crisis, the ecosystem was like, a joke. So our vision then, back then, was to support Greek innovators, especially in the agri-food sector, to grow, just to have a company, not to scale up. Gradually, we start supporting companies to scale up. After 10 years, we move to the next step. The next step is to build gradually large cooperations across sectors, across Europe. So, as was mentioned, in cooperation with the Agricultural University of Athens, we are one of the innovative companies that actually participate in the competency center. And we run now a pilot project in Greece. We are developing 6 farms in different areas that they are going to work as food test labs. This is a platform to create local collaborations. So it's an initiative that combines 3 different sectors: innovation, research in the agri-food sector, sustainable tourism, since the places will be visitable, and sustainable production. And this is how we see our organization in 10 years from now. To work as an inclusive platform, a platform that facilitates, that generates cooperations, that creates shared value to the stakeholders, and of course to the European community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if Mrs. Pitelli wants to, let's say, close this future thoughts of the panel with some...
Yes, actually, the Horizon Europe as a framework program has, there is a history behind it. It is the 9th framework program, and we expect to have many more in the future, hopefully. So there is a long history, and there is always a look at the future. And current program builds the situation for tomorrow. And challenges of today or even tomorrow may be solved problems later. So we have these strategies and policies for 2030 or even for 2050, and more or less these frame the horizon, but there are also new challenges coming up to take into consideration when building the next work programs and the next framework program. So I believe that this will be a continuation of the way we are working today towards the future.
Thank you. And towards the future and towards probably the next break, this is for lunch. Thank you all so much for your inputs in this panel. It was a pleasure having you here. Sorry.
As you know, we are out of the schedule, so we must decide the duration of the lunch. If we will finish the lunch at 3 o'clock, we are only half an hour behind. So it's okay.
Eat quickly.
To come back to the political session at 3 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Eat quickly, run. Welcome back. And I think it's time for our hosts, because different regions are hosts for this event as well, to come here and join us. And sorry for the pronunciation. So it's Ilezal. I got it. Regional Minister of Northern Holland. Would you like to join us here at the panel? And we can always have you all here so everyone can see us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jan Nico Appelman, Regional Minister of Flevoland.
Yes.
I got it?
Correct.
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 I'm happy. And I thought Greek were really hard to pronounce. Ton Jonker, Director of Economic Affairs, Province of Zuid-Holland.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. I would like to welcome Mr. Roberto Scalazzi, Director for Agriculture and Rural Development from Tuscany region. And Mr. Mikko Savola, South Ostorbia, Finland, Member of the Finnish Parliament and Chairman of the Regional Assembly. Thank you and welcome. But I will start not with the people who are here, but with a video message from Ms. Stefania Saccardi, the ERIAFF Political Coordinator and Regional Minister for Agriculture for Tuscany region. And if we are ready, we can always see the message from Ms. Saccardi.
Good morning to all participants of the 8th ERIAFF Annual Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, authorities, colleagues from the regions, I convey my greeting to all those taking part in this conference. After the complicated years marked by the COVID-19 pandemic, this conference finally represents an in-person restart of our work activities. However, in spite of the pandemic, we have managed to keep our interregional European collaboration at a very good level by using modern digital tools. I apologize for not being present with you in Greece. As Vice President of my region, important institutional duties prevented me from being in Thessaloniki and honoring the hospitality of my colleagues from Central Macedonia. Colleagues from Central Macedonia, thank you for having kept the commitment to organize the event despite all the difficulties of these years. This conference marks the 10th year's anniversary from the creation of ERIAFF. On my behalf, the Director of Agriculture of the Tuscany region will celebrate in his speech by highlighting the increase of ERIAFF's activities and of the number of regions that have joined the network as a member or observer. I believe I can say on behalf of all the regions represented today at this conference that we must continue to focus strongly on our collaboration for the advancement of innovation for agriculture and forestry. ERIAFF is a real and effective collaborative instrument to overcome the challenges of our time, a tool which seeks to concretely help our agriculture and forestal production system. We must continue this collaboration together with the awareness of the importance of Europe and European agriculture in the global context. I am certain that the work of this conference will be crucial in achieving in achieving the goal of economic and environmental sustainability, a goal toward which all human activity must now strive. I can certainly confirm the will of Tuscany region to continue its commitment in ERIAFF in the path that we have traced together over the past 10 years. Thanks again to Central Macedonia for having organized the event, and good luck to all.
Thank you again, and we've passed to Mrs. Carmen Gonzalez, Director of Center of Scientific and Technological Research in Extremadura. Welcome. I think you're muted, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you're going to be okay now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to apologize for not attending in person as planned. And my COVID infection prevented me from traveling to Thessaloniki and sharing this event with all of you. However, I didn't want to miss participating in this important meeting for the network. And therefore, thanks to the fact that online technologies are now fully implemented, I can explain what we are doing in Extremadura in the field of research and innovation in agri-food and forestry system. I'm going to share my presentation. Okay. Can you see it?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first, some general data about our region. Extremadura has a population of 1.1 million inhabitants with an extension of more than 41 square kilometers and a gross domestic product of 19 billion euros. 30% of our territory is natural reserves and protected areas, and we have 25% of Spain's reservoir water. Extremadura also has an energy surplus. 9.7% is generated and only 1.7% is consumed. We are also leader in solar energy production. We have a low level of pollution, both rural and urban areas. And we have 3 World Heritage sites. So in this context, I would like to highlight regarding to water, our experience and management. We have an efficient management of fresh water and natural resources. We have an agriculture, intensive agriculture, and sustainable hydroenergetic efficiency. We have an integration among productive agriculture and farming systems and the ecosystems. And then we have sustainable rural and urban developments, but also our genetic heritage, the technology, biotechnology, and information avant-garde systems in efficient management of natural hydrological resources made Extremadura an important region in terms of water. Now, let's move to another topic, green economy. We all agree on its importance, and that is a source of new opportunities. And in Extremadura, specifically, we have a business biospecialization. 62% of Extremadura's productive sector belongs to agri-food sector, and food exports account for 56.3% of Extremadura total exports compared to 15.7% of Spain. And 70% of our scientific production is oriented to chemistry, biochemistry, biotechnology, or eco-design, and other sectors, all related to biospecialization. Therefore, Extremadura is strongly committed to sustainable development and green growth, with a number of policies in place to promote a knowledge-based economical model that respects the environment and preserves its valuable natural heritage, betting on the agri-food sector and the sustainable management of natural resources as pillars of this model. And how we are doing this? Well, with our recently redefined smart specialization pattern. These are the main characteristics of our R&D strategy for smart specialization. We have some economic priorities as agri-food, health and wellness, cultural industries and tourism, ecological transition, and digital transformation. We have also technology priorities as agri-food and sustainable development, green technologies, life science technologies, and information and communication technologies. And regarding the scientific priorities and specialization, we have production and transformation of agricultural products, ecology and biodiversity, animal health, food chemistry, energy production, distribution and storage, solar activity, climate and atmosphere, health diseases, care and lifestyle, biomedicine, ICT and multimedia, and territory and heritage. And to work with these priorities, we have the tools, the institutions, and the assets to develop our expertise. That is the Extremadura Science, Technology and Innovation System. We have a number of knowledge generation agents. We have different agents for supporting these generating agents, and we have the society, the business, and the administration, all of them together working to on the objectives and priorities I have mentioned. And I would like to give you some brief details of the main entities working in R&D in agri-food and forestry in Extremadura. And we can start with the Center for Scientific and Technological Research of Extremadura, CIFITEX. And we can see some relevant information of each of its institutes. For example, in the Agriculture and Livestock Research Institutes, in the agriculture, we are specialized in the context of agriculture in semi-arid areas. We have the strategic location with different experimental farms, and we are organized in areas specialized in the most relevant aspects of Extremadura agriculture. That is Mediterranean fruit growing, irrigated crop agronomy, crop protection, and so on, which are integrated in the development of multidisciplinary projects. We work also on livestock, and we have experimental herds of native breeds in experimental Dehesa farm without productive structure. In the Food Technology Institute, we have pilot plants and laboratories for process and product development in vegetables, dairy, meat, olive oil, and oenology. And regarding biotechnology and sustainability, we have an incubator and pilot plant for bioeconomy and circular economy projects. And in the Forestry Institute, they have Mediterranean forest systems and forest resource technology areas for an integrated study of ecosystems. I would like to mention some strategic research and innovation lines that are, for example, in agriculture. We work on the adaptation and mitigation of agriculture in climate change, biodiversity of agricultural systems, efficiency in the use of inputs, and the adaptation on production to market demands. In animal production, we work on production, management, and genetic improvement of native breeds in extensive farming. In food, we work on new technological processes for food transformation, storage, processing, and packaging, in development of healthier foods and use of bioactive and functional ingredients. We work on enhancing the quality of increasing and the shelf life of traditional foods to improve their competitiveness and valorization of agri-food byproducts and waste. And in the Mediterranean forest systems, we work in silviculture and apply the ecology of forest systems, diseases and pests, and improvement of forest resources utilization and integrated management of the pasture, as well as in sustainability and adaptation to climate change in the ESAs. But also we have the University of Extremadura. And University of Extremadura, there are different research institutes. Some of them are related to agri-food and forestry system. For example, in the ESA. In the ESA Institute, they work on basic and applied research in the field of operation, management, valorization and conservation of multiple use agroforestry system, especially the ESA. Then we have INURA Institute. In INURA Institute, they work on improvement of the quality of agricultural products, acting from the use of natural resources, processing, conservation, and commercial life, to the production of high-quality, safe, and environmentally friendly agri-food products. And in IPROCAR Institute, they work to promote scientific and technical research on the quality of meat and meat products. And finally, the National Agri-Food Technological Center, that CETAEX, is a private center formed by a business association with companies of the agri-food sector in our region, and they work in quality control, processes, circular economy, agricultural research, and food technology. And, well, are the strengths and capabilities of our region, of Extremadura, in the science and technology system, in the field of the agri-food and forestry, what means in the ERIAFF network. And I take the opportunity to thanks to the organization to organize this meeting, to the Macedonia region. I've been told that it's a wonderful organization, and I hope all these activities in these days contribute to the an impulse of the ERIAFF network. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Gonzalez. Thank you. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
I don't know if anyone else wants to get these headphones, because we're going to have Mr. Roberto Scalazzi with us, and who is the Director for Agriculture and Rural Development of Tuscany region. Is it okay?
Thank you.
It doesn't work. Okay.
Thank you. Can I speak? Please. Buongiorno, gentili partner, cari colleghi, autorità. È per me vero piacere proseguire dopo l'apertura della sessione con le parole della Vicepresidente e Ministra dell'Agricoltura della mia regione, esprimere alcuni elementi che hanno caratterizzato il lavoro della nostra rete in questi anni. Come ricordato, celebriamo in questa ottava conferenza il 10° anniversario della rete.
The region of Tuscany said, today we're celebrating a long history with many world changes worldwide. The last 2 years were very difficult, but we managed to preserve our inter-region cooperation at the European level. So we proved that this is a good network. As the coordinators, we would like to talk about the current cooperation scheme, so that we're all aware of the developments and the progress that we had since 2019 when we were in Florence. In 2012, we have made a commitment declaration signed by 24 regions, where we wanted to create an informal network in order to promote cooperation in the fields of interest. So we have established a cooperation scheme with 8. In fact, it was a proposal for bringing European policies to the regional and the national level, how to preserve and improve connections and links among countries, and to serve the European mission in alignment with the policies that are set by Brussels. So it was a great opportunity for all of us to further enhance our network. In 2014, we had the annual conference in Seinäjoki in Finland. And then we had the joining of more members. So many synergies have been established with other organizations at the European level. Aeromontana, EFI, Estafor, the Committee for Regions, and the REUS network.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nel 2015
in 2015, we had the approval of Horizon 2015 and the GRISPIN project. The first part of the plan was used for improving systems concerning the exchange of information between participants. Tuscany was a member, and it was part of the working groups of regions, conveying and transferring the outcomes and the results in the network. Then we had the ERIAFF annual conference in Extremadura that focused and emphasized on procedures for the development and launched the cooperation of the network with other bodies and agents. Emphasis was given to climate. We had the AgriPol, the ADEPT project and plan. The development of ERIAFF was achieved in a series of regions and 23 observatories from 13 member states. We had also upgraded ERIAFF in Extremadura. In 2016, we had synergies established in the field of agri-food, and we had the reference network for the Agri General Directorate of the European Commission, and the two first partnerships were between the region of Tuscany and the region of Andalusia. So in the region of Tuscany, with the big data and the traceability, and we had a close cooperation scheme with Jersey that was the manager of the platform. In 2017, we had an annual meeting in southern Switzerland that, in fact, opened the works of the working groups. The first relied on a letter of the representatives, the delegates that participated in the meeting in 2018. ERIAFF took place the ERIAFF meeting took place for the second time in the Netherlands, along with the food business event that was hosted by the region itself. The same year, 2 more programs have been launched that included ERIAFF, the so-called Nefertiti also, that both started in 2018 and enabled us to move on with the Oswald 2.0. The final event took place at the same time as our own event in Barcelona. ERIAFF, in the meantime, reached 77 regions, 18 member states represented. In March 2019, the last conference of ERIAFF took place in Venice. And in the context of working week, that Tuscany dedicated to the agricultural sector, along with other events at the national and international level, rather at the national and regional level. It is deemed necessary to modernize the governance model. We have to join our forces and build stronger and closer cooperation. So we had the establishment of the ERIAFF committee from its founding members, by its founding members. We have 19 regions that are at the steering committee. Some regions have decided to adopt a stronger commitment. After the interruption and the suspension of works due to COVID-19, the activities of the networks continued online, but we were not able to organize the annual conferences of the year 2021, and this is why we have this conference in Thessaloniki. We would like to thank Thessaloniki for allowing us to organize our conference here for the year 2022. Up to now, we have 10 active working groups. The coordinators are in South Holland and North Holland, in North Karelia and Castilla y Leon, partners in Tuscany, in Marche, we have the consumer involvement in agro-food innovation partnership from Ostergotland, communication and website management from Extremadura. We had the agroecology from the province of Bolzane, and some more. Some of these companies will participate in tomorrow's agenda. And we will also have more synergies with more regions from 20 member states. And I believe that I must share some information from this report and talk about all our partners based on their progress and the numerous activities that have developed and deployed throughout the years. ERIAFF managed to combine official character with the ability to organize and implement actions as well as visibility. And there will be further efforts to combine and to meet expectations. We must continue our work based on the current system of the working groups, promoting and sending the letter describing our intentions in order to revive our links and our network after the pandemic. This letter will be open to be signed by all the partners participating in the network, but we also wait for your proposals and the proposals of the working groups. So we are in contact with companies that are eager to cooperate with us, and to this direction, the region of Tuscany has signed agreements. We will be trying to optimize these proposals to the extent possible, and we would also like to see the number of partners and of partners increasing. Our partners will have to commit themselves that they're going to join the forces for the achievement of our common goals. In concluding, I would like to say that the region of Tuscany would like to continue playing the role of coordinator, but it knows it can rely on all the partners and the advices that we are going to receive from our partners. So I hope that the works of this conference will bring new ideas and will help us move on to the same direction altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scalazzi. Thank you. And I think we're going to the next one. Mrs. Iletal.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
I think I have to use the microphone. No. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And it's a great pleasure to be here in this beautiful part of Europe. My name is Ilse Zaal, and I'm a regional minister of the region of Noord-Holland in the western north part of the Netherlands. You might know my region from the capital of the Netherlands, Amsterdam, our beaches, or our beautiful landscape with windmills. But we have also a large rural area in which food and flowers are produced. As a symbol from my region, I brought coffee cups made of clay from 3 types of soil in our province. And tonight I will offer them to the Vice Governor of Central Macedonia to thank you all for inviting us to this conference. I co-host this time slot with 2 colleagues from other Dutch regions, Janniko Appelman from the region of Flevoland and Ton Jonker from the region of Zuid-Holland. And we will discuss different subjects with you today. For example, the importance of horticulture, the protein shift, and our Floriade Expo, which is held in Flevoland, and we are very proud that it's in our country. I will talk about the importance of horticulture for a sustainable food system and also about our own food vision in the province of Noord-Holland. But I will start with a short movie, and I have to use this one. This is my region, and you can play the movie and then you will see where I am from, because I think it's a little bit different than other regions in Europe. Oh, no. Not working? That's too bad. I only have next and back. Maybe you can take a look. And otherwise, I continue, and then maybe we can play the video later. It was a very beautiful movie about our greenhousing and like. This is the movie of Yannico. We like videos in the Netherlands. No video?
Until we find the video.
And now my presentation is also gone. No. Yes. I continue with a European look at the horticulture solutions to the European Green Deal ambitions. The European horticulture sector provides innovative solutions needed for healthy societies across the world. The industry largely contributes to achieving the objectives set out by the Green Deal and its strategies such as Farm to Fork and the Circular Economy Action Plan. I give two examples of opportunities that should have more attention in EU policies. Firstly, in greenhousing, food can be grown in a climate-neutral way by using residual heat and CO2, by effective use of raw materials, and by using smart energy systems. By recycling water, the greenhouses can also offer solutions for the scarcity of water. It's important to support this on a regional, national, and European level. Secondly, circular production is the ultimate sustainable system of producing food. It enables us to produce food for everyone within the boundaries set by our planet. The waste stream of one food chain can be used by another one as raw materials. We call for the European Commission to encourage all agroecological and high-tech methods of sustainable production of foods, also with financial incentives. Therefore, Farm to Fork strategy needs a broader focus than it has now. Organic farming is very important, but it's not the only way to a sustainable food system. To promote that, the ERIAFF working group on plants has been striving to show the opportunities of horticulture at a European level. And it has also enhanced the collaboration between European regions since 2020. I'm excited and proud to announce that the members of the working group will sign a pact tomorrow. The name of the pact is the role of the horticulture sector in a sustainable EU food system. It is a call for a plant-based food system. We signed this pact with the following regions: Pays de la Loire, Vetchepoli, Extremadura, Flanders, Tuscany, Zuid-Holland, Thuringen, and my own region, Noord-Holland. if you want, you can join us on our mission. Let me know if you want to sign the pact too. We will do that tomorrow morning. And at the end of this presentation, I will give you a short view of our own food vision, because of course the province of North Holland also wants to contribute to a more sustainable food system. And as I said before, we have a large rural area in our province. We have dairy farms in an extensive way. We have agriculture, potatoes, onions, roots, and we have the greenhousing in which fruit, vegetables and flowers are growing. But today we speak about food. And we are very proud of our efficient agriculture sector. But we have also to admit that the way we produce our food in a linear system has its negative effects on soil, environment and climate. And that's why we strive for a more sustainable food system in the chain. A system which is good for the environment, but also for the economic position of the farmers. And our food vision is focused on 3 pillars. Firstly, regenerative agriculture. Secondly, closed cycles, circular production. And at last, short chains and food from the regions. And I think it's very important to state that the farmers are not the only ones who have to be held accountable for the change in the food system. All parts of the food chain, consumers, producers, sellers, suppliers, have their responsibilities and have their own role. And it's important to distribute the costs evenly over all parts of the chain. Part of our food vision is also the transition to a more plant-based future. On that subject, we collaborate with the region of Flevoland, and Jannico Appelman will tell you more about that subject. I will give the floor to you.
Ilse, thank you very much for your insights in the province of North Holland. I'm a colleague of Ilse. We are 2 neighboring regions working closely together in facilitating the way towards a more sustainable food system and agriculture. And we also experienced a lot of inspiring meetings within the framework of the ERIAFF network. And just we saw a brief oversight of the history of the ERIAFF network. And I can say, as a relatively new member of the ERIAFF network, that it's also for me, in this short time, also be proven to be a very net-worthy and very valuable network. So let's see. This morning we spoke about several challenges towards a more sustainable and circular agriculture and food system. Many challenges are concerned with this transition, but I will highlight just 3 challenges that we have identified in Flevoland. First of all, and this morning we spoke a lot about the farm-to-fork strategy, or maybe better to speak about the fork-to-farm strategy. And that's also about working towards shorter food chains. Ilse just mentioned it also. Reducing the footprint of our food by bringing more local food to our local markets. That's very much a highlight in our policy framework. It requires, and this morning also some panel members discussed it also, it requires investments in data collecting, in blockchain technology, but also in forms of smart logistics. The other thing is the protein shift, very important, step by step changing our diet towards more plant protein and less animal protein. Nowadays, we have a diet on our plate that consists about 40% of plant protein and 60% of animal protein, and we want to reverse that these percentages. And last but not least, introducing the principles of true pricing, making sure that our farmers get a fair price for their efforts, also mentioned by Ilse. And that is also referring to citizenship and to the responsibility of citizens in their capacity of consumers. Implementing the principles of true cost pricing also implies that our primary producers, our farmers, must have a better negotiation position in the whole value chain. Yes. These are the 3 challenges. And then hashtag, how do we do this? Well, we have strategy, we have a national strategy, we have a European strategy. On December 22 of 2020, the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture and Food Quality presented our national protein strategy. And this Dutch strategy follows the framework of the European-wide ambition to reduce dependency on protein imports and also to increase production of plant proteins on an EU level. And our national strategy that aims to enhance the cultivation of protein-rich crops over the next 5 to 10 years. We have the ambition to invest in research into new protein-rich sources for both humans and animals. We want to stimulate the extraction of proteins from residual flows and also support the production of insects, yes, insects, for feed and food. And last but not least, we increase the share of vegetable consumption and sustainable diets. And to implement this national protein strategy, we will implement also and we will sign a Green Deal that comes into effect this summer. A Green Deal, that's a public-private partnership facilitated by the Dutch government. It's a voluntary agreement signed by over 45 participants representing the entire value chain. And all the provinces, almost all the provinces, including Noord-Holland, Flevoland and Overijssel, we will be acting as co-signer, and also we will make several specific pledges to effectuate the protein shift. And this Green Deal, this is important, this Green Deal, protein-rich crops, will be signed next month by participating partners at an event hosted by the Protein Showcase at the International Horticulture Exhibition, the Floriade 2022, in Almere, in Holland, in Flevoland. The province of Noord-Holland, Flevoland and Overijssel, we have been 3 of the showcases co-funding parties, and this showcase field is a demo field of almost 2,000 square meters of 6 protein crops, 6 protein-rich crops, including fava beans, lupins and soybeans. And the overall aim is to stimulate the production and consumption of more plant-based and alternative proteins by enabling visitors to source information, to sample dishes and to attend all kinds of events. We can see also an increasing number of farmers. I'm going too quick through the pictures. We can also see an increasing number of farmers who grow soy, fava beans, lupin, quinoa, chickpeas. And even though the crops are at the moment not financially very competitive with the world market prices, our farmers are very much engaged in being a part of this new developing value chain. The revenues in the entire chain are good, but the farmers do not get their fair share. Here also the principle of fair pricing has to be introduced. And the Green Deal is aiming to change this balance. And also, our Green Deal focuses on the entire chain from farm to fork, or from fork to farm, we learned this morning, growing crops, processing industry, and the consumer side. The protein shift can only become successful if consumers will embrace the change in their daily diets. And we believe that chef cooks play a very crucial role in this transition. They are able to create completely new dishes. But we know that we can make hamburgers from soy and fava beans. But we are just in the very early stages of exploring what else can we do with it. Make milk, yogurt, beer, bread, pasta, and so on and so on. What else can we make? We are hoping to bring all kinds of chef cooks together with students, entrepreneurs, researchers, and of course startups to invent tasteful and healthy dishes and healthy alternatives for the nearby future. And we practice also what we preach in the province of Flevoland. The province is nowadays exploiting a restaurant called Food Forum, where we manage to serve a menu that meets the 2050 goals of a sustainable, healthy diet. The principles of the Eat Lancet Commission and the Eat Lancet dish. Completely plant-based, and around 90% ingredients come from our own province. Moreover, we told you about the horticulture exhibition Floriade Expo 2022. That's a world expo situated in the Netherlands in the city of Almere, which is open until the 9th of October. I hope we will all meet you there. And what my message to you is, and maybe our call to action, is that this ERIAFF meeting and also maybe the possible meeting on the Horticulture Expo, that will, well, lays the foundation of building new coalitions and also build together on a knowledge and innovation agenda on the topics of the protein transition. That's our aim, that's our agenda for the nearby future, and well, we hope that you will be partnering with us in the near future, and that also the ERIAFF network can be of great help. Thank you very much, and now I have also a video. We are fond of videos in the Netherlands, and maybe this one is going to work. That's the video of North Holland, but
Thank you. We'll keep the invitation. want it afterwards or no?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ton Jonker. I'm the Regional Director of Economic Affairs of the Province of Zuid-Holland. You see our first slide after the movie of Nico. I don't know really if I'm... At first I was happy that I didn't have a movie, but then I saw your movie and now I'm a bit sorry that we don't have a movie. Yeah. You might know the province of Zuid-Holland when you look at the pictures that there are also two cities like Rotterdam and The Hague, which are quite familiar to you, but also the cities like Leiden and Delft, very well-known university cities, are part of Zuid-Holland. And I think I'm not exaggerating if I say that this is probably the most densely populated area in Europe. And therefore, it's so very much important to have things in place which we're talking about today. Normally, our regional minister, Meijnerd Stolk, would be here, but he has, and I learned something new today, institutional priorities, which I will remember, why he couldn't make it, and he sent me. He had to defend his budget, and so that was for him a good reason to not to be here, but he said he was very sorry. I just came out of the plane, started at 5 o'clock in Amsterdam, flew via Vienna and had a cup of coffee there, and at lunch I was here, and this shows you how small Europe actually is. I would like to add a few words on what already has been said by Ilse and Nico. Our regions are, when you look at the technology and the companies and the knowledge institutions working there, are very much alike, you might say, especially from an international perspective. But I would like to address a few things, and I want to keep it short, and I hope you can remember 3 things after I'm finished. And the first thing is that how we work together within our regions in the Netherlands. The second thing is that ERIAFF is very important to us. And the third thing is I want to make a call to action or a plea to work together much more on a circular basis. The first thing, how we work together. Oh. I have to go back. I have to put next, and I don't get my second slide, so... there was one slide in between. We have green ports in the Netherlands that are clusters of triple helix organizations, so universities, knowledge institutions, government institutions, and companies working together, which are united in Green Ports NL. So we have also a national institution. This is a good example of triple helix cooperation, as I said before. And they have a very important role as a regional government, because one of the things we do as a regional government is make sure that that cooperation comes together, that cooperation starts to work. And we have different instruments to do that. Financial instruments, subsidies, schemes, also to really get the network working, to subsidize innovation, but also policies on spatial planning and infrastructure help with the coming together of those green port clusters. Ilse Zaal mentioned the horticulture solutions to European Green Deal ambitions, and all the green ports support these ambitions. Our experience from the clusters is that collaboration is key to reach our ambitions. We motivate each stakeholder in the cluster to build a solid network of partners within and across our regions. Only then we get the most out of our abilities and possibilities to achieve the European goals and contribute to the world in the best possible way. So contribution and working together is key. To showcase this, I would like to focus a bit more on circular production. As a region, we have an ambition to be 100% circular in 2050, so that's a big ambition. But we face a lot of challenges. For instance, we see 3 challenges looking at also the ERIAFF plant-based working group. The first is consumer behavior. The problem is the materials that are are supposed to be recycled by consumers are not being recycled. I don't know if you have the same experience when you look at your household and how difficult it is to get your plastics out of your normal waste. So you have to really learn the consumer how to behave, actually. The second one is the industry itself. The short lifespan of plastics used by plant nurseries in the cultivation process, pots and trays, are not used circular. It is mainly old-fashioned plastics. And moreover, plastics are also used for packaging. And the third one is the differences, and now it becomes really interesting, difference in the European approaches and policies on waste processing. Also, when you look at, for instance, the different definitions on what we call waste and what we can do with it. This means that in the Netherlands, or for example, our friends from Vegopolis Valley could put a lot of effort to make products recyclable, but then as the industry is very international, cross-border it can be end in the furnace, can be burned. In 2050 we will no longer need fossil plastics, and the few new plastic we need will be hopefully bio-based. Thus, reducing the use of single-use plastics and focusing on circular packaging is key. Furthermore, a single market for waste with uniform standards is necessary, since the sector transports its products all over Europe. It would help if we could change these regulations, and the ERIAFF network could help with that. This is also stated in the pact that will sign tomorrow. Ilse already stated that. You are very much invited to also subscribe to the pact. And joining forces is the only way, and this is a typical example of joining forces and what we can do with it to make a more sustainable future for Europe. And that was the end of my plea. Thank you.
But it's not going to be fair if we don't show the video, right? Your video. Yes? Yeah. I think we can do that.
They make us happy. They give us energy. They help us to grow as people, as a business, as a country. They feed many mouths, nearby and far away. They inspire. They provide color and fragrance. They connect and they bring together. Our strength is to innovate, to make sustainable, to work together, to look beyond borders, to invest in solutions for now and the future. We co-create together with companies, knowledge institutions and governments. We have the knowledge to enable growth, the technology to make progress, the drive to offer opportunities. We have the willpower to improve, here in the Netherlands and worldwide. We are convinced that we can do more with less, that we can achieve more together with fewer natural resources. Innovating for here and for the world calls for sustainable solutions and smart technologies, with consideration for our environment, with a passion for people, for our growth and our planet, and for the significance we have with all of our expertise, our training opportunities, our innovations and our international connections, now and in the future. We are top sector horticulture and starting materials. Every day, we are committed to green habitats, health, trade, economy, employment, energy, and of course, flowers. Top sector horticulture and starting materials, together towards a sustainable future.
Thank you for your video. Okay, and we have Jan Joregel, Head of Organic Production System of the Regional Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Sustainable Development of Andalusia. Welcome. Again, we cannot hear you.
All right, now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I want to thank for the organization, for ERIAFF, for the region of Thessaloniki, for organizing and inviting us to participate. And I'm speaking on behalf of the regional government of Andalusia, in which I develop a task as a head of unit of organic production. And in this term is my presentation. I don't know whether you can see my presentation already or not.
Not yet.
Afraid not.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, now you should have a look at it. One moment. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
It makes something. Okay, excellent. All right, our proposal goes towards agroecological living labs and lighthouses for the benefit of soil health, and we're based in Andalusia, obviously. My participation in this speech goes in terms of the regional Ministry of Agriculture, Sustainable Development, and we have the capacity and the of promoting research development in this sector, and in the threshold, in the framework of the European Green Deal, the Farm to Fork strategy already spoken here, etc. We have an ambition strategy for sustainable development with the aims in 2030, and have initially a scheme for competitiveness in the agricultural, livestock, fisheries, agro-industrial and rural development sector, which is ending this year. We're working also, very importantly, in a scheme in our region for climate action, and we have a very important deal with Andalusian circular bioeconomy. In this sense, we're working from a very long time already in increasing and promoting organic production. You see a graph here when you see the evolution of the surface and number of people involved in the production, organic production, and we are already surpassed the 25% of the total area devoted to agriculture certified as organic, as we are already attaining as much as 29.7%. We still have much to do, and this is our aim, what we are trying to propose afterwards. So that you can know us a little bit, we are in the south part of Spain, the southern region of Spain, and we are very important in terms of organic production, totally in an area of 1.4 million hectares certified organic. Actually, which is half of Spanish surface devoted to organic production, with important figures in the rest of activities. So that you can see us in the European context, we are being 1/2 of Spanish total surface. We aim we are actually 7.5% of the organic surface in Europe, in Andalusia, again in organic production. So we've been collaborating to ERIAFF for some time already, and we understand it is critical, is important to go on, and in this term we aim to participate in the agroecology working group, and we understand that ERIAFF's role is fundamental in order to create critical mass, in order to increase the capacity to dialogue and to increase the correspondence with other regions and in order to advance. And in this sense, our proposal is again going towards the participation in a partnership in agroecology, living labs, as a way of making and extending the capacities and the experiences that are being developed already. In this sense, we intend to create a network of agroecology living labs, some of which are already starting to work. And in this sense, we have the backing or the participation of two agencies which are important in our ministry, and agencies for the promotion of the agriculture, and very importantly, an agents for the improvement of the research and training, which is IFAPA. So we have the capacity, the talent, and the research, and this is why we already made an initial survey in order to identify what experiences were being carried out in the territory. And you have some pictures there. We produced a document in order to make a summary of them. So that we initially started to identify them, as you can see on the map. There are many experiences which can eventually turn into living labs in agroecology, just depending of a certification scheme. And actually, what are our experiences? We what are working on currently on agroecology? Well, we have consultancy services in order to assess producers. We are currently developing projects of biodistricts. We are providing marketing support, guides, farmers markets, commercial meetings, etc. We are very much working on school canteens in order to promote public purchase of organic food in order to provide it to scholars. We are developing continuously different demonstrating seminars for the incorporation of young people to the farming companies, etc. So in general, we have large number of participants and contracts, multi-stakeholder approach. We have participatory actions in many cases. So we have a capacity of involving a great number of people, and they are not isolated. They working in networks, and we intend to apply a multi-stakeholder collaboration. And that's all from my part. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, I'm going to ask Mr. Mikko Savola from South Austria, Finland.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's my first ERIAFF meeting, and now 2 hours in a Greece, and I have to say that I cannot speak with the deep chest tone about the ERIAFF, but of course we've been talking about how this organization works, and I have got good info about it, and it's very nice to meet you all. Very nice to be here. My name is Mikko Savola, and I'm coming from Finland. I'm MP there, working in the Committee of the Agriculture and Forestry in the Parliament, and also in the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I'm the chairman of the Regional Council of South Ostrobothnia. Maybe a little bit about South Ostrobothnia, what kind of region it is. We have 195,000 people there. We have 18 municipalities over there. We are a region which has a very strong agriculture, and the food producing is high in our region. We have a dairy farming as well, the meat farming and producing as well. Also we can produce the plant-based products and the proteins, and we have also new kind of business, which is whiskey business in the region. We have a distillery company which has been there now several years, and maybe many of you have heard about the Kyrö distillery company. But what I mean, we are producing many kind of food, many kind of ingredients of what we can get from the agriculture. Finland is known also about its forest. Over 75% of our landscape is forest, And also in the South Ostrobothnia, we have a high-end wood industry. We are producing the wood in the small and mid-sized sawmills and other companies as well. And we have a high education, which is based on the agriculture and also in the forestry. The Thessaloniki2022 of Applied Sciences, which is also here in ERIAFF conference. Actually, in ERIAFF, we have shared responsibility in this organization. The regional council, what I'm representing, is responsible for the cooperation of regional administrative authority, but the Thessaloniki of Applied Sciences has taken care of the actual content of the development. So we are working together and acting together also in this area. About the region, more about it. I don't know how many of you have visited in the South Ostrobothnia. We have hosted 2 times of these annual conferences, as we heard before in 2014 and 18. But our region is our landscape in the region is no wide open plains and the fields, but the eastern part of the region has hundreds of lakes as well, and we are famous of tourism, and we have thousands of summer cottages over there. We have also zoo and the natural wild animals from the Finnish nature, which we are famous of, and everything what we do it in a sustainable way. As I mentioned about the food producing, the dairy business, what we have, the cows are fed by the grass-based and the grass-based feeding, and we are using our forest very sustainable. Our forests in Finland is growing over 100 square meters every year, and we are using 70 to 80 of it. So it is growing more than we are using it, and that's a sustainable way how we do it. But as you see, I didn't have a beautiful presentation or videos or anything. So this is a short presentation about my region. And I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy if we have a discussion here to answer your questions and so on. But this is my short presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. We have members of ERIAFF, but also we have members that would like to be members of ERIAFF, to be honest. And we have Vasilis Delistamatis, which is the Vice Governor of Rural Economy from the region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. So we would like to welcome you. Introduce yourselves to the rest of the members of ERIAFF. The presentation is going to be in Greek, so again, probably you're going to either learn Greek or use your handphones. Even more difficult than it. Even more, yes.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Λέγομαι
My name is Delistamatis, and from the 1st of January 2022, I am the Deputy Regional Governor for animal breeding in Central Macedonia and Thrace. Dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting us to participate in this interesting conference. I would like to congratulate ERIAFF and each initiatives because they contribute to the most complete reform of agro-food sector in the EU. We hope that the region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace will soon become a member ERIAFF network because decided to sign and commit ourselves to the 2012 and 2013 joint declaration of ERIAFF at a time when the planet is called upon to increase its food production by 60% by the year 2050 in order to ensure food safety for the world population. The international agri-food sector should revise its strategies and adopt circular economy principles, the principles of smart farming, and to use sustainable cultivation forms and to digital reform in order to meet environmental challenges and include in its policy social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, the region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, where I come from, is the fourth in size province and region in Greece. It has a lot of advantages that could be used in order to become a sustainable region. However, the region hasn't used all these advantages fully so far. In order to achieve that. Yet we are doing best and we are trying to align ourselves with international standards. Try to meet modern demands. Our region, in relation to the 13 regions of our country, is third in area of cultivation lands, third rank concerning irrigated land. And we as a region, we are the first region that every second year has a lot of animal diseases. We are the first region concerning the quantity and quality of fisheries. And we're the sixth concerning people working in the primary sector. However, we should pay attention to figures that are rather low. For example, low productivity, aging of the population, and unfortunately, innovation. Decisive role in agro-food sector planning will be played by the consortium that has been formed in our region, where municipalities, chambers, as well businesses from the primary and secondary sector and the university participate. Know-how and knowledge transfer in cooperation with research and university centers and implementation of innovation by SMEs that are the majority in agri-food sector, networking of our businesses with other fields of the economy, synergies between businesses within Greece and outside Greece, modernization of our fields, cultivation fields, and many other actions will create the framework that will lead to the change of agri-food sector into a contemporary framework of development. We rely on scientists and specialized bodies like ERIAFF in order to inform us, train us, and together with them to set a successful strategy. One more time, I would like to thank ERIAFF for their invitation. It's an honor for us to participate in your conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us. We hope that this will be a beginning so that you will become a member of ERIAFF at some point, of ERIAFF network at some point.
Okay, let's run. Nice meeting you. Yes. Okay, and no, I'm joking. I'm joking. I really need your input now. So you're members of the ERIAFF, so I will start with, let's say, the old members of the ERIAFF. And I don't know if you can share with us some thoughts on the progress you made by ERIAFF up to date, and how your regional authorities contribute to that progress.
In a practical sense?
Yes.
Well, of course, we participate in different working groups, but we choose selectively which topic is the most of importance for us. And I mentioned short chain development, the farm to fork strategy, implementing the protein strategy and the protein shift. And I think that within that framework, the ERIAFF network can be of great value in partnering with other regions, working together on innovation and entrepreneurship, but also influencing the EU agenda. I think that we don't have to undervalue the influence power of the ERIAFF network and the influence of that network within the Brussels framework.
Thank you. What about North Holland?
Yes, it's a little bit the same, but I think the pact I announced before is a good example of how you can cooperate and focus on a certain theme and make each other stronger in the lobby in Europe, for example. And I think that's important to find each other and also to find regions who are quite similar and work together on a mission.
What about the region of South Holland?
I couldn't agree more. But the thing is, which is already stated also, that when we join forces, we are better heard in Brussels. And that's, I think, a very important point. If you want to make a difference, we should start in Brussels and maybe conquer the world after that. But we first have to join forces.
Can I ask Mr. Scarlatti for the same question? Is it okay? Mr. Scarlatti?
Grazie, sì. Io ribadisco l'importanza della rete ERIAFF per i risultati che abbiamo raggiunto come
how important ERIAFF is and how important the results that we have achieved in ERIAFF are. We have so many members and observation members from so many countries. That's a success, and this counts in Europe. The European Commission and the Euro Parliament do know us, and we have achieved that already. Of course, concerning the new challenges, we should wonder about strategies on smart specialization, how we can identify and new opportunities, seize them, and how we can coordinate ourselves on what we suggest and propose to EU instruments. This can be achieved through constant and continuous communication on various products that will safeguard the continuity of our network. This is important for us if we want to achieve higher goals.
From the beginning, since 2012, we have been hosted 2 times the annual session as well. And what we have found, and what we have experienced, the content of and the goals of the network activities, such as the developing systemic food chains, and very important for the development of a strong food cluster in our region. We have also found that we are able to give the network a lot of in the areas that are important to it, and as I mentioned, we have shared the responsibility. We have the regional council in the ERIAFF, and we have the University of the Applied Sciences. We have made the cooperation agreement, and we have shared what we do in it, and this has been useful concept for both organizations in our region, and in this way, I believe that South Ostrobothnia has a lot to receive and also to give to this network in the future as well.
And I think we also have Mr. Jan Jorgel on the Zoom, so I can see you, but I don't know if you can see us and hear us. Again, we cannot hear you. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes, I understand. Yes. Okay. Yes, I just wanted to highlight that ERIAFF has put the focus on the territory, on EU politics, and has facilitated the contribution of the innovation in the agro-industry business in a flexible way, and therefore we match with the previous colleagues that has said the importance of having ERIAFF as a lobbying institution in Brussels and representing the regions, and very importantly to facilitate the information to come to the regions. So we just are thankful for the role played, and we encourage to continue.
Thank you. And I already understand the organization of ERIAFF, but I have, let's say, a common question for all of you. As I understand, ERIAFF is a work in progress. Until now, the whole effort was coordinated with more or less informal rules or governance. Do you think the establishment of a new, maybe, legal identity is now in order to facilitate further progress? Is it something that we are going to help ERIAFF maybe coordinate better with some other initiatives? Is it something that you think about as a regions? So again, an input of that. Is it time to, let's say, move forward? I know it's a difficult one.
Yes, well, but we can elaborate on this a little bit. I think in the nearby future, I think that within the European policy network, cross-sectoral cooperation is more and more of more and more importance. Also, the different networks, and we have a lot of networks. There was just an oversight of all the different networks. I think that ERIAFF also has to understand in what kind of ecosystem of networks the ERIAFF network is working, and there are a lot of similar networks with similar topics, or topics that are just a little bit off topic, but where are similarities that can be that can be explored to cooperate. So I think that is an agenda for the nearby future. And the other thing is, I think professionalism in governance is always a topic. 24 regions, 24 different regions. Well, I think you have to have in your governance a form of political decision-making about the big strategic goals of the ERIAFF network.
Yeah, I think the current system is working very well, and we rely on active participation of us all. And of course, we want to thank the region of Tuscany for being a dedicated secretary of this meeting. But it's working. But on the other hand, we have big challenges, and maybe we can make more impact to connect the network more to, for example, European funds like Interreg or Horizon 2020, and then it can be possible to look at the governance, and also should Tuscany once decide no longer to help us all, then it can be better to have an identity. But for now, it works very well.
Is it working for your region as well, Mr. Young? Yep.
Yes, I think it is. When you look at the fact that Tuscany is leading, I think it's very appreciated. But also looking at ERIAFF as a more strategic weapon, you might say that it's in line with the Farm to Fork strategy, with the UN development goals, and everything. But I think one thing you should not forget is that you should keep track and be agile enough to keep up with the industry itself and the innovation in the industry itself. Civil servants and politicians are very much involved in the networks and in the governance aspects of those things, but we should not forget the industry itself, I think.
Mr. Scarlazzi, do you think we have to change something? The region of Tuscany is doing a great job, but...
Come dicevo prima, probabilmente l'informalità della rete
We have managed to reach these figures covering 20 member states, 92 agents and bodies, exactly because the form of the interests that are not connected to a legal entity signaled the opening. And if we change this, and we could do this on the long term, but we have to think about the objectives and the targets that we set. We have achieved excellent results based on the targets that we have set. And it is clear that for some European projects and programs, they must be subject to a legal framework. But in terms of the programs that have been approved, and to address ourselves to the coordinators, as in the context of other strategies, some regions have the responsibility, are responsible for a smaller number of regions, of areas, or of provinces. But I believe that optimizing the objectives that we want to achieve, it would be useful to imagine a mixed form or an evolved form of governance. The region of Tuscany undertakes and executes or performs its tasks with great pleasure.
We are in a situation that
this
ERIAFF network has expanded year by year. As we have heard since 2011, many regions has joined in, and that means that also different regions has different needs in this network, and that's why I think, and we think in the South Ostrobothnia, that this network should be changed in a more organized direction. And we are in a favor of a model which the full members have a membership fee, and we can build up the structures and then set up the network and also hire the permanent staff. Of course, that organization cannot be too wide, but it should be keep as light as possible, but still more to the organized way, and the member fees and permanent staff. That would be good for this this network and this organization.
What about the region of Andalusia? Do you think something has to change?
Well, we are happy so far with the flexible approach that's been taking place. Just to highlight the idea, cooperation among regions is essential, but I just give you a couple of ideas. We will make a difference between two levels of action. One, political level action in terms of coordination, and a technical level in terms of the obtention of results. That's my message.
This is something probably you have to discuss later on as members of the ERIAFF, but I think now it's time to give you probably the floor to the projects you are doing as the ERIAFF network. So probably I want to thank you all for your input and probably invite the people in your regions to present us with some projects you are doing. Thank you so much. So it's time for some presentations and some project presentations. Again, I have Andreas Obersteg. Thank you. Sorry for the... Thank you for joining us. Yes. Dr. Dimitrios Katsandonis from Elgo Dimiter. Mrs. Irene Palomino. You can join it? No? No. Sorry. Demo farm. And we have Fabio Poscarelli from Nefretriti. Yep. Okay. You don't need that. Όχι, θα σηκωθώ εγώ. Σηκωθώ εγώ. It's not going to be with us.
We share.
We share. Okay, perfect.
With Mitchell Hendricks.
Okay. In order not to waste any more time, I think we'll start with the presentations, and then I have to gather all the other people. Yep. And I will start with you. Rural-urban partnership, motivating regional economy and rural indirect and Europe. So you have to present us that. Thank you. Do you need to go to the panel or?
I can also, yeah.
It's up to you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks for the invitation to the ERIAFF network. I will present the Rumore project. Many partners of our project are also here today. Maybe you can raise your hands, those. We are quite present here because we have back-to-back our project meeting here, and I have to say Rumore is a rather old project. We are already in the 6th year, and it's an Interact Europe project, and so Rumore stands for Rural-Urban Partnerships Motivating Regional Economics, or you also could translate it into Rural-Urban Cooperation Leading to More Innovation, as you like. And the green one? Okay. And you can find more information, a lot more information on the website. And by the way, I'm Andreas Obersteg. I'm working at Hafen City University in Hamburg, and I'm the project coordinator on behalf of the lead partner, Hafen City University. Why urban-rural cooperation? Well, the project started, we have quite a history. We worked before on this topic. And when we were thinking about the project, we found out, we did some research, that looking at urban and rural areas, there are quite unequal innovation capacities, meaning that a lot of innovation takes place in urban areas, while some of the rural areas are a bit locked. And also what's interesting is that there are missing synergies between urban, peri-urban and rural areas, meaning there is innovation in all parts of them, but they are not brought together. And this leads to an underused potential for growth and job creation. So this was the starting point. Why did we want to work on this project. And out of this, we have the project aim and approach that we want to improve regional innovation policies, innovation processes and chains by fostering synergies between rural and urban territories, and very important, also the stakeholders. And more concretely, our aim is the mobilization of stakeholders and funds in inclusive regional-driven processes. I will come to this later. And also what is important, and this has been mentioned before, the integration of rural-urban aspects in existing regional innovation strategies. So rather, instead of making new strategies, there are more looking at the existing ones and thinking about how can we bring our aspects into them. And very important, because this is the key in Interreg Europe, the effective governance of EFRD programs and regional policy instruments. So how was our process? That's typical for Interreg Europe. It's a learning process and exchange. We want to learn from each other. And we had the baseline was a framework. We have 6 partner regions in 5 countries. And in the beginning, we had to understand the diversity of innovation landscape and systems, because they are quite different in the countries and regions, and also to understand the institutional frameworks and regional specificities in all these regions, and also the difference in cooperation experiences. So how do stakeholders cooperate is quite different in Netherlands, in Italy, in Greece, in Bulgaria, and in Germany, and these are the countries that we were working in. And what we did do, we had some learning events where we met. So today we had our last one, our last physical one, a learning event. We were gathering good practices. You can find them on the Rumore website. And then all partners had to create action plans. And these action plans were then implemented over the last 2 years. And out of our work, we created in total 9 recommendations, but I'm only mentioning 5 of them because in Rumore we did not only work about food systems, but it was a bit more general on innovation, and the 4 other ones are not so much linked to food. So these are the ones that fit more the recommendations for smart and green agri-food chains. So the first recommendation is create mechanisms for knowledge and technology transfer to rural areas. So bridging the gap between the innovation gap between urban and rural. Then promote innovation through living labs and open innovation networks involving urban as well as rural actors. By the way, tomorrow we will have a living lab here with our Greek managed by our Greek partners. Then the third is to support decentralized research infrastructure and entrepreneurial services. Decentralized means not only in the big cities, but also in rural areas. And then to support cross-sectoral urban-rural partnerships in the field of smart specialization. So also this cross-sectoral aspect was mentioned before, not only rural, not only agriculture, but also going into other fields of policies. And last but not least, to unlock the circular economy potentials, and because this is quite a big potential looking at a new thinking of agriculture systems. So these are the recommendations. And then I come to the more concrete examples from our 6 regions. So they all implemented the action plans. And the examples, they are by far not everything that the partners did. It's just really picking some of the points out. And these 6 examples that I give, they all consider several of the recommendations that I just mentioned. So in Lombardy region in Italy, Lombardy supported the networking between creative digital SMEs and farmers in the free of its agreement Milano Rural Metropolis. And they improved the access of agricultural entrepreneurs to the ERIAFF funding. So that was quite a success because they really managed to bring together non-agricultural companies with agricultural stakeholders to think about innovation, and also that agricultural entrepreneurs can apply for ERIAFF was a big success, because before for them it was a bit a secret book they could not really access and didn't understand. Then the second example is the Green Knowledge Portal Twente in Netherlands. We have our colleagues over there. And this is a very interesting example. I can recommend to visit the website, which also is partly in English. So the Green Knowledge Portal Twente is a quadruple helix organization bringing together entrepreneurs, 14 municipalities, research and citizens to improve the regional food system. And during Rumore, the network could be improved with different projects. And in order to establish more the regional food chains in the Twente region in the east of the Netherlands. Then the region of Burgas, which is also represented here, they initiated the Black Sea Center as a one-stop agency for blue growth and innovation. This is not 100% linked to agriculture, but also agricultural aspects are there. And they created an online innovation platform for especially addressing small companies to get easier access to information and to funding. And the idea is also to develop new agricultural prototype products. Then the fourth region is Amsterdam, also present here. Amsterdam connected farmers and innovators to create ideas for new regional food products. So there's a bit of a similarity to Milano or Lombardy region. And also in Amsterdam, the short food chains were supported by the city, and also the aspect of food waste avoidance. Here we are linked to the circular economy was supported. Then our hosting region, Central Macedonia, is also a partner. Or to be more precise, we have 4 partners from Central Macedonia. They developed in a pilot action, and I think Dimitrios will say something a bit more about this. They developed a blockchain and cloud-based data management solution to improve the rice value chain. And the aim is to digitalize origin and quality of food, but we will hear more about this. And last but not least, the Lüneburg region in northern Germany, they use their structural funds to support the cooperation between universities in innovation projects for regional development. So how can universities reach out to smaller enterprises, to agricultural entrepreneurs and other stakeholders in the rural areas? Okay, so these were the examples, and that's my last slide, and I hope I'm more or less in time. So to sum up the lessons learned, so here you see the 6 countries again, the 5 countries in the 6 regions again. So the lessons learned are that what we learned in Rumore is that tackling the needs of traditional industries and agri-food chains plays a central role in rural development policies. We learned that rural-urban cooperation can help regions to boost innovation in the primary sector through new technologies and cross-sectoral collaborations. And we learned that innovation leads to competitiveness, diversification of rural economy, and reduction of environmental impacts. If you want to learn more, again, I want to suggest the Rumore website, and I want to make also a bit of advertisement for another project I'm working on regional food chains called Corpus. It's a German project, but with Google you can easily translate today websites. It's also about these food chains and how to support them. So Rumore and Corpus I can warmly recommend, and thanks a lot.
Thank you. I'll continue with Rumore, so I'll ask Dr. Dimitrios Katsandonis, again working on Rumore, and testing the plan for the development of a digital innovation hub in the agri-food sector through a field research and digital application in the rice value chain.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Dimitris Katsandonis, and I work for the Hellenic Agricultural Organization, Dimitra. I will present you a little bit more from insights of Rumore. The objectives, first of all, were partners who were implemented in the project at the end as a pilot action. And according to this pilot action, we had to develop a blockchain dedicated to rice for the Central Macedonia region. The objectives and the key features of the RISE blockchain was the aim to to develop an identification and tracking tool to record all the activities and practices of the rice production value chain in the region of Central Macedonia. Also, the digital integration scenario included primary production, secondary production, and retailers and customers. The establishment of synergies was a network between the region of Central Macedonia, research, farmers, traders, and retailers, and at the end, consumers. Also, at the end of the whole development, the use of a QR code, which by scanning automatically would trace all the stages which are recorded in the database of the blockchain. Let's see what is behind the RISE blockchain platform. At first, initially, it was the identification of the key player, and it was the Agricultural Association of Halastra A, which is one of the biggest associations in Balkans. Along with rice farmers, which were provided by this association, also were identified other associations who were interested in be implemented in the whole pilot case, traders, rice industry, and a product quality and safety practices assessment in order to record what was happening in the secondary production and during processing. Initially started with 10 rice farmers, which were implemented, quite leader farmers with quite bigger land cultivation. They delivered at specific points, storage points, their yields in order to be implemented in the blockchain, in order not to be mixed with the other yields which were delivered in the association. This product, which individually delivered, was processed and packaged separately. Besides this, samples were collected in order to evaluate the quality, then the nutrient profile, and also genotypic analysis. Focusing to the key users, we developed 4 scenarios. In the first was the rice farmers, which represent, of course, the primary production. Then we have the traders or distributors, which can be associations, rice mills, wholesalers, and retailers. Then we have rice industry, which besides rice mills, also some kind of processing industry, flour mills, and etc. And consumers, which are the end users of the whole database. And this could be households, restaurants, retail shops, hotels, and everything which could be related to rice consumption. Let's say the inside of the platform. Fortunately, I don't have the system is like this, and I can't use the video, so I use still images of the platform. And this is the platform how the stakeholders are using, not the customers, so everybody else could use it. Besides customers, customers would also can only use the output of the blockchain. So after login and sign up in the platform as farmer, we have the sowing tab interface where the farmer can record the coordinates, the area, the name of the area where his farm, his rice paddy is located, along with the size of the farm. Besides, he can record sowing and pre-sowing activities and practices. Also, the platform has the ability to upload the farmer or anybody who uses it to upload PDF files. In this case, the farmer could upload certification of the soil analysis. Then we have the production tab. This is more or less the most, one of the most important parts, where all the rice cultivation practices are recorded in details. And we have fertilization, we have weed control, pest and disease control. In this point, in this part of the platform, the farmer can record, besides the date of application, also the amounts, active substances or commercial names of the agrochemicals he used in each case. Then we have the harvest tab. The harvest tab is where farmers will record when it's harvested, and also total yield from this field, which is included in the database. Transportation, how is it transported, and also storage, where it was stored at his place or a distributor's place, and also something which is very important, it's moisture level. Another tab is the nutritional value. This is very important for the end users, and also the ones who want to process this product. It is divided in two sections. One section is the quality of the grain, and second section is the nutrient profile of the grains. In this case, this is similar, the same tab. It's shared with the secondary production, because the most normally not farmers, but secondary production could ask for this analysis and record it. At the end of this tabs, production tabs, it's the distribution tab, where this farmer delivered somewhere the yield, which is the name of the distributor, and also in this tab he can the farmer can generate the QR code, which will go to the package or to the big bag or something, or to the lorry which was used to distribute. Let's go to the secondary production. In our case, in the pilot, was association, so that's why this is big association, one of the biggest I told you in Balkans. As association, we're logged in this still image. We can see farms, rice fields. By clicking in one field, again, we can have the coordinates and the area, the size of the field where this product came from. Then there is another tab which is called receipt tab. This has the name and how much of this product was delivered to the secondary production. And some information about drying and storage facilities, drying facilities, etc. Then we have the processing. In this case, association doesn't process, could be mill. So in this secondary production phase, we can store information, what is the lack of this product, for example, if it was milled or if it goes for another kind of process. And some information about retailers' distribution. This is the share tab. I won't stay more because I think it's more or less secondary production work. And this is a quality assessment tab. This is not doesn't concern the product, but concerns the conditions of storage and the conditions of the processing. This is also, there are information about ISO, HASP, and the secondary production unit can upload even the certificates where this company has. Along with lots of information, I don't have the time to go one by one, but in general, this questionnaire describes the condition of the storage facilities, of the processing facilities, could be mill, could be flour mill, everything, and concerns questions where big retailers ask and how we collect it. At the end of this quality assessment tab, we have the DNA analysis. It concerns this place because it shows the purity of the final product in comparison with the first product, which was the sowing seed. And we can see how pure is this product, how close to the original seed. Then there is another tab, the silo. This is more or less something like logistics, where the dedicated silo of the blockchain can give us information how much of the product, of the rice product, is inside and how much it went out is gone out from the silo. And another system which is user-friendly, tracking tab we call it. And this is a place where everybody could trace one by one all the practices and every record in the database. And let's go to the end now. This is the QR code. And at the bottom you will see pilot's packaging. We didn't create new packages, but we added the QR code, and this is the output. You scan, it's very easy. Somebody can scan it, and all information are visible. Somebody could take the decision if he wants to buy or he wants to not to buy for any if he doesn't like something in the blockchain, he can't buy. Let's summarize the benefits of the stakeholders. Yeah, okay. There are 3 levels. For the farmers, full traceability of the product, certification of the quality, increased prices through labeling, and smart contracts. For the distributors, more efficient logistics, full traceability, traceability is everywhere, fair price based on the quality of the product, and for the consumers, again, full traceability, certification of what they buy, and trust for the rice value chain. Just closing, that was the first case we started working on digital innovation hubs. And blockchain was the first service which was developed, taking into consideration the trend and uncertainties after analysis, the main outputs and feedback receiving from previous stages implemented, European Commission strategy regarding the digital innovation hubs, and the core of the European policy in digitalization. Many services provided by the proposed digital innovation hub. And there is some kind of timetable. The first 2 years, the service was traceability and blockchain services. From 2 to 5 years, test before invest, skill and training, support for fund investments, innovation ecosystems, and networking opportunities. And after the 5th year, provision of services in a wider level, let's say in the regional. Thank you very much for your attention. Something like this was just initial work. this could be also available for other products, and in case of perishable products, would be really very important to import and include more IoT. Let's see what will happen in the capitalization in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Papadopoulos. So we'll move on to the next project. It's an Nefertiti project. We have to call Mitchell Hendricks and Fabio Boscarelli. Supporting demo farms and their networking European acquis.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Mitchell Hendricks, and next to me is Fabio Boscalieri, and we are both working for the Nefertiti project. And also our other team members are almost here, everybody. So we have Alessandra over there, we have Soila from South Ostrobotnia, and we have Marga Vindes from Greenport West Holland, which is, she's going to present about Greenport West Holland later. So we are going to give a presentation about Nefertiti and also about the work package 6, which we work for, which is about policy dialogues and networking sustainability. Nefertiti is a Horizon 2020 project. Oh, too much. Which consists of 32 partners from 70 countries with a budget of 7 million, and which is coordinated by ACTA, which is a French organization. And it consists of 10 Nefertiti networks with 45 different demo hubs. And the goal of Nefertiti is peer-to-peer learning for farmers and growers. And it is about, for instance, robust organic livestock systems, horticulture, water use efficiency, or optimal soil quality in arable crops. Besides the networks and the hubs, we have a Nefertiti organization, and this gives you a little insight of how the governance of our organization is. So Fabio, I, and the other people I just introduced work for the work package 6, which is about policy dialogue and network sustainability. And the goal of our work package is to add more strength to the European lobby and to tell the story of what the farmers and the growers need to improve their demonstration facilities. And besides that, we organize policy dialogues with other policy makers, and we organize meetings with the DG Agris of the European Commission. So like I said, the idea of Nefertiti is that we, with peer-to-peer learning and crossover invitation of farmers and growers on their company, so they invite other growers and farmers on their own companies to learn from each other and to organize an innovation uptake and organize a big network across Europe on different subjects. And here's a little insight of what we realized. So on this map, you see a lot of demo farms across Europe, and you also the farmers and the growers can click on this map to see which farmers and growers are part of the network and are open to open their farm or horticulture greenhouse and invite other growers and farmers. And from everything that we've learned from these demo farms, we organized a farm demo kit, training kit, and this farm demo training kit is telling every farmer and grower, which is not yet a demo farm, how they can organize their company to be a demo farm. So we make a lot of videos, and in these videos we explain to the farmers like which kind of events we already organized and how they can organize an event themselves. And we, as Nefertiti, give them the label of demo farm if they organize more than 2 of these events at their farm or their horticulture greenhouse. the farmers and the growers can check the agenda on our website and they can sign up for an upcoming event. But because of the COVID situation, we also had a virtual demo tour. So we try to adapt to the situation. And after every demonstration event, the farmers and the growers have to fill in a form so we can learn from the demo visits, and also add more content to the farm demo training kit. So like I said, we are, Fabio and I are both from the work package 6, which is mainly focusing on policy recommendations and networks. And Fabio is going to tell a little bit more about our work package.
Thank you, Mitchell. So yeah, you had a little bit the basis of the project. What we are doing here and why also ERIAFF is connected to this project is because when we started drafting this project, the intention was to connect with regions. So the promoter of the project wanted regions inside. So we used the ERIAFF narrative, as it was mentioned before, the role of ERIAFF in this case, and we got the funding through these 3 regions that are collaborating here. And so we provide some activities that we hope that will help other regions to improve, particularly, of course, on the profile of how they use demo farms. And so we have here a little bit our work package. As you can see, we have 3 tasks to fill in. Our presentation today is also part of this task because in the project we wrote that we are connecting the project in the ERIAFF network. One of the deliverable in our deliverable, we also have to organize activities towards policymakers. So today we are, let's say, as a group, policymakers. So we would like to recommend, as here you can see, to take a look at the deliverable of the projects. 2 are already there, a list of relevant ESIF projects that are in place in the different regions that we analyzed, and also an analysis of how EU regions and countries, member states, are developing and shaping their profile and policy profile for supporting demo farms through S3 and rural development. We are still missing a couple of deliverables. We are building these deliverables using also activities in Nefertiti. We will have in the visits, field visit on Thursday, we will have also a visit to the American Farm School demo farm. By the way, Vicky is also supporting there. So a little bit about this analysis. It's a very, I think, useful background document where you can have a look of what regions are doing in terms of demonstration and how they link the demonstration with their EKIS systems. I move on quickly to respect the timing. Some suggestion that we take from this deliverable. We analyzed several countries, as I said, and we saw some indication in terms of strengths and weaknesses. We analyzed it here. You have a short report with ranking of strengths and weaknesses. I just mentioned the main strengths. Of course, we noticed that there are very active EKIS systems. So the EKIS systems normally in Europe are very active. And there are even a lot of demonstration and farm networking activities in the different countries. From the other side, the weaknesses, we see still a gap in funding. So all the countries are reporting that there is no specific tools for supporting demo farms, so they are scattered in different policies. So sometimes you have to strive to have this funding on purpose of your demonstration. And then even if EKIS is working well, there is still fragmentation of this EKIS that impedes somehow to have a logic and a narrative of the demo farm, which can benefit let's say, in a uniform way. So you have maybe one very active in the EKIS, but the others are a little bit fragmented and disconnected, this mainly at national level. Suggestion. We suggest that regions or member states explore the opportunities that are offered by the new initiative and programs in the new program period. We have the recovery and resilience national plans that could offer opportunity for the innovation ecosystem. Digital innovation hubs have been mentioned, technology cluster for agri-food, and the S3 agri-food platform. Increase the focus on P2P learning, which is important. Let's say demo farms are built for demonstrating to other farmers in their setting so they can understand the language. This is very important. This morning we learned that some speakers mentioned the importance of having test beds for innovation. So I think demo farms, we use this term demo farms, they are important place, and you have to explore both public demo farms, where you have public demo farms, and commercial farms that are used as a demo farm. And of course, better integrate the farms in the ECIs, and then of course learn from other regions that have strengthened these policies and the role of these demo farms. This is of course a little bit branding for the visit. We will have this visit. It's a demo farm. It's a quasi-commercial, I would say, demo farm, because you are in a school. And then we have a closing session, which will be brainstorming. We will use also for our last deliverable, which is preparing some policy recommendations for that. I think that's it. I hope we respected the time.
Thank you, and we'll wait you on Thursday then.
Thank you.
If there are no questions, I can always leave you and invite the rest of the panel. If it's okay, thank you so much. And I have to ask Terhi Jankari, Gawel Walzak, if I say it correctly, Marga Vinges, Siepi Breeze, Maki Berner, and Cristina Fritelloni. I don't know if I pronounced it okay.
It was fine, thank you.
So I'll start with Terhi Jankari?
Yes.
Perfect. And Foodpaths Horizon 2020 project.
Yes.
Safe and sustainable food systems partnerships.
Thank you. I will also go there. Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Terhi Junkkari from Seinäjoki University Applied Science, and also representing South Ostrobothnia, as member of Finnish Parliament Mikko Savola earlier explained to you. We do a lot of cooperation together. And as Vicky already told you, I'm here telling something about a brand new Horizon Europe project. Actually, this project started just 1st of June, and we signed grant agreement last week. So this is more like project proposal I'm now going to explain you, and hopefully in the future meetings we will go deeper to the details. And at SEAMC, I'm working as a project coordinator, but not alone. I have my team there. And the team is mainly people who are working in that food system working group. So there's Mr. Kari Kallio, who is also here, and Mr. Markus Ojala, and also Mrs. Soila Huhtaluhta. And tomorrow we will have our working group, food system working group meeting, and there we will be also discuss more detailed about this project. And if you are unable to participate to tomorrow's meeting, you can send me an email, or Kari, or Markus, and then we can discuss more detail about this project. So, this project it has a really good name, Co-Creating a Prototype for Safe and Sustainable Food System Partnership. Deeper partnership. This is something that we have heard here almost during all presentations. More cooperation between institutions, companies, other stakeholders. And this is something that we are now going to try to develop, some kind of new model for cooperation with other stakeholders. And actually it was so that this project coordinator contacted Fabio and ERIAFF and asked that they would like to have European regions also involved to this project. And then Fabio discussed with the food system group that perhaps you should go there and take the lead on ERIAFF's behalf. So you can see here that it's this time for developing this prototype is 42 months, budget something like 5 million euros. And let's move on. Here you can see the participants of this project. There's a lot of, I guess, familiar partners for all of you, because most of these partners of ERIAFF. But the main point of this slide is that there are representatives of different stakeholders. Of course, education is important, also research, entrepreneurs, and this other it's like public and private actors, including policymakers like ERIAFF network. And very shortly explain what is the aim of this project, Horizon project. It's just to develop a new model, a kind of, I put there as a red bolded text those items that I think that are most important for ERIAFF network to develop this new kind of governance administration model and give some policy advices and of course be part of this European hub. But of course there are smaller aims also to get or reach. And this is just a snapshot from the project application, because this is a good picture that summarizes the whole idea of this project. And you can see there that in the middle of this picture is work package 2. It's co-creating a prototype, this new system approach for governance model. And then, of course, there are altogether 8 different work packages, and our role as ERIAFF is to work mainly with VP3 and VP7 to help co-funding of this model and also to go deeper about the co-benefits, find those co-benefits of this new model and administration. And here is also summarize of this, what is our role here. As I told, VP2 and 3, and the idea is that about that funding that we got for the ERIAFF, it's 55,000 is to be given to the members to travel different meetings. Okay, now we can calculate that nowadays we are a huge organization. We have, was it 92 regions and only 55,000 euros. Maybe we can tomorrow discuss how we can deal with that. We have some ideas. But anyway, it's good to know that there's some money also for regions to travel for these meetings. And then I try to emphasize there now the idea that now this project, hopefully, our aim is to strengthen really our role to make closer cooperation with our partners and other stakeholders, but also we have now the more influence or opportunity to influence EU policy. And this is also from the application, more detailed information about the work packages, but I put those bolded arrows there just to show you that which are the main roles that we will have, and you can also see the leader of those work packages. And then we have also minor roles, of course, in VP2, 6, and 8. But in the future, we will go deeper when we know after the kick-off meeting how this project will proceed. And as I already mentioned, we will work and mainly do all the information through our food system work group. And then just a preliminary timetable to show you that those red circles there are there just to show that which are a kind of face-to-face meetings, but you can see that there are different kind of online and virtual meetings that we don't have to always travel to these. This is VP3 and VP7 presented here. So 4 times face-to-face meetings, and the other meetings would be virtual meetings. And then in the top right corner, I try to make a first suggestion that perhaps we could combine some of these meetings, our ERIAFF annual conference meetings. Hopefully in the future we can do it like that, just to save money and time. And this is just my final slide to show that it's not just those work packages that we are working mainly. There are all those 8 work packages presented here, and it's in those face-to-face meetings, it's possible to meet all the stakeholders and all the leaders of the different work packages. It was really shortly. Do my colleagues have something to add? Okay, everything is fine.
Just like that.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gowel-Walczak, thank you. Internationalization support for European companies in COVID and post-COVID times. Lessons shared from Food Pack Up.
That's us, yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gabo Walczak, and I work as International Affairs Manager at SECFO, which is a deep tech cluster and one of the partners on the Food Pack Lab project. We are quite the opposite to the project presented before, because we are now finishing our project. So the aim of my presentation today was to show you the results of our project. And yes, Food Pack Lab is a European initiative led by 7 partners from 5 European countries. Among them, those who are here with me as well, like Mireia and Paul from Packaging Cluster from Spain, and Francesca with Lucia from CNR IFAC Optoscana, Italy, and more, because we together we represent 3 sectors: deep tech, packaging, and food, from Belgium, Denmark, France, Italy, and Spain. And all this is funded by the European Commission through the COSME program, and our objectives with Food Pack Lab were related to fostering innovation in the agri-food value chain by connecting deep tech and packaging solutions with the agri-food sector, and fostering collaboration between European companies and partners from India and South Africa. The project was, we thought about it, and we created the idea in 2019, and the idea was absolutely beautiful. It was about traveling around the world, know new places, meet new people, and fostering business, finding business opportunities between Europe and these 2 selected countries. The plan was fantastic. I'm still proud of it. But then we face the reality, and right now I think that we are somewhere between the shark and the snake with our activities, because, as you saw, we selected India and South Africa. I think that we are lacking only Brazil and Great Britain, and we have all the varieties of COVID virus there. So basically, the challenges we had, the challenges we all had, in fact, starting with lockdowns, travel restrictions, all this. I'm not talking about the sanitary situation here, trying to combine family life with professional life, lack of contact in person, not only with companies, but not to mention the partners from South Africa and India, but also between us, between the partners of the consortium, because the project started in September 2020. It was a very good moment to start working on internationalization support project. And that's why we went with our activities. The plan was, as I told you, was to foster the collaboration through mapping of opportunities, fact-finding missions, then missions with companies, matchmaking, networking, many meetings. I am networker. I really love to meet people and talk to people about opportunities for collaboration. And we needed to face it somehow. And our lessons learned from this project was, first of all, not to give up and try to continue with what we had planned. Then to adapt, constantly adapt to the situation which we were facing, because the situation, as you very well know, was also changing. And last but not least, to smile and not to get crazy with all this. And right now, as I told you, we are finishing our project, and although we faced a lot of challenges, problems, barriers, obstacles, etc., we in the end we have some nice results, which I wanted also to show you, because we did organize the missions and using planes, trains, WebEx, Teams, and Metaverse, we reached to partners in India and in South Africa. We identified innovation challenges in the food sector in those two countries, which are still, in my opinion, very promising markets for the European companies, because I told you I'm international affairs manager. I really believe in international collaboration, which goes beyond Europe as a way of helping our companies to struggle on global market. And so that's why we went for challenges, adapting our approach, and instead of networking events, we reached directly to the industry, agri-food industry from India and South Africa, to get challenges which could be solved by the European technological companies. We also organized webinars to provide some insights on the market, on some very particular topics related to international collaboration, like IPR protection, which is quite important. And in the end, we engaged more than 50 companies from Europe in our activities. Of course, it was not that everything went well with all those activities. We also had a lot of stories to share about the missions, about the webinars, and about the challenges. And when I was coming here to this event, which, by the way, is my first time, and I am really grateful to be here, and thanks very much to the organizers of letting me present this project to you. As a result of partnerships and matchmaking activities also of the project, yesterday morning, that was the last slide which I wanted to share you, but the situation changed. So I adapted again, because together with our partners, we came here directly from India, where we were on the mission with some European companies, talking to Indian partners. And one of the results of this mission is this challenge, which I would like to share with you. Because those two logos you see here are our partners, some of our partners in India. And one of them is Indian Institute of Millet Research, which has this challenge related to millets. And they told us very directly that as the next year is the International Year of Millet, they want to promote millet products, but they have many problems with that. And the main problem for them is related to shelf life of millet products. It's a very huge and complex problem. So they want to start with flour made from millet grains. And then to work on other topics as well. So what I would like to do and how I would like to finish my presentation is to invite you to reach out to us, because you all have networks, you all have connection with the industry here in Europe, and we are looking for challenges which could increase the shelf life of millet products, which we also, by the way, have in Europe. So if you have any ideas, starting with solutions, already existing solutions which are right now used for other products and could be adapted for millet, please reach out to us, and happy to connect you with these Indian partners, because at the end this is what we do. Here you have the website of the project, my email address, and we all will be here today. We will be here this afternoon for sure for quite some time, and tomorrow. And thanks a lot again.
Thank you, Mr. Bozak. And I have to go to Mrs. Marga Vindes. And innovation of Green Port Cluster in Zuid-Holland. Am I right?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I first want to thank, because I have the opportunity here to tell about how we work together as governments and companies and innovation organizations in a triple helix in our region. I am working myself. I'm an employee of the municipality of Westland, which is a municipality. But because we are very active in the Green Port West Holland, and Mr. Ton Jonker already told something about this, I'm also active in this Green Port, and therefore I will tell you on our cooperation. The Green Port has an ambition. Well, you can read it. I won't tell you again, because I have to be very quick. And already was said also by Ton that horticulture is a Dutch top sector. We became a top sector after quite a lobby, I have to tell you. And one of our most important agenda items is more and better with less. So more and better food with less impact on the environment. Of course, food safety, health, cooperating is all very important. I will go further very quickly. There are a lot of other top sectors like logistics, high-tech, water, and of course the most innovative way of cooperating within these top sectors is a cooperation between the top sectors. And at this moment we cooperate a lot with high-tech or with high-tech organizations, and I'll come back on that later. Well, this you have already seen. What is a green port? We have 7 green ports in the Netherlands. They are there by legislation, because we have quite an issue with space in the Netherlands. So once there was said there will be space for horticulture in the Netherlands, and therefore now we have 7 green ports and some outstations of green ports, you could say satellites. And this is the Green Port West Holland, where I'm active in. It's led by the province of South Holland and by the Minister of South Holland, who is the president of the board. And as you can see, we have a lot of greenhouses and glass in our region. And that's important to work together with each other, because it's a region, and in a region there live people, you need green, you need everything. So you have to work together with the government and with everyone that's active in that region, not only the companies on horticulture. So we have some teams. Well, you will have the same teams probably when you work on your agriculture. Water is important, of course, and we already heard a lot about innovation and ambitions we have. Of course, one is to set up an international knowledge center, which is already there, sort of. You can come, I'll come back on that too. And we did some things in the past. We did a lot on protected cultivation. And what you see is that the yields grow enormously per square meter, which was important to be profitable and to feed our country, but more than our country, of course. And very important also is that we use much less water, because, for example, we recycle the water, not only within a company, but sometimes even within the region, or with some companies together. So even our regional company, water organization, is part of our green port. So they work together with us also. We have a lot of issues with energy at this moment, of course, much more because of the gas prices. So we are busy to take care of that thing, and already we decreased the energy enormously by using co-generators. When you use a co-generator, you not only get warmth, but you also get carbon dioxide. And if you know something about growing plants, you know that plants also need carbon dioxide. So carbon dioxide is very important, for example, to increase the yield. And therefore, and that's interesting, now you see really what a region and working together can do, because we are very near to the port of Rotterdam. Rotterdam is also a partner in our green port, and we established a pipeline with carbon dioxide, clean carbon dioxide, coming from the port of Rotterdam to our greenhouses, and even to the greenhouses in North Holland. It's not enough yet, but it will become more, and it's one of the important issues of working together in a region, not only on the agriculture part, but also on what can we do. And it's one of the examples of being circular, as Ton Jonge told, that it's one of the important issues we are busy with in our region. So it's one of the examples, but we have more. For example, we are now establishing in our region a warmth grid, not only, of course, for the greenhouses, also for warming the houses, but as you can see, there will be some grids in the greenhouse area also, where it will be connected with the geothermal energy drills, so that we can make one big grid. It's quite, I can tell you, it's quite a challenge, but we are busy with that also. And of course, logistics is one of the important issues, because if you produce a lot and you would like to bring it to Europe, then you have to take care of good logistic systems and good roads and highways, etc. And new systems like reefer containers, where you can take care of all the products with, you can take care of warmth and of pressure, etc., so that the products even can ripe within the containers, for example. Well, of course, innovation is very important, so we made an innovation pact in our Green Port with all the partners, and we are busy to set up a campus, or one campus with a lot of places where you can do your innovation. We have, of course, 3 important universities and vocational schools and applied universities also in Rotterdam, The Hague and Delft. And we have campuses within our greenhouse areas, like in Westland, but also in Bleiswijk, where Wageningen University has its outstation, and in the south, where there will become a campus on logistics. So, and well, I would like to give you one example of our Innovation Pact. The Innovation Pact has one important issue, of course, you all know, and it's told already, it's digitization. And when you become more digital in horticulture, which is important, then you need to be a smart agri-hub. So we are a smart agri-hub, a smart agri-digital innovation hubs. And one of our important projects within this smart agri-hubs, but we have a lot. We have an agri-tech project, for example, paid by the province, and some other projects. But one of the important projects is what we call robo-crops. It's about using robots in a greenhouse, which is quite a challenge too, because there is not much space in a greenhouse. And it's an international program, so everyone who is busy with robotics and greenhouse horticulture is welcome to connect with us. Well, here you see the how. We would like to keep diversity in solutions. There is a lot to do. Joint action, matchmaking, that's the what. Matchmaking events, research programs. And we applied for the Dutch Grow Fund, and probably we will get some money for that also. Well, of course, we have a connection with the global goals and the Euro challenges. I told you, more people, better food, less impact. That's what we are busy with. And we, as a Green Port, are busy with 12 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, no hunger is one of the most obvious, but also the one on water, on energy, etc. And, well, what is our big goal as a Green Port? It's not to produce more. It's to produce better. And we produce enough for the Western Europe, so we don't want to produce more. But what we would like is that in all those parts of the world where it's difficult to produce, that we can help with our knowledge of greenhouse horticulture. You could produce with greenhouses, easy greenhouses with plastics or with nets, or glass greenhouses. If you are in a very cold country, you could produce very efficient and very safe food without using pesticides, because if you have closed conditions, you can use very easily bio reactions. So what our goal is to spread our knowledge and to help the world to use their horticulture solutions that are good for their country. And we have a lot of experience in the Netherlands, but also in other countries. So we have an European strategy, and therefore I'm here. But we also did already work within this smart specialization strategy traceability and big data on a project like TRACK. And we are partner in plant intercluster. Here we have a plant working group, but there is also a short working group on plant clusters. And we, well, you see some names that are well known. A biocluster in Denmark, they were in the project before, what was told before. So we work together on projects. Vejapoli Valley is also mentioned already. And that's one of the things I would mention, and we will do this tomorrow again in our plant working group. We need some lobby together. We need to do some work, because in the CAP, in the European CAP, horticulture is not mentioned once. Not mentioned once. It's all about livestock and arable. And I would like to give more attention to plants, because plants are the future. They bring us the vitamins and the nutrients, and they are not mentioned in the European legislation at this moment, or in the not even in the farm to fork very much. So I hope that the plant clusters and the plant regions would like to work on that with us. Well, that's what I would like to tell you. And then one thing, in September, on the 8th, on the Floriade, which was already mentioned by Jannico, we will have a meeting on plant clusters and how to work together and how to work within a cluster, and you are all welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll move on and ask Sid Breeze for his presentation. Bioregions facility surveying the bioeconomy perception in European regions.
Exactly. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation and organization. I want to talk today a bit more about the Bioregions facility, which is an initiative of the European Forest Institute, and also one of the activities that we have, namely our regional perception survey on the bioeconomy, which is targeted at government and industry. First, a few slides about the Bioregions facility. The Bioregions facility is a collaborative platform which was initiated by the Basque Country in Spain, North Karelia in Finland, and North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany. These are the founding regions since we started 2 years ago, but we are also open to new European regions to join us. What we are looking for are regions that are committed to sustainable, circular, and territorial-based bioeconomy, that have a political will and capacity to advance towards a sustainable bioeconomy, and that have a focus on forest and forest-based resources. This facility is animated by a secretariat, which is hosted by the European Forest Institute. Our key objective is to facilitate systemic transitions towards a forest bioeconomy. Therefore, we have 3 missions. We want to enable framework conditions at regional level. We want to achieve vibrant, interconnected regional bioeconomy ecosystems, and we want to achieve well-informed and engaged societal actors. We have 3 main areas of work. The first one is the policy learning platform. Within this area of work, we try to support our regions to develop bioeconomy policies and strategies. Therefore, we organize webinars so regions can show to each other good initiatives, and we also organize high-level events. In the second area of work, which is the Open Innovation Hub, we want to catalyze innovation and growth in bioeconomy, business, and industry. So therefore, we have matchmaking events, we do partnership brokerage, and we also will organize an Open Innovation Challenge during this year. Then in our third pillar of work, the Societal Awareness Toolbox, we aim to raise awareness among the general public, and therefore we organize surveys to see how different groups perceive the bioeconomy And based on the results of those surveys, we will then design communication strategies. And this is also the pillar of work that the survey that I will explain later is situated. And besides, we also have our newsletter, our website, and our social media. At the same time, we always try to engage and activate regional actors, but also European Union institutions and networks. Like, for example, we have good collaborations with ERIAFF network. So now a few more slides about the bioeconomy perception survey itself. What is it? So we at the BioReach facility, we created a survey toolkit for regions to gather knowledge on how different groups within government and industry perceive the bioeconomy. As we only have 3 regions and we want this initiative to be way bigger, we want to be a benchmark at a European level, we started the collaboration with ERIAFF, with Fabio. So we opened this survey toolkit to all ERIAFF regions completely free of charge. The survey has already been launched in North Karelia, North Rhine-Westphalia, Tuscany, Castilla-Leon, and North Rhine-Westphalia, and the Basque Country. The survey consists of approximately 25 questions, takes more or less 15 minutes to complete, and the data is gathered completely anonymously. So why did we start this initiative? We have 3 key ambitions. We want to help inform bioeconomy-related policies and planning. We want to support the communications and awareness raising for the bioeconomy at the regional level. And we want to engage actors in government and industry with the bioeconomy. So how does it work? We designed a survey toolkit, which consists out of 5 elements. This survey toolkit will then allow a regional partner to launch a survey. The only steps that they would have to do is identify the target participants and send out the email. So the 5 elements that the survey toolkit consists are, first of all, the pamphlet on the goals and expected outcomes. I have it here with me in a physical version, so I can, if it interests you, I can give you one later. The second element is a deployment checklist to follow up the different steps in the process and see that both the regional partner and us at EFI, we stay on track. The fourth element is a survey invitation email. So this is the text that you can use to send out the survey. I think I forgot the third element, which is the guide for identifying the participants within government and industry. And the last component is the survey, well, the survey itself, so already pre-formatted in SurveyMonkey. We have a Premier account, so we set everything up and we just share with you the URL, so it's very easy to share. At the moment, this toolkit is available in English, German, Spanish, Italian, and Finnish. So if your region has one of those languages, it's perfect. But if you have another language in your region, we can together discuss how we can also translate it to your local language. Once we collected all the data, we within the EFI, we will work on a number of deliverables. We will create an analysis report and a communications package. So based on the survey toolkit, how would the process look like? Once we agree with the regional partner that they want to launch a survey, then during the first month, the regional partner will start identifying potential participants. And during the second month, the regional partner will disseminate the survey among those target participants within government and industry. During the third and the fourth month, the survey is open, we collect the data, and we will start analyzing the responses. And the regional partner will provide a 1 to 2 page regional context, so we can put the answers from the survey into the context of the region. And then during the fourth or the fifth month, the region will receive the analysis report and can disseminate the results as desired. And there will also be the possibility to plan a workshop with your regional stakeholders, so we can maybe together revisit the report draft again next steps, so your regional stakeholders also have ownership of the next steps to move ahead the bioeconomy in the region. One more comment. So, although the bioregions facility is focused on forest bioeconomy, the survey itself it's more widely focused at bioeconomy in general. Tomorrow at the Bioregions Working Group, I will give another presentation to go more into detail of the results from 4 different regions. I will show a cross-regional comparison. So if this interests you, please join us. And if you cannot join, you can always come to talk with me or write me an email to talk about the Bioregions facility or the survey. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I have to move to the next one. Meckbacher. And Block Start Interreg at North and West Europe.
Yes, exactly. Well, good evening. Oh, good evening. Yes, I think it's evening already. Thanks to the organization for having me here. I'm very happy that I can give you a sneak preview of our Block Start project. And it's an, as you said already, it's an Interreg Northwest Europe project. We implemented with 7 other European partners, and we is the East Netherlands Development Agency. My name is Maaike Buchner, and I work there as a project manager. Before I start to explain the project, I would like to ask my assistant to give you some food products. Sorry? No, we're not. It's not illusions or whatever. It's real food. We bought it this morning in the supermarket here, and I want to show you, well, one thing a little bit how blockchain works in practice, and of course. I'm almost sure there are not many entrepreneurs or farmers here. I think not many, so I'm correct, only one. But you are all consumers of food. And I think, is there anyone who's not a consumer of food or drinks? No, so that's something I can, and I'm happy actually. Yes, so, but now the ones that my colleague Jouke gave products to are, for this moment, are farmers. Congratulations. For only 5 minutes, you are a farmer. And I would like to ask you to give your products to a food producer, or maybe already directly a consumer or whatever. Just give it to somebody in this room, and the next one is the food producer, and they can also give it to another person in the room, and just give it further and further. And in between, you can see here that it's not only cucumbers and tomatoes where you can do this with, but also with flowers, with orange juice, with fish. And well, I see the products are still going around, so that's very good, because maybe the ones that have it now, maybe we can stop it. And I see somebody don't want to be a food producer, only a consumer, and the ones that have it now, they are the consumer of this product, or maybe the retail shops. And well, I would like to ask you: is there anybody who was the farmer of their products, or what happens with the project in between? Do you dare to eat it, or do you first want to know what temperature it came in front to? Or because that is, of course, the question when we buy those products in the supermarket. We also want to know what happens with the product and what happened, where does it come from? And I think it's really important. And to be honest, you heard it already before this afternoon, and I was really happy with all the examples of the rise, of course, that shows that blockchain can really be useful for a lot of companies and a lot of products. It gives insight and traceabilities and temperature, the changes that the things that happens in between from farm till fork, and not from farm to fork. That's not possible in this case, but amount, origins, it's really important for the end user. So and blockchain can help you with this. But what if you have the question like, well, we have a blockchain, it's a really interesting opportunity, and you are a food producer or you are a farmer, and how do you know what blockchain can add to your organization? Nobody knows. No, that's true, because it's a really handmade, a tailor-made question, of course, and that's when Blockstart Blockstart can help you. Blockstart creates awareness and insights specifically for your organization in food. We offer feasibility studies, workshops, trainings on business, on technology, or whatever you think is useful to understand if this technology can help your company further. We also offer to build a proof of concept, and we have vouchers for that. So 7,500 euros for feasibility studies, workshops and trainings, and 60,000 euros to build a proof of concept. That is what we offer, and I think it's blockchain can really be of advance for a lot of companies, but not for all, of course. And that is what every SME can find out in this project. If you want to know more, you can visit our project page, or just ask me. I'm here tomorrow and Tuesday also, so you can also always contact me for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the interactive presentation. And I'll move to the last one. At this table, we also have another one.
Yeah,
You're not the last one. So, the role of Agricultural Development Agency on Akis Innovomars, right? Innovamart. On public innovation broker.
Okay, thank you, Vicky. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks for the survivor. I didn't expect so many at that time. Okay, I'm going to present. I work for ASAM, which is the agency of the Agro-Food Sector Services of Marche region. And I'm going to speak, I will try to be very short about the role of the Agricultural Development Agency on AKIS, and how we have developed this project called Innova Marche as public innovation broker. Okay, so this is, let's say, the main tasks of our agency. So we are already, let's say, part of the knowledge and innovation system of Marche region, agricultural system, of course. And so we are, from our statute, like considered the bridge between farmers, between the sectors and the research. We implement a research and innovation project. We provide for advisory services to the farmers related to, for example, certification, weather forecast. We provide for training and capacity building activities in more traditional and more innovative sectors like social agriculture and social innovation in agriculture. And we also have some public demo farm, some experimental farm that are all over the region on cereals, on truffle, on fruit and vegetable. It depends, let's say, on the vocation of different areas of the region. And so, starting from this, in 2016, the regional authority, the regional agriculture department, appointed the agency as a public innovation brokering under the measure 16.1 of the Rural Development Programme. Let's say, with the role to facilitate the setting up and the implementation of the operational groups and to help the transfer of innovation. First, the development of innovation, of innovative projects, and then the transfer. And so we have developed the project Innova Marche, and following the example and the methodological tools of the PAGRI initiatives, we try to give an answer to the needs of the farmers and support the creation of innovative projects that could really answer the innovation challenges of our agriculture, of the agriculture of our region. And so these are the main steps of the innovation brokering methodology, Innova Marche. So the first one is related to the setting up of the operational groups. The second one is related to the support of the operational groups and the innovative projects, daily management, let's say. And the third activity, the third step of the methodology is linked to the transfer of innovation. So I will really briefly explain how we built all this work and this methodology. The first activity for the setting up, before the regional call was delivered, we organized some info days. And the aim of the info days were really to try to discover and to bring and to talk about the farmers' innovation needs, the concrete, real needs they have, the challenges they have every day in their farms. And let's say we try to foster the co-creation of ideas involving several stakeholders like farmer, researchers, agribusiness, NGOs, consumer groups, and we use some methodological tools like the open space technology to foster a bottom-up approach and the cross-fertilization of ideas and putting together, let's say, innovation from different points of view and from different sectors. And the results, we implemented 6 info days before the, let's say, the 16.1 calls, and 18 open space technologies. Where we had a lot of fun with many post-its for a long period. And after that, the results were very interesting, since we have the let's say we were able to detect the most relevant innovation challenges, the most relevant sectors that our farmers want to focus on the project. So let's say the topic of interest were different from more technological innovation like precision farming. We talked a lot this morning in the session about robotics and drones, but also more managerial innovation, or maybe more linked to the nutrition, to the superfood products. So we have a lot of several inputs from the stakeholders. And the second phase of the setting up, we organized some open day. Let's say, okay, we have now, let's say, the idea, and we have now the topics of interest, and now we have to see if there are already developed good practices, if there are projects and idea already available. We try to organize, and so we organize study visit, exchange to, let's say, give more food for thoughts to the stakeholders to build a project which could really answer to the innovation challenges. And then, after the operational groups have been founded, we set up the Innova Marche platform, providing for support in the daily management of the operational groups on the project. So we have provided tools, repository for management, for dissemination activities. We are organizing webinars and meetings where possible on management and administrative staff, on dissemination and valorization proposal. And we also have let's say, fact section we implement with the Regional Department of Agriculture to support the operational groups. The third phase, now we are, let's say, focusing on this phase, is the transfer of innovations, since we believe that the results of the operational groups being innovative projects, being founded, let's say, being conceived from an innovative perspective, from a bottom-up approach, the results represent a big heritage of knowledge, and we think that these results, this experience should be shared, should be capitalized, and should be transferred also to other operational groups that maybe are facing the same challenges and working on the same teams. So we organize several networking activities. We organize it online due to the COVID situation, of course, and in presence where possible. And on main themes, on main issues, of course, the most relevant for our agriculture, let's say, of our region. So we organize it for now on viticulture, on sustainable breeding, on hemp supply chain, and on drones and precision farming. And we organize it at Italian level. It means that we, for the moment, we bring together operation groups from several regions, Italian region, and this was really appreciated, the possibility to networks, to exchange results, and also criticalities that happen during the implementation of the project. And our aim, also the reason that we are, let's say, joining these meetings is that we would like to bring this networking, this exchange, and this valorization of results at European level, and the possibility to exchange also with operational groups from other regions. I think this is the best place to start this kind of networking. And the last activity we are implementing is the joint participation of the operational group to trade fairs, since the fairs also represent an opportunity to exchange the project results and give the possibility to look for further innovation, for further development of the project. And this is our participation, our joint stand of the operational groups in the MacFruit in Rimini, which is one of the most relevant fair in Europe at European level on the fruit and vegetables. And so this is, let's say, what we would like to share with you is these methodologies and the possibility to keep on this networking and enlarging it at European level. This is our website in our mark. Of course, I'm sorry, but for the moment it's in Italian. And this is our address. You can write to us for any question, and I hope that tomorrow we will have the possibility to exchange ideas and new projects, and I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cristina. Thank you. And I think we have our last presentation. Philip Ward from the University of Amsterdam, talking about Myriad project. Am I right?
Yes, that's right. Do you hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly.
Great. And hopefully you should also see the slides on screen.
We can see them.
Brilliant. Okay, then thank you very much for the invite to give this presentation. My apologies that I couldn't make it there in person. Of course, I would have loved to do so. But still, I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes or so introducing a new Horizon 2020 project. It's called Myriad EU. And we started this project in September of last year. It will have it will be going on for 4 years. So we're at the stage now of really stock taking, engaging with stakeholders, end users of the potential information, and actually starting now with our first real scientific deliverables. So what's Myriad EU all about? In a nutshell, it's looking at how we can better respond or prepare ourselves for a whole myriad or mixture of different kinds of natural hazards and their associated risks. So not just ones related to water, which is the field that I come from, but also, for example, seismic risks, volcanoes, but also biological risks, so pests, diseases, and so forth. So I just thought I'd start this presentation with an example of why we are doing this that has some relevance for the food and agriculture topic. And this one's related to the topic of these breadbasket failures, or indeed multi-breadbasket failures. So I guess, as most of the people there know, a lot of the main crops, wheat, maize, soybeans, rice, are really produced from quite a limited number of regions in the world. And we see a picture there on the top left of some of those regions. And there's been quite a lot of attention in practice, in science, and also in the media in the last years about what happens when one or more of these breadbaskets, these so-called breadbaskets, fails. So either the harvest is, almost completely failed, or it's been reduced significantly due to climate-related risks, or indeed other risks, as of course now we are seeing with the situation in Ukraine this year. So we were coming at this from the climate risk perspective, but this can also apply much more broadly. And an interesting question is how might that probability of having multiple breadbasket failures change in the future? So this is a study which Franziska Gaup and her colleagues carried out in 2020 in Nature Climate Change. And basically what they looked at were the changes in the likelihood of having multiple of these breadbasket failures at the same time in different parts of the world. And they looked at wheat, maize, soybean, and rice and over two periods, so 1967 to 1990, and compared that to 1991 to 2012. And without going into the details of what's been shown here, basically we see that in any case for wheat, soybean, and maize, we see an increased probability from the past to now, let's say, of having multiple breadbasket failures at the same time. That's shown by these gray parts compared to the blue ones here. So this is clearly a very important issue that's related to these multiple hazards going on at the same time and how it impacts food production and also prices. One which maybe less European related, but and maybe seems in the first instance less related to agriculture, is the Hunga Tonga eruption that took place at the end of last year. So here we see an image of this huge eruption. It's actually one of the largest eruptions, at least in the last decades. And as you can see, it led to a huge ash cloud that you can see here. And actually, this led to 12,000 agricultural households being affected, and that's it means 85% of the total number of agricultural households on the island of Tonga, with, of course, huge implications for the agricultural food production there. But also what's of interest for our project is that it also had very far-flung effects all across the planet. So the earthquake itself actually caused a tsunami, and this tsunami led to flooding all the way across the Pacific Ocean in California, both to buildings, but also to crops, etc. Similar impacts were felt in the coasts of Peru and Japan. But also back in Tonga, actually. So because of the volcano, the tsunami that happened there, the ash cloud, of course, there was the direct impacts that I already talked about. But there was also the need to bring in foreign aid, so food, medicines, shelter, etc. And this actually led to the first cases of COVID being brought into Tonga with the aid workers. And from there, the disease spread also in Tonga for the first time. And what I'm trying to say here is that we really want to look at how these different kinds of hazards can really interact with each other on quite different scales and across different sectors. So just to build on that a little bit, we know that multiple kinds of hazards, or natural hazards, can have many different interrelated effects on risk. For example, they have triggering effects, and an example of that here is we see rainfall on the top left, which can then trigger a landslide. We have amplifying effects. So, for example, when it's very hot and dry in a region, this can amplify or increase the probability of wildfires, which then could also lead to damage to crops, etc. We have compound kinds of hazards. The example I show here is when in a delta region you have river flooding, flooding from the air, so pluvial flooding, and coastal flooding happening at the same time. And the image there at the bottom left is a little bit urban focused, but actually these kinds of compound events really happen in a lot of those deltas where there's also a lot of agricultural production. And then we have consecutive events like the three storms, Dudley, Eunice, and Franklin, that took place in northwestern Europe earlier this year within a space of 1 week. And actually, those build up of these very quick succession consecutive events that really amplified their effects. So within Myriad, what we want to do is to really look at how risks can be better managed if we actually consider all of these interrelated effects instead of, as we tend to do now, just looking at one kind of hazard or one kind of risk at the same time. Now, another thing that we are interested in Myriad is looking at how disaster risk reduction measures, or measures taken to reduce those risks, are normally taken specifically addressing one kind of hazard, looking at only floods, only drought, only volcanoes, for example. But actually that could lead to increases in risks from other hazards. These are so-called assynergies. And I just put an example here of from the agriculture where if flood-proof crops are used, in some cases that could in fact increase the vulnerability to droughts. Another classic example here from the floods field where I work in a lot is building elevated houses on stilts, which is very good against flooding. But in the case of an earthquake, the shaking can mean that the houses on stilts would actually collapse. So the question we want to look at in regard to this is how can we really better account for these kinds of dynamic feedbacks or changes and feedback loops between these drivers of risk, different hazards and so forth. And then this also, I think, is relevant for this conference here. We're also really interested in how effects can have impacts across different sectors. So in a lot of the risk work that I've been involved in the past, we tend to look at one economic sector and then try to tailor some measures relative to that sector. But as we all know, and as this picture quite nicely shows, I think, well, all kinds of sectoral activities are, of course, taking place in the same location. So here, the agriculture, the energy with those wind turbines, the pylons, and those the solar fields in the front. And of course, there's a trade-off, right, between this energy production in these solar fields and, on the other hand, those crops that we see in the background. So we really want to look at how we can really account for these kinds of trade-offs and synergies across and between sectors, but also across and between hazards and different regions. So that brings me then to the aim and the vision of Myriad. And the vision, I'll just read it, is really to try to help, at least, to catalyze a paradigm shift to move us towards a more multi-risk and multi-sectoral approach to risk management. Now, this sounds, of course, very nice in the proposal, but it's still quite abstract, I think. So we made a more concrete aim, which was that by the end of the project, the policymakers, decision makers, and practitioners who we work together with within the project will be able to develop forward-looking disaster risk management pathways, real plans of how they want to adapt to future risks. And those plans should assess trade-offs and synergies across these sectors, hazards, and scales. So here is the classic picture from the proposal, and I don't want to go into it in detail, but we have many work packages developing all kinds of methods, tools, knowledge, dashboards, platforms that users will be able to use. But actually the important thing here, I think, is this middle path. So everything will be co-developed, co-designed, and co-tested within 5 multi-hazard sector and scale pilots. So basically case studies. And that's this next slide. So these are the 5 case studies or pilots, as we call them, within ERIAFF EU. We have the North Sea, Scandinavia, the Danube region, the Veneto region, and also the Canary Islands. And what we try to do actually is, well, what we're also still doing at the moment in this first stage, is to really look at a sustainability challenge that each of these pilot regions is facing. For example, in Scandinavia, how can we maintain healthy ecosystems under climate-related risks, but at the same time meet the increased demand for energy, food, and other ecosystem services? So we really start with this challenge in mind, and then we look at the key sectors involved in this region, and all of the different hazards involved, as you see here. And this is quite different to a lot of the projects in the past where I've been looking at flood risk for energy in one region, right? So we're really starting at the end goal and then working back. So the sectors represented are shown here. So we have ecosystems and forestry, energy, infrastructure and transport, finance, tourism, and of course, the most relevant for this meeting, food and agriculture. So what does the consortium look like? It's a consortium of 19 different organizations and quite a nice mix of different organizations. So we have universities, like my own university, the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam, public research institutes. We have small and medium enterprises who are developing really our tools. But also what we have done within this project is that we have a so-called sectoral representative, which is an institute from practice from each of those sectors that I mentioned, who's really helping us to tailor the project to those sectors, to make sure it's relevant for those sectors, to bring in knowledge from each of those sectors, and also then to be able to disseminate the knowledge back to those sectors. So this is where the link with ERIAFF comes in. We are collaborating with the ERIAFF network, and this is being facilitated through our colleagues at Sysitex. So I don't want to go through all of this, but why are we doing this? For who is this? Well, we have quite a range of different kinds of target audiences.
And if you want, you have to slightly speed off, because I think the guys here want to...
Sure. So this is a whole range of audiences, and that was actually the last slide. So we have already the website, myriadproject.eu. So if you want, you can register for updates and also follow us at myriad_EU on Twitter. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would like to thank all of you, and I would like to ask Mr. Spalmos just to close this, again, presentation panel and close probably the day, right?
Yes.
The room is all yours.
Thank you for being here for so many hours. I would like to thank Vicky for the moderation. I would like to thank ERIAFF, the politicians, the panelists, the speakers, and tomorrow, as you know from the agenda, we have the working group session, and on Thursday we have the closing of the conference and the 2 study visits. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
We pursue greatness to beat time, or to make time worth our living. Is greatness an echo to eternity? Or is it the best way to linger in the present for a bit longer? What is great? Is it big or is it tiny? Is it a matter of effort or a matter of attention? Is it a trip one has to take alone or something that really matters only when it is shared? Does it taste good? Or is it something or something that you feel? Or is this the same? Great is something that you carry with you anywhere you go. Or something that can lift you up and take you anywhere. All sorts of great. All kinds of great. Run the great. Dive the great. Downhill the great. Kier Nikos the great. Rock the great. View the great. Sense the great. Calm the great. Do something great.